Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had mystical Pheonix Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's yellow, small backpack, worn from daily use, was filled to the brim with school supplies and books, causing it to jerk up and down as he trekked through the dilapidated neighborhood. The cracked sidewalks beneath his small sneakers painted a picture of neglect, echoing the disarray that surrounded him. Discarded piles of candy wrappers and packs of cigarettes adorned the grass, leaning precariously on the brown side. The front yards of the houses were cluttered with a mix of garbage bags and scattered kid toys, creating an odd juxtaposition of neglect and innocence. Nature had begun to reclaim the abandoned buildings, as resilient plants covered the worn-out facades, silently warning everyone to stay away. The brick houses, thin and bungalow-style, stood. Despite the apparent decay, Izuku's neighbors lingered in front of their homes, some with cigars or other substances in hand. They greeted him with a wave, their inquiries about his first day echoing through the air. Izuku responded with a warm smile, acknowledging their neighborly gestures. The short walk from the bus stop to his house provided a brief window for Izuku to engage with his peculiar neighbors. Careful not to upset those who disliked his inquisitiveness, he navigated through the delicate conversations. The ones who often smoked seemed more receptive to his questions, while those with mutant quirks eagerly shared their stories, occasionally revealing deep-seated traumas associated with their abilities. Stepping over discarded glass needles, a disheartening sight for a 4-year-old, Izuku cringed at the disregard for the safety. He knew it was bad as his dad always yelled at him when got near them. His house, nestled between two thin, tall bungalows, appeared unassuming. His dad earned himself a stern reputation in the neighborhood, and Izuku found it amusing when people deemed him intimidating. To the young boy, his father was nothing more than a big teddy bear. Approaching the bungalow's front door, Izuku navigated the cracked driveway with patches of grass breaking through the asphalt. The absence of a car left the space barren. As he swung the door open, its joints creaking in protest, Izuku announced his return with a cheerful greeting. The interior of the house exuded simplicity, with brown wooden hues dominating the walls and floors. A modest green couch with a wooden backing faced a small box TV perched atop a white table. The kitchen, an open concept with no doors on its cupboards, and the dining area featured a lone yellow fabric chair adorned with a few stubborn drink stains. Where did the second chair go? Further into the house, past the kitchen, a narrow hallway led to a sparsely furnished bathroom and a bedroom. "Daddy!" Izuku called, making his way to the couch. His dad, engrossed in the hero news on TV, turned away from the screen and gasped. He shot up from the creaky couch and stalked towards him with a smile. His dad, with jet black hair, displayed the remnants of past burns covering his skin. Patches of creamy skin peeked through the blackened, purpled scars, bound together by silver, thick staples. Despite the visible scars, he wore a brown coat over a white shirt and jeans. Izuku, clad in his school uniform, eagerly bounced towards his dad, arms wide open, inviting him to scoop him up and swing him onto his hip. "Hey kid, I missed you," his dad greeted, tapping his nose playfully as he lowered his face to brush his lips over Izuku's curls. "My day was so boring without you. Why did you start school, Izu? Why can't you stay here with your daddy?" Izuku giggled, jerking his backpack off his back and tossed it to the ground, the books making a large thump when it landed on the wood. "You were the one who told me to go to school." "I was? God, don't say that. I don't want to feel that I'm the reason I'm bored." Dad groaned, wrapping his other arm around Izuku. "Nonetheless, I missed my boy," he added, hugging him tightly and grinning. "How was your first day?" "It was great," Izuku exclaimed. After wiggling his arms out of his dad's hug, he threw them in the air. "I met so many new people and made a lot of friends. I have a best friend now, his name is Katsuki. He already has his quirk, explosions. It's amazing." "Daddy. When will I get my quirk, Daddy?" His dad chuckled, patting Izuku's cheek. "Soon, very soon." Izuku pumped his fist into the air. "Yes. I wonder if it will be like yours or like Mom's. It could be like fire or I know. Wings. Mom had wings, right?" "She did," he affirmed, leading the way to the dining table. "I hope you get wings, they would look adorable on you." Izuku giggled once more, pressing the palm of his hand to his mouth. He wriggled out of his dad's hold, landed on the wooden tiles and twirled around, shaking his arms as though they were chicken wings. "I want to fly like hawks." "I hope you can," he said, opening up the fridge to pull out a water bottle and passing it to his son. Izuku twisted the cap off and drank a few gulps. "Are you hungry? Want an early dinner?" he asked, pulling out a packet of noodles from a doorless cupboard. The door's hinges broke over time. Noodles sound okay? It does, Izuku nodded, tapping his leg. He gazed across the room, suckling on the bottle, then paused. Daddy, what happened to the other chair? Daddy's body tensed as he poured water into a pot. Oh, I'm sorry, Izu. I had to sell it for this month's rent. Oh, okay, Izuku frowned and fiddled with the cap. We can always sit on the floor or the table itself or the couch. Dad laughed, nodding, then his voice went quiet as he muttered. I also had to, sell your All Might doll. That's all right? Izuku smiled with no hesitation, used to his daddy selling things. I don't really care for it anyway. Dad looked at him. You sure? Yep. I care more about you than a toy. But, Daddy, can I get changed out of school clothes? Shoot, yes. I'm not used to you needing to be changed like that, he mumbled as Izuku just giggled. Come on, let's go to our room. Shortly, sporting Hawks-themed clothes, Izuku settled nicely on his dad's hip as he cooked. His dad fixed up a bowl of noodles soon after, placing Izuku at the table and then the food in front of him with chopsticks. They only had 2 pairs of chopsticks. Due to the rise in metal cutlery pricing and demand, they couldn't buy the reusable ones simply because of the price. They relied on the plastic ones, which were found at a cheap restaurant. Daddy, sit down, and I'll sit on your lap. Izuku conducted, pointing at the chair below him. I don't want you sitting on the floor. He pouted, his hands going to his waist. Izuku shot off from the chair and waited until Dad rolled his eyes and sat down on the chair. Happy now? Yep. Izuku hopped onto Dad's lap and settled to rest his back against his stomach. Dad's arms circled his waist, holding him close. Izuku grabbed the chopsticks and munched on the noodles, listening to his dad's new findings about Hawks. Izuku quickly made a plan to talk about his day at school after he ate, knowing full well his dad would remind him to eat first. I bet he's going to make the top 10 soon, he said, taking Izuku's chopsticks and scooping up what was left of the meal. Izuku made him finish it after he heard his dad's stomach growl. He must, Izuku expressed, his quirk is amazing. Daddy laughed, nodding along with him. Indeed he is. His voice trailed off as he finished the leftovers, allowing Izuku to ramble about the day in fine detail. From his new best friend Katsuki to the snacks they gave out, he talked about everything. After Izuku ran himself dry, he hopped off his dad's lap and followed him to the sink, jumping around, talking about Hawks. Daddy? Want to know something? Yeah? He asked, cleaning the last bit of dishes with a rag, then placing them on a rack to air dry. I love you. Izuku smiled, twirling around. His hair was bouncy like a kite. I love you so much, Daddy. He pivoted then jumped into his dad's side, bumping his head on his hip. Love you more than anyone out there. Ah, Izu, I love you too, so much. He patted Izuku's head, smiling down at him. Fun fact, I love you more than Hawks. Izuku faked a gasp, taking a step back and bringing his hands to his mouth. Really? Yeah, he said, walking over to the couch. Hawks doesn't compare to my little green bean. The little boy fell into a fit of giggles, stumbling after his dad. He snagged a seat beside his dad on the couch and nudged his head on his arm. Whatcha doing? I'm going to change the channel to some news about Hawks, his dad explained with a smile, wrapping his arm around Izuku's shoulders, cuddling close. Anything new? Izuku hummed, gazing at the news reporter with a horn talking about things that made 0 sense. His daddy got off the couch to change the channels from the TV itself, clicking a few buttons. The TV screen flipped to a shot of Hawks, flying in the air as he flung his feathers in the direction of the hulking villain. Then, it flipped to a shot of Hawks waving to a crowd of civilians, beginning his trek to a police car where the villain was wrapped in chains. His dad sat down and remained silent. Izuku perked his eyes up and snorted seeing his dad stare at the TV with love hearts in his eyes, practically. Daddy, you're staring at Hawks, again, Izuku whined, jokingly. That jerked his dad out of his thoughts, a red blush dancing on his cheeks. Ha, he scratched his hair. You got me. Then, the screen flipped back to the reporter. Is it because you love him? Izuku dragged out, and at his dad's blush, he giggled some more. Pressing his hands to his face, he tried to suppress his giggles, but they kept on spilling out. His dad rolled his eyes. Maybe I do. He's amazing. His dad sighed, looking at the TV, grimacing when the reporter changed topics to a different hero fight with All Might. Dad, Izuku giggled, despite sensing his dad's disgruntlement of the news. Yes? His dad turned his view onto him. Can we play a board game? Of course, his dad smiled, getting up from the couch. What one? Candy no. Izuku stumbled over his words, biting his tongue. Oh. You pick. He shot off the couch, taking a second to wait for his dad to turn off the TV using the embedded button. That TV was only used to watch the news. He wasn't sure if they could even watch anything else. They keep it to watch Hawks. His dad sounded impressed, heading to the closet. I pick? We only have 2 options. I know, but you gotta pick one. Izuku skipped to the closet and pulled the sliding door to the side, crouching to look at the 2 board games on the ground. Snakes and Ladders and Candyland. His dad peered over him with an aloof smile. How about some old-fashioned Snakes and Ladders? Yay! Izuku cheered, snagging the board game, the items rustling against the cardboard as he sat it on the table. His dad was right behind him, taking a seat and motioning for Izuku to sit on his lap with a hand wave. Izuku hopped on and shook the lid off the box, reaching for the characters while his dad spread the board out. The games concluded with Izuku's dad emerging victorious, leaving Izuku in a playful yet pouty mood. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden hue through the dusty window, the remnants of Izuku's school day his bag remained forgotten on the floor. Laughter and joy reverberated through the room, creating a delightful atmosphere as the father and son duo engaged in their board game festivities. The occasional creak of the chair accompanied Izuku's excited wobbling, adding a lively soundtrack to their bonding time. The sudden ding of his dad's phone momentarily startled Izuku, prompting him to seek comfort in a quick hug, after which an impromptu tickling session ensued, flipping Izuku's mood from pouty to cheerful, then tried. Dad, he rubbed his eyes, yawning, leaning into his dad's back while his father's arms wrapped around his waist. What time is it? His dad shifted, retrieving his phone and sighing. Only 6. Want to watch some Hawks news? I got a text from my employer, I gotta talk to them. Izuku pouted, crossing his arms with distaste. I guess you can talk to them. But, as soon as you are done, come back to the couch to watch with me, he demanded lightly. His dad laughed. Sure. It will only take, 5 minutes. He's a perfectionist villain who worries I'm doing the mission wrong. So, he's probably wanting to talk about that, probably. Anyway, can you help me put this away? Yep. Izuku squeaked, reaching for the board game items and placing them in the box alongside his dad. He observed his dad caping the box and swiping dust off the wooden, cracked table. Joku, right? Izuku stumbled off his dad's lap, earning his dad's alarmed voice as he fell. His knees throbbed at the contact with the wooden floor, but he quickly recovered, shaking the dust off his knees. I'm okay, he giggled, snatching his dad's hand. Be more careful, his dad exhaled, twisting Izuku around to face him, pressing his hands onto his shoulders. His dad's piercing blue eyes stared directly into his own equally blue eyes. Please, you're going to give me a heart attack one of these days, his dad added, squeezing his hands with a tired look. Izuku hummed in response, his heart flip-flopping at his dad's uneasiness. Okay, Daddy. I'll be more careful. That wiped off the expression of worry and replaced it with contentment. Thank you for listening, Izu. He couldn't help but beam. Excitement bubbled within him as he wiggled out of his dad's hold, snagged his hand, and practically dragged him towards the couch with a huge grin. However, he changed trajectory momentarily to drop off the board game and then resumed his journey to the couch. Dad, Izuku hopped onto the couch, shifting his tiny body over the stained cloth and to the backing. He faced his dad with a grin, rocking his legs against the couch. Does Joku want to talk? Yeah, he does, his dad explained, releasing his hold on Izuku's hand to press the on switch to the TV. Simultaneously, Izuku reached for a tattered throw blanket, keeping his eyes on his dad. He snuggled under it, pressing his face to the fabric, rubbing it softly. The TV flicked on, a rhythmic shrill echoing across the room. Izuku had grown used to the TV's rowdy intro, though that didn't stop him from biting his cheek to stifle a yelp. Luckily, his dad continued untroubled, tapping another button that switched the channels, each beep accompanied by a flicker on the screen. After this mission, I'll be off the hook, and we can get money for next month's rent. Adult stuff, very boring. Very boring, Izuku giggled, a smile appearing as soon as the TV flicked to an interview with Hawks' sidekick. His dad always knew which news channels were presenting information about Hawks. It was practically a hero station since Hawks, as the number 3 hero, was featured on it every third news report. Other channels had a bias towards showing more All Might or Endeavor reports, but Izuku would always grumble if any other hero besides Hawks appeared. Okay, I'll be right back. His dad came to him and cupped his cheek, pressing his lips to his forehead. I love you, his dad uttered, ruffling his hair. Despite the fact that he was eager to watch the news report, his desire to be the subject of his dad's love surpassed it tenfold. He'd do anything to bask under his dad's attention. I love you too. So much. Come back quick. Izuku exclaimed, stretching to wrap his arms around his dad's neck, his legs on the couch. If anything, his dad had to lean forward to allow the action. He sensed his dad's scared arms clutching his back, squeezing him. The moment was fleeting, in his opinion. His dad set him back down and pulled out his phone from his pants pocket, giving him a quick kiss on the crown of his head. "I'll be quick," his dad said with a soft smile. In a short couple of seconds, he watched as his dad wandered into the hall and then into the bedroom, closing it shut. Izuku bit his lip, feeling a twinge of sadness. He tiered his view back to the cube TV, showcasing Red Robin talking to a man with gray glasses and bushy brown hair. Izuku brought the blanket back to his chin, enclosing his body with the cloth. A soft warmth radiated from the blanket and his body temperature, allowing him to settle into the cushion. The interviewer asked questions relating to the uproar of popularity and competition prevalent in applying for Hawks' agency. New heroes, fresh out of high school, were required to become a sidekick for at least a year before becoming a hero of their own. Red Robin, for example, had applied to become a sidekick at Hawks' agency, which, in turn, was successful. High school graduates wishing to be sidekicks for Hawks were finding it tricky due to the competition. Everyone was trying to become a sidekick for Hawks. Though, Izuku couldn't blame them. He would do anything to be in Red Robin's position. Time passed with a calming drone from the TV, accompanied by mutters from the bedroom. No distinct words were heard, but the small sounds of the wood board creaking told him his dad was pacing. The linked planks below vibrated lightly at the slightest movement. Izuku pushed himself to the edge of the couch and tugged a leg from under the blanket and pressed his foot on the floor. Ignoring the TV for just a second, he gazed at the beige wood, feeling the small thuds coming from the bedroom. Izuku returned to his original position on the couch and tightened his hold on the blanket. Taking a second to peer down the hall, then to a picture frame, acquired from a garage sale, holding a picture of his dad and Izuku hugging each other with huge grins. His fingers fidgeted, rubbing against each other like a cricket's wings. He forced himself to look back at the TV. The report had changed to a lady in her office talking as she showed a graph and a pie chart. The words went over Izuku's head, zipping past his cortex. Every time reports came on about statistics, Izuku would ask his dad for clarification. Mostly, his dad would explain, though sometimes, Izuku wouldn't even ask. During those times, his dad would explain anyway. The onset of sadness began to only be squished when he heard the iconic sound of the door creaking. Izuku gasped sweetly, hastily thrashing off the blanket and running down the hall, his arms open for a second before they were enclosing his dad's waist. "Dad, are you done?" His dad's chest vibrated. "I'm all done. What did you end up watching?" A hand guided him back to the couch, though Izuku launched his hand towards it, clutching it to his chest. His dad snorted, "Must have missed me." "I did." Izuku squealed, taking his time to tap his dad's pale hand, creeping a finger to brush over a staple. "'Cause, I love you." "Well, I love you even more, a lot longer too," his dad smiled, gently pressing his other hand to his back and guiding him to the couch. "How about we watch some TV, then head to bed? Sounds good." "Alrighty," Izuku replied, clasping his hand over his dad's, squeezing their jointed hands together. "I like that plan." "I do too." His dad hoisted him from the ground and onto his lap, tucking an arm around his hips, his back to his chest, keeping him snug against him. His other arm reached for the blanket laying on the couch, some of it touching the ground, and bundled it off to the side. Izuku held onto his dad's hand, which was over his hips, unconsciously playing with the staples, though knowing not to pull hard. He just tapped them, really. His dad rested his head on his green, fluffy curls. In the excitement of his dad finishing the call, the report changed from the boring statistics to Hawk's compatibility with his sidekicks. From defense, agility, to combat, two women compared the sidekick skills to Hawk's, betting who'd win. Izuku grumbled in annoyance at how clear it was, Hawk's going to win. "Sidekicks are just sidekicks." "I agree," his dad replied. "They're really milking any information they can get out of Hawks," his dad muttered with grit. "Who cares about this? I want to see interviews of him." Izuku answered for him, giggling at his dad's playful glare. "Exactly," he laughed. "I could change the channel and find something else." "Do that," Izuku lightly demanded, letting his dad unwrap his arm, then hopped off his dad's lap. "Let's try this station," his dad said, clicking a button on the TV backside. "Wish we had the remote still," he grumbled. Izuku chose not to answer why they'd lost it. As the channel changed, Izuku settled next to his dad on the couch, excitement lighting up his eyes for the next Hawk segment. The living room, with its worn-out furniture and simple decor, became a haven of warmth and comfort as they delved into the world of their favorite hero. "Did you brush your teeth?" "I did." "Your hair?" "You brushed my hair, Daddy," Izuku giggled. "How about clothes, did you change?" You helped me, remember? Another set of giggles. Right, I did. How about, did you set up your night light? Did you plug it in? Not yet. Go do that, please. Oh, can you turn off the lights in the main room too? Yep. Your night light is on the kitchen counter. Are you able to reach it? Yep. I'll use the stool. Be careful. I did it. Izuku ventured into the bathroom and sat on the toilet seat. Did you pack your bag for school tomorrow? Like, books and pencils. Remember, you don't want to forget anything on your second day. I didn't even take anything out when I got home, so yep, I did. Izuku rocked himself on the toilet seat, his curls damp from a bath he had half an hour ago. His dad was going through the nightly checklist, confirming Izuku had completed his tasks. Meanwhile, his dad was checking up on his burnt skin, replacing a broken staple or two. He stared at a mirror as he touched his shirtless chest, rubbing the skin lightly. Perfect. Looks like you're ready for bed. I just need to change into PJs after one more staple, give me a second. Okay. Izuku bolted off the toilet seat and into the bedroom, hoisting himself onto the bed as he wiggled his legs. He dived under the covers of the twin-sized bed, wrapping himself under the warmth of the torn comforter. His gaze went across the room, checking if the night light was on. All he had to do now was turn off the bedroom lights, and his dad in the bathroom. The bedroom's door was right in the middle of the wall. The room had the twin-sized bed off to the right wall, a bedside table to the left of it, a wardrobe parallel to the bed and a desk left to the bedroom door. In the upper left corner, Izuku had a box filled with hero action figures, though that pile was dwindling. The nightlight was right beside the box. To note, his dad liked having the light on throughout the night instead of the bathroom as it takes up more electricity. Whatever that meant. Close to the light was the door leading to the bathroom. In other words, where the bed was, if he was on the edge of the bed, he could see right into the bathroom. As he's currently lying down, he could only see the sink and mirror from the diagonal view. His dad came out with a smile, coming to the wardrobe and picking out some pants and a shirt from his side. Their clothes were divided into two sections, the right and the left. Izuku had the right side. You look adorable, all snuggled up in bed, his dad commented, closing the wardrobe. One more minute then it's bedtime. KK, Daddy. Izuku laid back down, having sat up when his dad came back in. His dad went back into the bathroom and closed the door. Izuku stared at the door, waiting for his dad to come back out. A bang of a drawer closing, clinking of tweezers and metal staples and shuffles of clothes. His dad left the bathroom with newly acquired clothes, black mixed with green just like Izuku's hair. He flicked the lights off in the bathroom and the bedroom. After a delayed second due to the old wiring, the lights turned off, enveloping them in darkness, besides the nightlight emitting a small warm glow. Ready for bed? His dad asked, approaching the bed and taking a second to set up a mobile alarm, then setting his phone onto the bedside table. Yep. Izuku smiled, rolling right up to the wall. His dad crawled under the covers, lying beside Izuku. Izuku took the blankets and covered themselves, dragging his tired body on top of his dad's body, mindful of the new staples, resting his head on his sternum, close to his neck. He felt his dad wrapping his arms around his back, squeezing lightly. You're so cute, Izu. I love you so much, his dad whispered, kissing his forehead. A bubbling warmth filled Izuku's being. I love you more, Izuku yawned with a smile. What are your plans for tomorrow, Daddy? Good question, his dad gazed at the ceiling. I gotta talk to Joku about a new job, so I'm going to talk to him. Don't worry about it though, I'll do it when you're at school. I also gotta get some groceries, pay bills, you know, adult stuff. Maybe walk you to school too, what do you think about that? Izuku's heart beamed. Yes. I want you to come, yeah. His head shot up as he couldn't help the excitement seeping out from him. The bed croaked at every wiggle, Izuku paid no mind to the common action, the same went for his dad. I'd love that. Ah, perfect, his dad crooned, pressing a hand to the back of his head, grasping Izuku's damp curls lightly and massaging them back and forth. I want to see you at school again. You came to school this morning too, Izuku reminded, coming back from his joy by resting his head back on his dad's chest with a soft sigh. I did, you're right. Then, you took the bus home. I want to walk you to school a second time instead of you using the bus. Is that all right? His dad shifted his body, placing Izuku in a comfortable position. A routine they kept since Izuku was born. Sleep together on the same bed around 10 p.m., sometimes later. When Izuku was feeling sleepy, his dad followed suit. It took some time to find the perfect position where they both were comfortable on the twin-sized bed, leading to Izuku lying on top of his dad, through lots of trial and error. To note, Izuku never cried or complained that his dad struggled with money, the reason for why they didn't have two beds, or even a king-queen-sized bed. It was a part of their lives and Izuku was perfectly fine with it. Of course. I'd love that. Izuku exclaimed with a grin, nuzzling his cheek into his dad's clothed chest. He felt his dad's chest rumble. You're too cute, Izu. Izuku giggled, closing his eyes softly. What do you think Hawks is doing right now? He murmured sleepily. Dad seked in a breath, squeezing his arm around his back. That's good question. It's 10 p.m., I'd imagine he's either patrolling or getting ready for bed. Yeah. I hope he's in bed, Izuku yawned, melting into the warmth of his dad. That way, Daddy, me, and Hawks are all doing the same thing. Like a family. Like a family, Dad repeated, as though he was testing the words on his tongue. I would like that. Izuku's lips twinkled, his eyes becoming too heavy under the small light. I love you, Daddy. His dad replied, squeezing him tightly. I love you too, Izu. More than anything. Gunhh, he slurred, attempting to keep some control of his mind. A rough, but warm hand caressed his forehead, an arm tightening his hold on his back. Good night, my little phoenix. Daddy, he garbled, wiggling his face to his dad's cheek, then nuzzling his cheek to his. My, he yawned, Daddy. Ah, Izu, you know how to make me melt, his dad uttered, a pulse of warmth throbbed from his face, sneaking into Izuku's body heat. Come on, go to bed. You're about to fall asleep. I'm about to, too. Come on, fall asleep. We can talk more in the morning. KK, Daddy, okay. Izuku lifted his face and pecked his dad on the lips, then rested himself against his chest, closing his eyes. Night, Izu, his dad muttered, their breaths harmonizing as they drifted into a deep and peaceful slumber. The soft glow of the night light cast a gentle radiance over the room, creating a serene atmosphere as father and son embraced the warmth of their shared love. Daddy, Izuku whispered, patting his dad's cheek lightly. When will I get my quirk? He watched as his dad opened his eyes groggily, blinking slowly. What time is it? He yawned, stretching his arm, blindly shaking his hand around, looking for his phone. Izuku's face pinched up in annoyance. Daddy, he whined. Give me a second, Izu. He awkwardly grabbed his phone from the nightstand, and flicked the flip phone open. Izu, it's 4 a.m, his dad yawned, dropping the phone and then scratching his eyes with his palm. Go back to bed. No, he protested, shaking his head, tapping his dad's cheek once more. Don't fall asleep. I'm not, his eyes squinted through the dim light. What's wrong? When will I get my quirk? Katsuki got his already, what about mine? Izuku hesitated, gazing off to the side. I don't want to be quirkless, everyone in my class says being quirkless is bad, Daddy? Will I be quirkless? He squeezed his eyes shut, clinging onto his dad's chest, digging his face into his neck. Tightening arms clenched his back, giving him comfort. His dad answered hastily. You turned 5 a month ago, so any day now. Izuku bit his lip, my teacher said we get our quirks around 4 years old, I'm 5. Will I get mine? A threatening sob bashed against his throat. Izu, baby, no, his dad forced him to look at him head on. Through the dim nightlight, he saw his dad's pulsing blue eyes filled with conviction. There's no need to worry. You will get yours, I promise. A cozy squeeze. But, what if I don't? What's so wrong with being quirkless? Dad asked, you'll still be my baby. Izuku gasped, everything is wrong with it. Katsuki dash. His dad's voice raised. This isn't about Katsuki, now, is it? He winced, shaking his head in agreement. You're right, Daddy, it's not, Izuku muttered quietly. Baby, Dad comforted, scratching Izuku's scalp. Don't hide on me, you're not in trouble. I just want you to see that being quirkless isn't a bad thing. I'm still going to love you, you're my baby, remember? I'm staying with you, even if you hate it. His dad flashed his fingers to Izuku's sides and before he could respond, he poked his sides, sending him laughing crazily. Daddy, stop, he giggled, rolling on top of his dad, tears poking out of his eyes. I'm sto daddy. He tumbled off his dad, but before he fell, hands grabbed his sides and helped him back on top. Daddy, no tickling, Izuku heaved, recovering from the tickle fest, like a dead weight, he laid limply on his chest. I'm tired, you made me even more tired. I did? His dad chuckled, wrapping his arms around him once again. That's a good thing. We gotta go back to bed, I'm not falling asleep until my little baby does first. Izuku snorted, nuzzling his cheek into his chest. You promise I will get my quirk soon? I do, and if you don't, you're still going to be my baby. His dad began to rub his arms along his back. Who cares what Katsuki thinks? I certainly don't. We're still going to cuddle every day, we're still going to see each other every day, I'm still going to hug my baby boy. Things will be the same, regardless. I like that, Izuku mumbled. I love being your baby. And I love being your daddy. Got all your school stuff? His dad called, cutting carrots into bits for a salad. Greens filling the bowl halfway, other vegetables such as tomatoes and cucumbers decorating the top. Yep. Izuku hummed, zipping up his Hawks-themed bag. I have everything. Awesome, let me finish cutting this up, then I'll get my shoes on. KK, Daddy, he wandered to the couch and curled under the blanket, watching the news report that was on for background noise. The neighbors beside them were having a screaming match, so loud, they could hear it inside their closed-door house. The news report concealed the argument, allowing Izuku to relax. Daddy? Why are you cutting things up? He asked, twiddling with the strings of the blanket. His dad continued to fix up the vegetables. I'm making a salad for dinner. I'm going to be out for the rest of the day and I'm not going to have time to make dinner after I get back from picking you up from the after-school gym program. Watcha doin' today? Izuku asked, watching the news report switch to the weather program. The days are getting colder so I'm going to get some winter gear since you grown out of your older stuff. Oh, baby, you should look at the weather dash. Daddy. Izuku shot off from the couch and tugged on his dad's pants, oblivious of the fact that he interrupted his dad, his excitement getting the best of him. Guess what? It's going to snow first snow. We gotta play in the snow together. A chuckle, I don't know if there'll be enough snow, but we can certainly try. Yay! Izuku cheered, pumping his fist in the air. Maybe, Daddy, I'll get my quirk. I didn't get it during the summer or fall, maybe the winter? That could be possible, I certainly hope so, his dad agreed, pouring the excess carrots into the garbage. To be honest, baby, he crouched down, looking Izuku in the eyes with a small smile. I'm glad you didn't get your quirk during the summer as there's cases of quirks appearing due to extreme stress. It shows what we both experienced, wasn't, I guess, terrible enough for your quirk to arise. Last summer was a bad one, and I promise it won't ever happen again. Izuku grinned, moving his pinky into his dad's face. Pinky promise? I promise, his dad responded, wrapping his pinky around his. Yay! Izuku hugged his dad around his waist, giving him a grand smile. Can we get going? Yep, let me wash my hands. Be quick. I hope it starts snowing soon, I want to see it. The occasional sleep disturbance manifested in the form of a nightmare, yet it wasn't the typical fears of spiders, darkness, or heights that haunted Izuku. Instead, it was a fear of his dad leaving. In his dreams, his dad would encounter Hawks, and the overwhelming love between them would lead to Izuku being abandoned on the roadside, while his dad went to be with Hawks. Strangely, Izuku felt more sadness than anger about the dream. The sadness stemmed from his deep affection for his dad and the fear of being left behind, wishing he could be with both his dad and his Hawks. Despite these emotions, he wasn't overly angry, understanding that it was what his dad desired. His dad's longing to be with Hawks, fueled by love, was something Izuku had come to accept. If it meant his dad's happiness, he was more than willing to comply with his father's wishes. He had shared the dream with his dad once, and in response, his dad reassured him, promising never to do such a thing. He then embraced Izuku tightly, providing comfort until he drifted back into sleep. One night, though, his eyes shot open in response to a dull ache, as if something beneath his skin clamored to escape. A searing, scorching pain pierced through his shoulder blades, and an intense heat erupted on his back in relentless waves. Throb after throb, Izuku's breath was stolen, the agonizing torment suppressing the scream building in his throat. The darkness obscured the source of his pain. Sweat streamed down his skin, evaporating before a clammy sensation could set in. Forced wide open by the pain, Izuku's eyes struggled to see, and the relentless back pain made breathing nearly impossible. He choked, desperately trying to coax his lungs into action. Clutching the bedsheets beside his sleeping father, he pulled at them in anguish, grappling with the unbearable heat. Simultaneously, he attempted to twist his right arm backward to reach his shoulder blades, but it spasmed and seized up. Another surge of pain forced his hand to hover over his back, descending to make contact. Before he could touch it, blistering and scorching agony enveloped his hand, prompting a deafening scream to escape his lips. Chills shot down his spine. He recoiled, cradling his scorched hand to his chest, yet the pain persisted. It felt as if his skin were peeling away, accompanied by a soft sizzle echoing in the room. Daddy! Izuku screeched, utterly lost on how to alleviate the excruciating sensation. His eyes clenched tightly, and he thrashed about in the grip of relentless pain, his back seemingly roasted. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind like popcorn popping water. He needed water, that would surely stop the pain. With determination fueled by desperation, Izuku pushed himself away from his father, edging to the edge of the bed. His leg swung over his dad's sprawled limbs, ready to reach the ground. However, before his foot could touch the wood, arms wrapped around his waist, yanking him back onto his father's chest. "Daddy," Izuku sobbed, pushing on his dad's chest, "Ststo hustop, I need daddy." Another wave of pain assaulted his back. "Stop it please. Daddy." He screamed, thrashing and shaking as his dad held him close to his chest, a hand gently guiding his face into the safety of his father's neck. "It's okay, Shoo, it's okay, relax, breathe, I'm right here with you." "Shoo," Daddy cooed, planting a reassuring kiss on Izuku's cheek while scratching his curls soothingly. "Shoo, it's okay, I know it hurts, but you gotta relax." Despite his dad's comforting words, the pain persisted. "It hurts." Izuku sobbed, shaking his head back and forth. "Baby, you gotta breathe, breathe with me. Inhale, come on, I know you can do it, inhale," his dad instructed, demonstrating with an upward shift of his chest as he inhaled. Izuku followed, skiing in a much-needed breath like a skipping record. Then, his dad exhaled, the breath falling over Izuku's face. He mimicked the action for a brief moment, squeezing his eyes shut as the scalding heat intensified. "One more," his dad encouraged, squeezing his waist. Izuku complied, going limp, his face nestled into his dad's neck as the pain suddenly subsided. Pain, pain's gone. It now lingered as a solitary throb, though. Well, on his back. His hand continued to radiate heat. "Hand hurts." He cradled it closely, taking deep breaths. "Your hand, what's wrong?" Touched my back, it hurts," Izuku sniffed, tears welling up in his eyes. His dad cooed, still squeezing his waist and soothingly scratching his head. "I know, I feel your pain. Burning yourself is no fun. But, this might make it go away for a second. Aizu, you should look behind you, I think you'll find something cool." Izuku said no words as he pulled his face from his dad's neck, hesitantly gazing behind. He first felt warmth from a campfire, but when his eyes focused, he gasped. Astonishingly, 2 branches of blue, fiery inferno split from his shoulder blades, much like his dad's flames but divided into 2 streams of sapphire fire. His back felt warm because of the fire glistening, dancing under the soft cold air of the room. In utter awe, Izuku stared into the blue light, bouncing across the room and illuminating the bedroom. With a huge smile, he breathed out a gasp. "Daddy, Daddy," he could barely talk, watching the fire quiver. It dawned on him that the burning flames were his doing, not his father's, his. The pain he felt, the excruciating torture, was the fire fighting its way through his skin and onto the surface, as though they were wings. "Wings. Daddy," he exclaimed, sitting up on his dad's legs to twist his body and inspect them in detail. They flickered in a perfect flow, like a lit cigarette lighter. I got my quirk." His voice cracked with a powerful flush of excitement pushing its way against his brain. "Look at it. It's like your flames. My quirk came, I'm not quirkless." "Aizu," he heard his dad choke. Jerking his eyes down to his dad below, still lying down but with his hand covering his mouth, drops of blood poked their way out of his eyes, dripping onto the pillow. "Baby, my baby, you look dash," he could barely speak as he cried blood, the new normal in their house since he couldn't cry in the traditional sense due to burning his tear ducts. Seeing his tears that rarely fell, forced Izuku to cry his own, having no clue what to do with himself except to cry, falling limp on top of his dad. "Daddy, Daddy, I got wings." Sobbing wholeheartedly, he nuzzled his face into his dad's covered chest, smiling wetly. His dad wrapped his arms around the small of his back, squeezing him tightly. "You did, I'm so happy." "Daddy," Izuku sniffed, scrubbing his eyes harshly with his uninjured hand but taking a second look at his wings. Why are you crying?" "Baby," his dad choked once more blobs of blood appearing, "you look like your birth mom who also has wings." Izuku frowned, wondering why his dad would cry about that. Whenever he talked about her, it was never in a happy, sad, or angry tone, more so a bored one. His dad lightly touched his cheeks, holding them. "But what's making me cry is, I can see the resemblance of you and Hawks, baby. I'm just so happy. It's as if your mom is Hawks, you know?" With that sentence, Izuku gasped, realizing the connection then and there. "Daddy, you're right. I have wings like Hawks." He grinned, pressing his non-burned hand to his mouth in shock, then sitting up to pump his fist in the air with a whoop. "I'm like Hawks." His dad sat up too, wiping the blood away and reaching to give Izuku a hug. Izuku launched himself into his dad, not caring that it was late into the night when he should be sleeping. Not when he had just discovered his quirk. "I have wings. Maybe I can fly." "Maybe," his dad smiled, grumbling out the words. "I hope you can. You'll be like Hawks." Though, I think you'll need to figure out how to use your wings first before attempting to fly. Yep, good idea, Daddy. But if she can fly, I probably can too. Izuku paused, glancing around the room and checking out the blue light. Where is she or my birth mom, now? Izu, his dad sighed irritably, you already know dash. But I want the true story, Izuku huffed with a pout. You never tell me the true one. Baby, you're 5, I don't think you'll understand. He sighed, glancing downward, choosing his words carefully. She left when you were born because she realized I would never love her the same way I do with Hawks. I kind of, God, this sounds bad, I wanted to have a kid with her as she had wings, like Hawks. His dad trailed off, rubbing his arm. I don't regret it. I didn't even like her. Izuku tilted his head, huh? His dad shook his head, laughing. It's grown-up stuff, you'll understand when you're older. He waved his hand, reaching for Izuku's, who gladly gave his. Just know, she left because I don't love her, I love Hawks. I love Hawks, too. Izuku agreed, grinning. The blue fire illuminated his face. His dad softly smiled back at him, then glanced at the floor. Baby, sit on the ground for a second? I want to look at your wings. He shifted off the bed and sat crisscross, motioning for Izuku to sit in front. He shot off the bed, attempting to flap his wings but resulting in the wings crackling. Shrugging, he sat down, back facing his dad. They're beautiful, baby. He felt a hand touching his back, making him wince at the phantom throbbing, but relaxing when his dad moved it up and down. Exactly my quirk, as if my quirk was shaped into wings. A little smaller than Hawks, but still big. Daddy, he blushed under the praise, be careful, you might burn yourself. I burnt my hand because of them. Izuku waved it in emphasis. Sheet you did? His dad said worryingly, shoot, yeah you said so. I was too caught up in the moment to do anything. Let me get some burn cream, I'll be right back. Izuku waited patiently as his dad got up, leaving for the bathroom, the light flickering. The sounds of drawers opening and closing, followed by cursing. Izuku took the time to look at his wings under the light, noticing no difference. His wings were just as bright. Just like Daddy's fire, he mumbled. Quiet. His dad called out, what's that, baby? He came back into the room, leaving the bathroom, sitting in front of Izuku this time. Nothing, Daddy, just saying they're quiet, Izuku said, extending his hand. He winced as his dad began to rub the burn cream into the red, peeled skin, using a second hand to hold his hand still. Yeah? You're right, it's quiet, like Hawks. Izuku giggled but bit his lip as his dad pressed a sore spot. Daddy, gentle, he hissed, attempting to pull back his hand. Sorry, almost done. His dad reached for the white bandages off to the side, ripping a piece off, then wrapping it around Izuku's palm. I'll probably need to get more burn cream. I hope your quirk will be better adapted so that you don't burn yourself all the time. As he said it, he sounded as though he didn't believe his own words. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. As much as he liked his dad's scars, he didn't want to look purple. Me too. Feels better now? He asked, unclasping his hand. Yep. Perfect, now, back to me looking at your brilliant wings. Quickly, his dad dropped the burn cream, scissors, and bandages, turned off the bathroom lights, then plopped behind him. Okay, so, your wings are like mine, wait oh my god, your shirt. His dad laughed. Soon, he felt his dad's calloused hands pulling away his burnt-to-a-crisp shirt from his skin. Sheet, we need to get you fire-resistant shirts unless we want all your shirts to catch on fire. It was so ruined it broke apart easily when he took it off, crumbling apart. Your hair is completely fine. So it must be fireproof. Seemingly, he threw it off to the side, opting quickly to touch his wings again. Izuku sked in a sharp breath. Like another arm, he felt his dad's fingertips touching the flames, tapping and gliding. Do you feel my hands? Izuku was quick to nod, finding the sensation of it odd. Oh? Interesting. How does it feel? He laid his hands on top of the flames, then pushed through. Izuku felt chills going down his spine. He twitched. Don't do that, that felt weird, putting your hand in the fire. It feels like it's another arm or something. Sorry, just checking. And that's great to hear. Just like Hawks. Izuku beamed. Yeah. I like how you can touch them. It's fire and you're resistant to fire. You don't get burned. Wait, Izuku jerked his head over his shoulder, staring at him as his eyes began to water. Do you? No, baby, no, he reached to ruffle his hair. My skin is used to it, remember, your fire is like mine. It won't hurt me. Right. Izuku sighed heavily, thankful. True. His dad noted, your back is a little burnt, but I think that's from your quirk appearing. Your skin will get used to it, for now, just make sure to avoid touching the fire for now. Do you want me to use the burn cream on them? Yeah, please. After a short couple of minutes of applying the cream, he asked once again if it felt better, and Izuku's answer was yes. Though, his dad's voice shifted to seriousness. Baby, I need you to be careful. Even though you will improve, you still have my genes, so you'll most likely burn easily. So, I need you to be careful with your wings. You don't have any control of them as of now, but as we practice with them, you'll come to understand the temperature. For example, I sometimes can make my flames hotter, that's what burns me. It'll probably be the same case. It's blue for a reason, a lot hotter than regular old flames. Izuku nodded, shifting to look at him. I will. Good boy, I know you will, his dad smiled with pride. I was just thinking about this when I was applying the cream. I won't be able to hug your dash, Izuku gasped, tears beginning to pool. Wait, don't cry, I'm not done talking. Which resulted in him frowning. Of course, I can hug you, but it may hurt me if I hug your back for any longer than a minute. Plus, it might feel weird for you, squishing your wings like that. To avoid it, I will hug you facing you, like on your stomach, versus your back. Even then, my arms will be wrapped around your hips. Understand? Izuku wiped his tears, hating the news, but nodding. Luckily, we still will be able to sleep together as you lie on top of me. Izuku couldn't help but grin at that. Yay! Perfect! His dad chuckled, patting him on the head. Indeed. As well, we gotta get fireproof stuff in the house. Luckily, there's a type of spray that makes things fireproof, meaning we don't have to go full out in buying new furniture. I'll get you new clothes and such, though. You mean, you, not we. I'm not paying for it, Izuku huffed, crossing his arms, earning a laugh. You're right, you won't, but you'll come with me to pick out the clothes, all right? Yeah. I want to do that, Izuku clapped his hands, taking a second to yawn, scratching his eyes tiredly. Daddy, his eyes blinked, gazing at his dad lovingly. Can I see your fire? I want to compare them. His dad's face grew from shock to joy, eyes and mouth creaking. Oh, of course. I was thinking of the same thing. He flashed his hand, and Izuku wobbled a bit closer. Shorter than a second later, blue flames burst over his pale, scared skin. A blue glow danced across his features, a tamer color compared to his wings. Whoa, Izuku's eyes widened, blinking lightly at the relaxing flickering. So pretty, he lost himself staring over his shoulder at the fire, a warm glow falling onto his cheeks. The calmness that came from the flames always cured his heart from worry. When the days got cold, his dad warmed him with his fire flickering on his hand. Others might see pain, but Izuku only saw peace. Aizu? He yelped, shaking his head, laughing at his state. Sorry, got distracted. Yeah, he twisted his body, shifting his head over his shoulder to see his wings and the fire. His dad chuckled, shaking his head before hovering his flamed hand closer to the wings, 30 centimeters in between. It's pure fire, his dad muttered in awe, eyes fluttering as he shifted his hand closer to the base. Can you try to move them? Izuku, shockingly, felt a dull tickle poking under his shoulder blades. Where he thought there would be pain as the wings just recently popped up, was a funny, electric sensation. A giggle bubbled from his lips. What's so funny, baby? His dad crooned with a grin, continuing to hover his hand close to the base, feeling the flames tickling his skin. Why you, stop. Izuku could barely get the words out as his dad persisted, so much so, he jerked away, shaking his head with a glare. Stop tickling me. His dad stifled a laugh, but listened, resuming his assessment of the wings. Sorry, I'll stop that. I'm glad they don't hurt when I touch the base. Izuku watched from the corner of his eyes as his dad attempted to catch the fire with his fingers. Though, they are pure fire, so I guess it wasn't all too physical when the wings formed. He activated his own fire on his other hand, pressing it to the fire as his other weaved up and down through the blaze. Chills came forth, Izuku bit his lip, not wanting to ruin his dad's utter amazement. I wonder if I could steal your fire, you know, with my quirk, maybe dash. Don't steal my quirk, Daddy, Izuku complained, crossing his arms. I won't let you touch my wings if you do. His dad stilled his hands. Then, I won't. Baby, can you try to move them, please? Maybe it will work this early. Okay, Izuku said, clenching his eyes tightly as he willed his mind to make the fire flicker. It was said Hawks could feel his wings as though they were another limb. Using that strategy, similar to moving his arm, he willed them to flap. Aizu! His dad broke him from the trance, but luckily, as he flicked his eyes to his dad, he didn't lose concentration. As he mentally willed them to flutter, shorter than a second later, his idea came to pass. They're moving, oh my god, wow, they're beautiful, his dad gaped, compliments spilling out of his mouth. The wings began to waft back and forth, sparks of fire jumping excitedly. The blue flickering flame scrambled to make do with the soft air flowing from its movement, shocking them both that warm air was produced. Wind, his dad exhaled, staring with a huge smile. Just like wings, Izuku cheered, buzzing with the joy of it all. They're moving. I know, baby, good job. Can you get them to stop? Maybe, he bit his lip. He willed his mind to make them stop, testing the waters. There. Perfect, you did it. His dad's cheerful voice sent joyful shocks up his spine, making him grin like a quokka. Izuku pet his head over his shoulder, looking at the flames. Yeah, I did it. He turned to face his dad, pressing his legs to his dad's knees. I wonder if I train and stuff, I can fly with them. His dad laughed, reaching around his back to weave his fingers through the wings. Izuku went to protest against the action, but as soon as his dad's fingers went through the flames, the sensation of chills disappeared. Ha! That must have been a side effect from the wings emerging. Izuku smiled, enjoying the new ticklish feeling of his dad's fingers. You really want to fly, don't you? MHM. Izuku hummed, nodding energetically. Like hawks. Baby, even if you don't fly, his dad pulled back, giving him a soft look as his eyes filled with warmth, laying a hand on his cheek. It won't be the end of the world. I know, he mumbled, leaning his face into the rough hand, feeling the urge to yawn. The adrenaline from the quirk appearance was dwindling. But it'd be cool, super cool, as she could fly. Daddy? A thought came to mind. It took his dad a second to respond, but when he did, it was through gritted teeth. Yes? Can I Izuku twiddled with his fingers, the bandaged hand reaching for his dad's chest, scratching at the staple located near his neck. I call, Hawks, He took a deep breath under his dad's suggestion. Okay, can I call Hawks mommy? He heard his dad SCK in a breath, and stiffen, his fingers touching his face freezing up. Izuku, for a second, felt his heart drop at the silence, but before he could say anything, his dad patted him on the head. Then, his arms wrapping around his waist and pulling him to his chest, pressing his head into his mossy hair. Baby, you have no idea how happy that makes me. Of course, Izu, you can call Hawks mommy. That sounds so much better than calling your birth mother, Mom. Yeah, Hawks, mommy, yeah, I really like that. Izuku snuggled into his hold, rubbing his cheek into his chest, feeling moisture form around his puffy eyes. I love you, Daddy. I love you too, baby. Be careful, Izu, don't never mind. Dabi managed to get out, but faltered as Izuku scrambled up his legs, leaving the black hard plastic chair he was sitting on vacant. His wings glistened under the LED lights of the Quirk registry office. A soft silence enraptured the room, besides the kindling of Izuku's permanent flames. A mother with her rambunctious son sat close to the exit, as though they were going to leave any second. Dabi, in that moment, thanked whoever gifted him with his sweet bunny that he wasn't like most kids a quiet boy. He wrapped his arm around Izuku's waist, pulling him close to his chest, settling him as he contemplated the kid in the waiting room. Staying clear of the fire, conscientious of the sharp long-sleeve dress shirt he was wearing catching fire. Before they left the house for Izuku's walk-in Quirk registry appointment, as soon as it opened 9 a.m., Izuku was too excited to feel tired. Dabi made sure to wear clothes that concealed as much of his burns as possible. Fearing the government workers who would look at Izuku's quirk might worry that his son would burn the same way he has, which won't happen under his watch. With quirks almost the same blue flames, it wouldn't be that much of a stretch. So, he wore a long-sleeve shirt and pants, trying to look as professional as possible. Of course, his face was out on display, but he couldn't do anything about it. He already planned to say it was an accident from when he was very young, but ultimately prayed the worker would ignore it. Then again, they might not even say anything, as it's not likely they'll ask to see his quirk, as it's already in the system under Tuya Midoriya. Izuku, unfortunately, wore nothing but pants and shoes. Dabi grimaced as he tightened his clothed arm around his pale waist. The need for fireproof clothes was evident, tenfold. Dabi never wore fireproof clothing apart from his villain outfit, but for everyday clothing, he knew how to control his fire and the risk of them catching was low. However, with Izuku's newfound abilities, he needed to pivot. With the money he had saved, a very limited amount, he was going to buy Izuku and himself a new wardrobe after they registered Izuku's quirk. Thus, Dabi would be able to cuddle Izuku anytime and avoid his own clothes catching fire. Seeing no point in putting on a shirt that would burst into flames, Izuku was shirtless. Luckily, he didn't seem to mind, rather, he wanted to huddle close. With Izuku facing his chest, resting his head on his shoulder, Dabi glanced at the secretary across the room, flicking her computer mouse. A grimace grew over his features. They came in over 20 minutes ago, asking to make an appointment. She asked for their names, Dabi's ID, and Izuku's birth certificate. Then, she told them to sit and wait for Izuku's name to be called. Dabi grabbed the papers and carefully placed them in his back pocket as he guided Izuku to a seat, away from families. In their wait, parents with kids were called, leaving Dabi, Izuku and the mother and son. Dabi tried not to get annoyed at the slow process, seeing the dyer need to get some clothes for his son's decency. Daddy? Oh, yeah? Dabi tore his gaze from the government worker, guilt throbbing in his heart. What's wrong? He chuckled at his son's sweetness. Nothing, just feeling a little bad you can't wear a shirt. But as soon as this is over, we can leave and get you some nice clothes, yeah? He rubbed his hip, tapping it gently. Izuku's eyes shone. New clothes, new clothes? Daddy, really? Dabi nodded tightly, the guilt throbbing. Yes, you need some. We haven't gone clothing shopping in a while. Izuku wiggled, his wings fluttering. Where will we be going? Well, normally, the thrift store, he said quietly, but as we need fireproof clothing, we'll go to Products for Quirks. A high-end store filled with products that help quirks in any way. From waterproof furniture to specialized clothing for mutant quirks. The ideal store for Izuku's case. We also gotta get some fireproof spray to fireproof the house, and new sets of clothes for the two of us and special shirts with holes for your wings. Izuku's face dimmed at the explanation. Won't that be, a lot of money, Daddy? Dabi's face softened. Baby, don't worry about the cost. We need to get this stuff, we don't want you being uncomfortable at home, scared you'd burn something, right? He shook his head, sniffing. Daddy, I have another question. Ask away, Dabi murmured, reaching a hand to touch his plushy cheek. Izuku asked with wide innocent eyes, why do we have to do this? You must register your quirk, as if you don't, the government will get you in trouble. Even though, Dabi lowered his voice into a whisper and scanned the room for any onlookers, I'm a villain, that doesn't mean I won't follow the law. I gotta do this, or I'll get in trouble as a parent. Izuku nodded solemnly, seemingly satisfied with the explanation. Dabi couldn't help but marvel at his son's resilience and understanding despite his young age. The waiting room remained hushed, and Dabi's mind raced with thoughts of the impending registration, the necessary purchases, and the adjustments they needed to make for Izuku's safety. He sighed, holding Izuku a little tighter, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead for the sake of his beloved son. Okay, but, Daddy, Izuku whispered, won't they know you're a villain? Again, Dabi glanced around before whispering. I'm not a big-time villain at all, only a few people know me. There are other villains they're focusing on, anyway. And to them, my records are clean as I haven't been caught. So, no, they won't know. Izuku nodded with a hum, snuggling back into his dad's shoulder. Meanwhile, Dabi's heart became full of warmth. His mouth opened lightly to expel a small, ah. Izuku's fluffy hair concealed his face, but with the blue flames, it lit up his green hair. A small voice broke him out of the cuteness overload. Izuku whispered, is this how we'll cuddle now on? I face your chest? His heart cracked at the heaviness dripping from his whisper. Probably, at least for now, until we figure out your quirk, Dabi spoke, reaching to scratch his scalp and rub his hip. Izuku ummed lightly at the cozy gesture. If you rest your back on my chest, you might burn me, unfortunately, and I'm not too sure it'd be comfortable to confine your wings like that. Izuku gaped in blasphemy. I won't ever let that happen. He rapidly shook his head, distraught at the former idea, not the latter. I won't burn you ever. I will cuddle you like this. Izuku wrapped his arms around his neck, snuggling close. My wings won't touch you. Izu, I know you won't dash. I won't. He interrupted, tears prepped to fall. Never, never. I won't hurt Daddy. Dabi couldn't help the surge of pride and love that swelled in his chest. He held Izuku tighter, pressing a gentle kiss to the top of his head. The bond between father and son grew stronger in that quiet moment, a pledge made silently that they would navigate the challenges ahead together, come what may. Dabi gave him a bittersweet smile, pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. Luckily, how we cuddle usually is you facing my chest. Just for the couch, we'll have to lie down and you on my stomach or I sit sideways. For the dining room table, we might just have to eat on the couch. Izuku's eyes widened. Yeah. You can sell the table and chair, more money. Maybe, he contemplated the idea, shifting his head as he gazed at the ceiling. Maybe. Daddy, I love dash. Before his son could speak, a lady called out. Izuku Midoriya? Dabi fought the urge to glare at the woman for interrupting his son but let it pass as finally, they have been called in. Izuku hopped off his lap first, grinning. Dabi grasped his hand and guided him towards the lady in a white coat. She asked, How are you, Izuku? Proceeding forward, she guided them down a hall and into a room, similar to a doctor's office. A medical table sat in the middle of the room along with a desk and filing cabinets to the side. I'm good. This is my daddy. Izuku squealed happily, waving their jointed hands together. I see, the lady smiled, tapping the table in the room for Izuku to hop on. You must love your daddy, right? Dabi grabbed him from the waist and placed him, resting his own body against the table so he wouldn't lose Izuku's touch hands still conjoined. I do. So much. The lady glanced at him with a soft smile, then reached for a tablet on the desk, tapping a few things. And you're Izuku's father, of course, she glanced up, giving Dabi a handshake. Tuya Midoriya, correct? For a fleeting moment, he released a breath, attempting to ease the tension after hearing the name he despised. It was a name he had to adopt to register Izuku as his son. Initially, he had wished to use Dabi, a name he held dear, but since it was his villain alias, he had to make a shift. Midoriya was Izuku's birth mom's last name, Inko Midoriya. Just thinking about her fueled his anger. He chose her last name because it matched Izuku's on the birth certificate and helped conceal his identity. He took care to eliminate any connections to that wretched woman who once bore that name. Tuya, a name he could handle but despised, he retained for its ease of use. There was no need to force himself to adjust to a different name. Yes, he breathed, shaking her hand. That's correct. The room felt sterile and quiet, the air thick with anticipation as they prepared to delve into Izuku's quirk registration. Awesome. My name is Yuko, and I'll be registering Izuku's quirk. As we're all accounted for, can you, Mr. Midoriya dash? Tuya, call me Tuya. Dabi gritted out, anything but that disgusting name. The lady looked slightly shocked but forced herself to continue, her eyes gazing at his staples. Okay, Tuya, can you tell me the quirk Izuku has received? Before Dabi could talk, thankfully, Izuku spoke, wiggling his wings. Fire wings. From there, the appointment continued without a hitch. Izuku was excited every second of it, bouncing up and down, his wings fluttering. The lady, whatever her name was, wrote notes on a tablet as Izuku explained. Every so often, Dabi left some input, mentioning its origin. Izuku spent the bulk of it talking, pleasing Dabi immensely as he didn't like the lady's staring. The lady had asked a few questions, one being why Izuku wasn't wearing a shirt and then suggested they get fireproof clothing, and fireproof the house. Dabi fought the urge to roll his eyes multiple times at the obviousness. At the lady's command, Izuku moved his wings back and forth, presenting his ability to do so. Bless his heart, Izuku asked if he'll be able to fly, keeping quiet about his mommy. The lady asked if Inko, God damn it, could fly, after looking at the tablet, seeing what his parents' quirks were. Inko appearing dead in the records, giving Dabi a knowing stare at his burns, and Dabi, through gritted teeth, said yes, but questioned if Izuku could fly. Izuku reached for his hand, helping him cool down. The lady shrugged but said maybe, though it might not be possible as the wings are fire. She also asked if he could touch the flames, just like his dad could. Dabi was hesitant, fighting the urge to pull his son's hand away as he hovered it over his wing. Said wing was hooked around his waist, having moved it. He touched the flames, and as soon as his skin made contact, he wrenched his hand away with a yelp. Dabi gasped, hovering over Izuku, panicking as he began to cry. Izuku's wing fluttered backward as he curled forward. The lady was quick to assess the damage, grabbing a jar from a cabinet and was about to spread it into his skin. Before she did, Dabi scooped up the cream and did it for her, massaging the burned cream into his trembling son. It was obvious the lady did not trust him to do that, gazing at his scars. God damn. As soon as Izuku calmed, resting his head on his dad's shoulder, whining to be held, Dabi pulled him into his lap, hoisting himself onto the table. The lady suggested quirk therapy. Dabi was against it due to the cost but didn't say anything, to get used to the wings in a safe manner. Her eyes gazed at Dabi's scars. It was obvious the lady did not trust him to train his son. The lady told him to get fireproof gloves for the meantime, but said after getting used to the heat and touching the flames, his skin should gain some tolerance. Dabi was skeptical, as he knows his own quirk. At the end, they labeled Izuku's quirk, Fire Wings, under Izuku's pleas. Dabi loved the fact that Izuku wanted his quirk to be similar to his mommy's as much as possible, a mix of Dabi and Hawks. Of course, they didn't tell the lady this. The shopping trip at Products for Quirks was enormously expensive, the price skyrocketing when they reached the high-end fireproof spray. Dabi spent a few minutes staring at the products, picking out which ones were effective from the list of words on the side, detailing their worth. Izuku wandered around the hall, pacing back and forth in a relaxed fashion, more than happy to just bask in the glory of the high-end store. Dabi managed to whittle it down to 2 sprays. With the influx of fire-based quirks, a faster and more useful way to fireproof things without ripping apart one's house and changing it anew. Simply put, one would spray whatever needed to be fireproof, a couch, for example, and let it dry for 24 hours. From there, it would be fire protected. Of course, some sprays were better than others, such as the high-end brand, Charcoal. In terms of these brands, they lasted longer and protected the desired items to a higher degree. Say, if Izuku were to lie against a couch with charcoal spray, the couch would remain the same. Unlike other brands, where the fire would seep into the couch and burn it ever so slightly. Dabi flicked his eyes between the charcoal spray and proofified, both in the same spectrum in effectiveness. He couldn't go wrong with either choice. However, he winced at the pricey price tag, gritting his teeth at the 50,000 yen. Mourning the money he saved, hating how he's going to spend roughly 30,000 yen on clothing and now this. Throwing his head back, groaning in irritation. "Daddy, you okay?" Izuku quietly asked, bounding over to him, a metal basket swinging in the crook of his elbow, holding the clothing, which he bagged to hold for some reason Dabi couldn't understand. It swung heavily, almost taking Izuku to the ground. He grabbed it with his other hand and stabilized it, letting it rest on the ground as he gazed at Dabi with a concerned expression. "You've been looking at those for a while, what's wrong?" Warmth flashed over his face. He crouched in front of his son, grabbing the 2 sprays from the shelf and presented them in both of his hands. "Baby, I'm alright, just have to figure something out. Can you pick one? They're pretty much the same." Izuku brought his gaze to the charcoal spray, his eyes creasing intently, taking a long second to think. Then, he brought his gaze to the other, doing the same for half of the time but still thinking. "That one, Daddy," Izuku mumbled sternly, pointing at the charcoal spray. "I like the red colors. Let me guess, it's like Mommy?" Gosh, Dabi could not stop the joy that spawned whenever he or Izuku referred to Hawks as Mommy. He couldn't help the stupid grin from coming. "Yep." Izuku agreed, giving him a huge, bright smile, his cheeks creaking. "I like the color." "Okay, baby, we'll get it." Dabi sat up and placed the spray back on the shelf and put the chosen spray into the basket, reaching for it as soon as Izuku struggled with the weight as he tried to pull it up. Chuckling lightly at Izuku's pout, he squatted down once more to scratch Izuku's hair lightly, then passed a hand through his wings, earning a sweet, sweet giggle. "Daddy, it tickles." "Tickles?" Dabi repeated, eyes in awe. "Yeah," Izuku hummed, turning his head to look at his wings, fluttering them about, forcing them to move through his mind. "I think I'm gaining feeling in them, like I can feel wind on them. It's like, he looked up, thinking hard, cheeks squeezing. Like when a bug crawls on your leg. I can feel it, but barely." "Ha," Dabi let out a short laugh but recovered quickly from the shock. Excitement bubbled under his skin, seeing the closeness of Izuku's quirk to his love, Hawks. "That's amazing, Izu." He reached for his cheek, caressing softly, love in his eyes. "Maybe you'll grow more sensitive to stuff as you get used to them." Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "Yeah. I hope so." As fast as the speed of light, Izuku jumped and pulled on the basket, urging him out of the aisle. "Come on, Daddy, let's go home, I want to cuddle with you." Okay, Izu, I'm coming." Darting his eyes at his son, he relaxed ever so slightly, his shoulders dropping. Izuku frolicked around, staring at the warehouse-type ceiling with awe as he led the way to the cache, listening to Dabi's directions. Sporting a Hawks-themed fireproof t-shirt, something that Dabi got him to wear as soon as they grabbed it and cut holes for his wings, racing to the change rooms to fix the fireproof clothes on. The spray does work on clothes, but nothing long-term. What Dabi was looking for was anything but short-term. Hence, the charcoal spray he picked. Of course, one of the most expensive but most effective. Say, if he were to spray their clothes, it might work, but not long-term. It'd wear off, especially in the washer at the laundromat or from the rain. He knew he would have to respray the furniture, but that was easy enough, clothes were tricky. In short, the fireproof clothes were the most efficient thing he could get. He wished he could have bought more, perhaps down the road, but for now, he could only buy a small handful of things. Izuku got 3 t-shirts, 1 long-sleeved shirt, and a tank top, with holes for his wings cut out, and a jacket. Along with 2 shorts and 2 pants. And of course, 2 pairs of PJs. 3 pairs of underwear and socks. Dabi got similar clothing too, wanting to be as similar to Izuku as he could. After all, he loved his son to pieces. Now, he couldn't wait to spray the house and get rid of the anxiety of Izuku burning anything, risking the chance of Dabi having to buy something entirely new or bid farewell to the beloved couch. "Sheet. Izuku. Oh my god, Sheet, I'm so sorry, oh my Sheet, F dash." Dabi could barely make a coherent sentence as he attempted to give Izuku a bath. In the time when Dabi was spraying the twin bed, Izuku came rushing into his legs, but before Dabi could stop the spray, Izuku was battered with spray as Dabi twisted around. With a bunch of apologies, Dabi guided Izuku to the bathroom to have a calming bath to get rid of the spray. Originally, it was planned that Izuku would play with the bubbles from the shampoo while Dabi would finish spraying the bedroom, the last room needed to be sprayed. Which, in turn, the spray can was almost out. Izuku bounced energetically, making his wings flutter as Dabi filled the tub with water, basking in his cuteness. He helped Izuku take off his clothes, avoiding touching the fire. Taking off the bandage on his hand, he threw it out as Izuku stepped into the water. A light slosh of water echoed across the small bathroom. Izuku breached the water, his wings hitting the warmth. A sudden splash caught Dabi's attention, his head jerking as instincts flared. Before he could react, Izuku's piercing scream filled the air. Izuku! Dabi raced over, panic flooding his system like a tidal wave. Sheet! Horror struck him as Izuku's head rolled to the side upon contact with the warm water. Rigidity and paleness overtook his body, a sticky sweat forming on his forehead. A reddish hue appeared over his cheeks, resembling a fever. Dabi scrambled to pull Izuku out of the water, the poor boy whimpering and miming in pain, tears streaming down his face. He jerked away from the bathtub, pressing his back to the wall, grabbing a towel. A curse escaped his lips when he realized it wasn't fireproof, but he didn't care, his focus was on getting Izuku dry as fast as possible. Izuku rested his head against Dabi's shoulder, whining through tortured tears. Shoo, it's okay, I'm so sorry, I didn't know, Sheet, Dabi rambled, rubbing Izuku's skin red, panic in his eyes as his son sobbed in pain. Baby, what's hurting? Was it the water? Was it too hot? The possibility that his quirk reacted negatively to warm water added another layer of concern. Izuku dimly shook his head, choking on a sob, his wings fluttering softly. It was then that Dabi noticed the change in the wings. Once fierce and large, they now flickered dimly, barely a foot long. Daddy, it hurts. Izuku sobbed, rubbing his face into Dabi's shirt. I feel sick. Hot. It's okay, Daddy's going to make this all better, okay? Okay. An idea flashed in Dabi's mind as his baby sobbed and squirmed. In panic, he summoned flames over his hand, flicking them to the small wings, pressing his palm to the base. Shoo, it's okay, it's okay. Using his other hand, he formed more fire, pulling it along the wings. Fixated on the wings, Dabi's eyes widened as he saw them increasing in size. He created more flames, passing them to Izuku's wings. The more he produced, the more that was added due to close proximity. Pressing his hand closer to the base, he moved fire forward as though attacking a hero. Suddenly, Izuku's flames shot up, reaching a size unimaginable. Brushing the top of the ceiling, thankfully fireproofed, they fell back to their regular size of a couple of feet. During this, Izuku's sobs slowed. Baby? Dabi gently removed his hands from Izuku's wings, fire flicking away, and placed them on his face. A small breath of relief escaped him as he saw Izuku's reddened cheeks return to their normal milky complexion. Izuku sniffed, his sobs subsiding. Daddy, It's okay, baby, you don't have to talk. I'm right here with you. Dabi crooned, caressing Izuku's cheeks. You're so brave, Izu. It hurt, he gasped, rubbing his snotty nose into his hand, to which Dabi ignored the slimy mucus. Are you in any pain? Dabi asked, taking a glance at the bustling flames. He glared at them, trying to figure out what went wrong. No, Izuku sniffed. I feel okay. Dabi had to ask, pressing a hand to his forehead, feeling nothing peculiar. Do you feel sick? Not anymore. Okay, good, Dabi murmured, glancing at the tub of water. When did you start hurting? Izuku shrugged, clearly exhausted. I guess when I touched the water, not when my legs touched it, I was fine. But when my back touched it. Dabi sked in a breath. I felt sick after I started hurting. Thank you, Daddy, for stopping it. I feel better now. Izuku gave him a small smile, blinking slowly, then frowned. Why did I hurt? His heart throbbed seeing his son this way. Rarely did he ever see his son in pain. In the span of a day, not even 12 hours, Izuku experienced pain in a spectrum Dabi never expected him to feel. I think it was your wings touching the water. Izuku gave him a thoughtful, sound. Dabi began to wrap the towel around his naked son, staying clear of the flames. It ended up around his waist and over his legs. Just before I answer, I just want to make sure, are you cold? No, my wings keep me warm. Izuku snuggled into his hands, but I like being near you, you're even warmer. Dabi's heart filled with love. You're so cute. As much as he wanted to keep staring at his adorable son, Izuku brought him back to the present with a solemn mumble. Daddy, why did my wings hurt me? Dabi's heart broke at the sadness. There's nothing wrong with your wings, if you're thinking that, baby. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Why not, Daddy? He took control, squeezing his cheek. I think as soon as they touched the water, your wings weakened drastically, which affected your body. In other words, water, unfortunately, hurts your wings. I think from this point on, you and I will need to make sure they don't touch any water in the future. Izuku's eyes widened, shock flowing through his face. I can't touch water anymore? What about me washing my hands or bathing? He scrambled to say, gasping. Can I drink water? What about other liquids? Daddy? Slow down, baby, he scratched his scalp. First, you can drink, touch water and other liquids. Washing your hands will be okay, you just gotta be careful not to touch your wings with water. The same goes for bathing. I'll have to figure out a way to bathe you without your wings getting touched, but for now, just stay clear of liquids. Dabi placed a soft kiss on his forehead. It's going to be okay. Izuku didn't look convinced. I can't go swimming anymore. Dabi sked on the inside of his cheek. Yeah, I guess not, maybe in the future, well, maybe not. We'll see. Maybe there's some tech you can use to make a barrier between your wings and the water. He trailed off, before feeling his heart rate skyrocket. But, please, don't go swimming, okay? I don't want you getting sick like that again, it really scared me. No swimming, okay, Daddy. I understand. He smiled, a forced one, but at least it was there. Does that also mean I can't go outside when it rains? Dabi felt his heart shatter. I guess not, wow, I didn't think about that. Dabi glanced at the bathroom window near the toilet. Maybe not. But we'll figure this out, okay? Maybe this is just your body getting used to your quirk, yeah? Maybe it will go away dash. Izuku, shockingly, shook his head, his face scrunched up. I don't think so, Daddy. It makes sense for me to get hurt with water. Like, if you were to put your hand under water and try to form fire, it hurts, right? I remember you hurting yourself by doing that. You tried to hide it, he pouted, frowning. I didn't like that. Dabi couldn't help but chuckle. You're right, you're right. So, you're saying you don't think this will go away? He nodded with a sad smile. Yeah, she got hurt 'cause of her wings? Dabi said through gritted teeth, glaring at the ceiling. I don't know. Oh, well, Daddy, I'm going to miss the rain. In a series of recollections, Dabi answered, finding the importance of the question. Though, I remember her telling me she got sick after some kid pulled on a feather. As she got hurt because of it, it would explain why Izuku became sick after his wings were weakened. So, maybe you're not wrong about this going away. God, I hate that, he said with a sneer, then a whisper. I wish you could go running in the rain like you did a week ago. No worries, Daddy. I will wear an umbrella. Oh, a coat. I tried the coat on at the store, and my back was fine. My wings weren't hurting me even though they were confined. I was fine. Just a little uncomfy. I will wear a coat that will hide my wings, along with an umbrella. His eyes sparkled, giving Dabi a reason to smile. When you bathe me, use a cup. Dabi's eyes widened. That's a brilliant idea, Izu. Dabi cheered suddenly, hugging him around the waist over the towel, kissing him on the cheek. Baby, you're so smart. Izuku beamed at the praise, wiggling closer, his wings flapping in delight. If I get hurt by water or something, you'll help me, Daddy. His eyes creased with warmth. You're right, baby. If anything were to happen, I'll just give you some fire to help your wings. It seemed that as soon as your wings were okay, your sickness went away too, so worst case, I'll be there to help you. Izuku began to bounce, the exhaustion slipping away. Yeah. I think my weakness is just water. I think even if you were to try to snuff out my fire, it doesn't work. I wore a coat and clothes, and I was fine, even before we got holes for them. Daddy, what we should do is buy a new coat with no holes, and I will wear that when it rains. Dabi, just, melted under his gaze. I love you so much, Izu. In the most dire situations, Izuku could find light, something he wished he had. Where his son could be miserable at the notion of his life changing, he welcomed it. I love you too. Izuku scrambled upwards to lay a kiss on his scared cheek. Let's spray the bedroom some more. We're not done yet, right? Dabi reached for his hips and lifted him up, twirling around his bundle of joy. Izuku giggled loudly, his wings fluttering. First, you gotta get changed. The spray will take 24 hours to dry. Luckily I left the couch free, so we'll sleep on that tonight. So maybe, you can rest there as I work. That sounds good? You must be exhausted. I kinda am, yeah, I like that. Izuku murmured, yawning as Dabi left the bathroom and grabbed some PJs, forgoing emptying the bathtub. I'm home. The familiar, cherished voice echoed through the air, reaching young Izuku as he sat on the couch, the news playing in the background. However, his attention was fixated on the burgeoning wings attached to his back. Watching them sway back and forth, Izuku couldn't help but cheer whenever he managed to move them effortlessly. It had been 2 days since Izuku's quirk manifested, and during that time, He dedicated every moment of his free time, whenever his dad was away for work, to mastering the control of his wings. His focus primarily revolved around experimenting with their movement, attempting various maneuvers beyond the simple back-and-forth motion. He had even succeeded in wrapping his wings around his body, a feat that took the entire duration of his father's absence to accomplish. As he heard his dad opening the front door, excitement surged through Izuku, prompting him to leap off the couch and race towards him. Fluttering his wings like a bird taking flight, he jumped into his dad's arms. "Daddy." Although his wings couldn't lift him off the ground just yet, he was confident that he would learn to fly one day, just like his mommy. His initial goal was to familiarize himself with the fluttering motion, but the sensitivity of his skin to heat made it a bit challenging. His dad's tired form entered the room, wearing a sweater over his villain outfit shirt and pants. Izuku detected exhaustion in his eyes and demeanor. Face creased, energy drained, his father seemed worn out. Izuku, unsure of how to alleviate his dad's tiredness, wiggled in his hold for a moment, pressing his face into his neck before squirming to let go. "Daddy. You're home." Guess what? Thrilled to see his dad, Izuku couldn't contain his excitement. His dad asked in a calming tone, though his voice was husky, worn down by the day's events. Worry filled Izuku's eyes as he internalized his father's fatigue. He had seemed fine when he left just a few hours ago. "Baby, can I get changed first?" His dad's request came with a wide yawn, the staples at the corner of his mouth audibly creaking. Izuku sniffed, his wings wilting slightly as he headed back to the couch, and his dad moved sluggishly towards the bedroom, rubbing his eyes. Checking the time on the news channel, Izuku noted it was around dinner time, 6 p.m. Unconsciously, his wings wrapped around his body, creating a tent-like structure. The crackling fire provided a soothing warmth as he eagerly awaited his dad's return, his stomach rumbling with hunger. It didn't take long for his dad to emerge from the bedroom in comfortable PJs, still bearing traces of exhaustion. "Hey, baby," he mumbled, offering Izuku a tired wave as he focused on entering the kitchen, opening a cupboard. "I'll make some onigiri, yeah," his dad absent-mindedly remarked, reaching for a frozen rice ball from the freezer. Izuku's wings unfurled, returning to their normal stance. "Daddy," he called out, shifting off the couch and turning off the TV, approaching his standing dad who was busy cutting something he couldn't see. "Yeah?" his dad answered, groggily. "Sorry, baby," he crouched, resting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Daddy's really tired. I had to run a whole bunch. I just kind of want to go to bed as soon as I get some food for you." Before Izuku could reply, his dad stood back up, continuing his cooking. "Oh, okay. Daddy," Izuku trailed off, tears in his eyes. However, he pulled himself away from his dad's leg, wandering to the stool, once a chair, but now a stool to accommodate for Izuku's wings, at the table, situating himself there with a huff. Now with a better view of his dad without bothering him, he rested his head on the table, watching silently. His dad paced up and down, his arms moving up and down as he worked on the meal, taking a second to yawn every other minute. Izuku blinked slowly, mesmerized by his dad's movements. Even though he was tired, he worked hard for him. "Here," his dad said after a while, coming over to the table, placing an onigiri in front of him on a plate. Izuku gave him a beaming smile, reaching for it and taking a bite. "Thanks, Daddy." His dad's smile made him melt. "Of course, Izu. I made it with love." "I can tell," Izuku mumbled around his mouthful of rice, wings fluttering. "I like it." Crouching down, his dad took a bite from Izuku's meal, gazing at Izuku with warm eyes. "What were you going to show me earlier?" Izuku said, "Oh. That. Look." He dropped his food onto the plate and scooted the stool back for more room. "I can move my wings around me," Izuku explained, gaining a wide-eyed look from his dad. "See?" As simple as the action to walk, Izuku curled his wings around his body, acting like a shield. Suddenly, the exhaustion that had marked his dad's face was replaced with excitement. Whoa, when did you learn this, little man?" he teased, reaching to squeeze Izuku's cheek. "When I was out?" Thrilled with his dad's joy, Izuku grinned, curling his wings around him once more. "Yeah. I wanted to surprise you." "Well, I'm surprised. Thank you for being patient, though." "Daddy's tired," he voiced, spreading a hand through the flames, where Izuku twitched at the calming touch. The nerves in the fire flared nicely. "Yeah, I can tell." Izuku leaned into it, his eyes gazing up at his scared dad. "Your voice is rough, too." He caught his dad's sigh. "Yeah, it is. I was yelling a bit, for nothing. They got away." He roughly raked his hand up and down his face, the staples moving with it. Izuku felt a pang of pain seeing his dad that way. He laid his hand out for him. "Daddy, hold my hand, please?" A smile made him beam. Of course, Izu, his rough hand grasped his son's, squeezing slightly. I love you so much, baby. You're my everything, you know that? Izuku twinkled. I love Daddy so much. More so than anything else. His wings twirled. His dad's gaze left him and went to his wings. I'm thankful your skin can still touch water. It makes things so much easier. I cry a lot too, so Izuku giggled at Dad's stern face. Why are you looking at me like that? Dad spoke, solemnly. I don't like you crying, Izu. Oh, sorry, Izuku faltered, not expecting that but understanding why. He didn't like seeing his dad cry. I'll try not dash. No, he interrupted, a hand up as he shook his head. You can cry, I just don't like it. If you're going to cry, please tell me, okay? I want to help. Rubbing his back, weaving a hand through the nerves. Izuku sniffed, scratching his nose. I was going to cry when you came in a bit ago, tired. I feel bad. Ah, baby, don't feel bad, Dabi crooned, pulling Izuku from the stool and into his hold, bouncing him up and down, even though he wasn't crying, but it did wonders to soothe him. It was my decision to run and yell, not yours. He shook his head, placing it against Izuku's forehead. I'm sorry I wasn't giving you much attention at first. Daddy, Izuku whispered, eyes creasing, don't say sorry, I am okay. His dad wiggled his nose against his. You are. How about this? We finish dinner, then dash. Cuddle in bed? Izuku answered for him, hoping. Dad laughed, squeezing his back. I was going to say couch, but now that you say it, I do want to head to bed early. Cuddles. Izuku exclaimed, nuzzling his nose into his dad's. As there's school tomorrow, I want to cuddle a lot today. You're right. His dad placed him on the stool as he grabbed the onigiri, taking the bite. I almost forgot. You got your quirk Friday night, we got it registered yesterday, and today is Sunday. Meaning, Monday is school, Izuku answered, eating his meal. Will you be coming to school to tell my teacher about my quirk? I will, of course. I need her to know the importance of you staying away from water and the risk of things getting lit on fire, he sighed, looking at Izuku's wings. We tested if wind affects your quirk before I left. Luckily, we know wind doesn't hurt them. Just, if there's a lot of wind, they become dimmer and move quickly. But that doesn't hurt you. He took another sigh. Baby, I love your quirk, just, it's a little annoying having to figure everything out now. It'll get better soon, Izuku said earnestly. You're right again, his cheeks creased. I just gotta get used to it, too. Suddenly, Izuku got an idea. Daddy will. You can help me use my wings after school tomorrow. His eyes widened, his face growing bigger, the staples pushing outwards. You're right, Izu. I can, and I will. It can help us both out. Snatching Izuku up in his arms, he giggled up a storm, laughing as he tickled him furiously. Tears of joy poked out of his eyes, he barely noticed his dad cleaning up, too busy rubbing his sides. Placing the plate into the sink, washing it with soap before laying it on the dish rack to dry. Izuku waited patiently, resting his head on his dad's shoulders. His dad maneuvered him away from the counter. I'll clean in the morning, he said, shrugging. The ingredients to make onigiri remained on the counter, some rice pouring out. Before leaving, he tied the bags up, leaving them on the counter. Izuku yawned along with his dad, eyes closing slightly as his dad headed to the bedroom. Daddy, Izuku whined, glancing at the window of their bedroom, watching as rain dripped from the top of the window, little droplets giving a blurry picture. The morning sky moved slowly as the faint wind pushed the gray clouds along. Resting his head against the cold window, the only protection from the outside rain, Izuku waited patiently for the remaining raindrops to dissipate. With the weather report stating it'd rain until 8 in the morning, Izuku prayed it'd stop sooner, or else he'd have to go into the rain and traverse to school. Yes, baby? It's raining still, he huffed, twisting his wings around him. I know, Dad said, occupied with the task of picking out Izuku's school uniform and a rain jacket, along with an umbrella that covered at least 3 people. That's why I'm getting you some protective gear. Izuku flopped back onto the bed, the window closed above it, and crawled to his dad. The bed creaked slightly at his movements, his wings glowing in the faint light enrapturing the bedroom. His dad stood in front of the closet, thinking as he inspected the clothes with a careful eye. Here, he said, grabbing a sweater, dropping it beside the pile of clothes he collected on the bed. Izuku gazed at them, just noticing they were there. Okay, his dad continued, coming to the bed and patting his lap, we now gotta get you changed for school. Izuku hummed with a smile, though that didn't cover his fear of the rain and what it could possibly do to him. It took no time to get changed into the uniform, his dad helping him boost the quickness. With the help of the buttons, zippers, and pushing his wings through the slots, Izuku was ready for class. Though his dad told him to wait as he grabbed a cloth sweater with no holes for his wings and snugly dressed him over the uniform. How does that feel? Izuku's face crinkled up at the tightness of the sweater pushing against his wings like a tight diving suit. Barely able to move them, they flicked under the pressure. It wasn't like the sweater was tight or anything, rather it just felt like it was squeezing him due to the newly developed nerves within the wings, yelling at him to remove the clothing to set them free. Tight, uncomfy, Izuku whined, picking at the backing and pulling it away from his wings to give him some room. His dad grumbled with concern and frustration. What's uncomfortable about it? Kneeling in front, he gently pushed Izuku to face outwards so that his dad could relieve some of the pressure, pulling the fabric back. It is tight around my wings. Izuku forcibly made them flutter. Is the sweater too small, like one of your old shirts, or just feels uncomfortable to wear something over the wings? His dad provided, pushing Izuku to face him once more, looking at his eyes with worry. Izuku patted his dad on the cheek, the second option. I see, he hummed, getting up from the ground, reaching for his hand. Can you bear with it? It will protect you from the rain, you can take it off when you get to school, okay? Oh. The little boy smiled, seeing it now. Rain can't touch wings when they're covered. Yep, exactly, his dad added, guiding him out of the bedroom, flicking the lights off and coming to the foyer, getting Izuku to grab his new backpack and the umbrella on the table. His dad grabbed the raincoat, smiling when Izuku passed him the umbrella and bag, and once again, dressed him, putting the raincoat over the layers. This will give you double protection, that way, the rain won't touch your wings. Plus, he waved the umbrella around, Izuku gazing at the black folded item, this will protect you even more. You're going to have to stay by my side as we walk, okay? That way, you'll stay nice and dry. So much protection, Izuku giggled, placing a hand over his smile. Yeah, he said, sitting down to put his shoes on, directing Izuku to do the same. I want to make sure my baby is completely dry. With the help of his dad tying the shoes, Izuku reached for his new bag from the ground. Daddy, I like the bag, it's super cool. Nice indeed, the bag was a brown satchel with hawks embedded into the fabric which would go over his shoulder instead of his wings. Something entirely new, and Izuku was over the moon. After his dad realized they needed a fireproof backpack, they left for the store. Izuku tried on a couple of bags that were hawks designed, though none of them felt right. Similar to the dilemma of the sweater, Izuku said the bags all felt weird sitting on his wings. At the time, his dad had not known that it was the bag touching his wings that made him feel uncomfortable, so he blamed it on the fabric of the bags itself, gliding against his fragile wings. So, they got a satchel bag to go over his shoulder, that way, his wings could flutter freely. However, due to the confines, he wouldn't be able to show off his wings. Now, he has to take off the 2 layers to just show Katsuki his brilliant wings. If he doesn't, the kids will think he's still quirkless, which is something he dreaded. Hand in hand, his dad and him walked to school. With the umbrella in his dad's hand, covering them both, Izuku was tucked to his side, holding his hand tightly around his free one. His shoes became soggy with the puddles, whining when his feet became wet. His dad squeezed his hand every time he whined, saying he'll warm him up when they get to the school. His dad kept reassuring Izuku that he was okay, the rain couldn't get him, and yes, of course, he trusted him, but the fear was still there. Just, what if? A 30-minute walk later, longer because of their slow pace, Izuku grinned seeing the school ahead. A semi-populated school for ages 4 to 10. A tiny trot around the school gate and into the primary yard and to Izuku's outdoor classroom door for the young kids around his age. His dad got Izuku to push the door open as he tucked the umbrella closed. As soon as his eyes laid on Katsuki across the room with his mom who'd come to drop him off, talking to him lightly, Izuku began to vibrate in excitement. Daddy, Daddy, move faster. Katsuki's there, I gotta show him my quirk. Jumping on the spot, his dad rolled his eyes as he placed the umbrella in the holder. First, we gotta get your clothes off. He grabbed Izuku's hand, who was pulling in the direction of Katsuki, and dragged him to the mudroom where other children with their parents were getting their rain gear off. Izuku's eyes widened when he realized he could take off the wretched sweater and raincoat, thus, he rushed to his cubby hole and began tearing the clothes off. With the help of his dad, he hooked the sweater and slightly damp raincoat onto the hook and helped him into the indoor shoes the school provided, mere blue slippers. As soon as the restraints were off, Izuku fluttered his wings elegantly, like a butterfly trying to take off. Showing them off, Dad mused, tucking the bag into the cubby hole too. Izuku giggled and dragged out the words, "Maybabe." His dad shook his head in amusement. Before you run off to your Katsuki, Izuku blushed at that, I gotta talk to your teacher to make sure everything is fireproof. Boring, Izuku complained, glancing at his classmates and the other parents, fluttering his wings when they looked at the brilliant blue. It won't take long, he said, reaching for Izuku's hand, guiding him to the teacher standing at the check-in area for students who came alone. It was common practice for kids to come in with their parents who'd play with them until the 8:30 bell. However, for parents who have to leave in haste, like Izuku's dad on a day of a mission, for example, he'd drop Izuku off or sometimes get Izuku to take the bus or walk to school all on his own, depending on how busy he is. Dabi was never worried Izuku would get lost. He spent hours walking Izuku back and forth, making sure his baby knew where to go. But as it's the first rainy day since Izuku got his quirk and the fact that he has to talk to the teacher about Izuku, it was a must to walk Izuku to school. Not that he minds, in fact, he loved spending as much time as he could with his baby. However, along with that feeling, was the feeling of stupid jealousy of a little kid Izuku loved talking about. Katsuki, Katsuki, Katsuki. Izuku began calling Katsuki Kaken, but he was quick to tell him to stop it. Just a second, Dabi reassured, once again, squeezing Izuku's hand, as he walked up to the teacher who was checking off the students who had arrived thus far on a clipboard. Hey, he says to the teacher with blonde hair done up, her name escaped him. So, as you can see, my son, Izuku has developed his quirk. Dabi stepped back to present his son in front of him who beamed, shaking his wings back and forth, showing to the teacher who smiled gently. Ah, that's amazing, Izuku. That's such a cool quirk. She crouched down, taking a closer look at his wings, smiling as Izuku began to mumble about it. From his weakness to registering it to buying fireproof equipment, everything that has happened over the weekend, he spoke about. Dabi just smiled as Izuku explained, happy to see his kid so excited. And of course, Dabi adored Izuku's wings. He couldn't stop looking at them, the perfect combination of his dad and mom. Hawks and Dabi. He can't thank the universe for giving him his perfect son and the quirk he prayed his son got. Well, that was exactly why he hooked up with his birth mom. The teacher listened patiently, nodding along with him, like any adult would with a little kid. As Izuku said, Dabi interrupted, Izuku pouting at him for doing so. Ignoring it, Dabi ruffled his hair. Izuku's wings can burn things, it's already burned his hand. So, be careful. He's gaining a tolerance for it, so he won't burn himself if he touches it as of now. However, it still can burn other things. So, make sure where he sits and stuff is fireproof. Dabi paused, making sure the information settled within her. Got it, she sat up, patting her hair. Luckily, everything is already fireproof under the regulation that schools should have fireproof equipment. As this school is for young children, children gaining fire quirks is a possibility. Look at dear Bakugu, she waves a hand in the direction of Izuku's best friend, who was playing with some pro-hero action figures. Suddenly, Dabi darted his eyes towards Izuku. Izuku gave him soft eyes. Can I go play with him, Daddy? Pretty please. I want to show him my quirk. Dabi held in a sigh. Of course, I'll see you when school ends. I'll pick you up, just in case it's raining. He crouched down to give Izuku a big hug and he accepted it quickly. Izuku grinned, jumping up from his spot on the carpet and raced over, wings fluttering. Katsuki! Izuku cheered. Dabi could never say no to those puppy dog eyes, but that didn't stop the burning jealousy in his heart. Dabi stood up with a grim smile, the staples crinkling. He watched for a second as Katsuki gasped, eyes glittering as he inspected Izuku's quirk. Izuku twirled around, fluttering his wings, telling him all the details a 4-year-old would know. Katsuki listened intently, grasping his hand and bringing him to a corner of the room, leaving his mom. Dabi clenched his fists. Midoriya, Sir Dash. The teacher's voice brought him back to reality, allowing him to glance at her with thin lips. Yes? The name shot sparks along his spine, giving him goosebumps. Cactus-like prickles attacked his ears. Just call me Tuya. Even that made it worse, but it was better than Fing Midoriya. The teacher waved her hands in alarm, bowing quickly. Oh, I am sorry, we never see you at school, so I didn't know what to call you, I apologize. Dabi spared a glance towards his angel. At the time, Izuku was showing off his ability to curl his wings around his body. Anyway, what were you saying about Bakugo? Right. She continued, eyes darting to stare at his eyes, away from the scars covering his face. Because of Bakugo's quirk, there was concern that his quirk would set things on fire. In other words, you don't have to worry about Izuku being the only one with that problem. I wasn't worried, he snapped, then sighed at her look of fear. Oh, never mind. Dabi sighed, then changed his demeanor. With the eyebrows furrowed and his lips thin, he spoke with intent. What I am worried about is water. As Izuku explained, his wings can't touch water, and I mean it. Dabi's voice cut through the air, a blend of seriousness and profound sternness. So, if you're going to bring your class outside or something, make sure Izuku has his sweater and raincoat on. Don't worry, they can go over his wings. Make him use an umbrella too. I'll leave the one I brought here. Understood. He needed to ensure that she comprehended the gravity of the situation. His baby couldn't go near water at all. The teacher nodded nervously, taking a step back from Dabi's leaning frame. I understand. Was it his burns that made her startled? Dabi found it amusing, almost tempted to laugh. Thank you for the information, sir. Oh, I do have a question. Yes, Dabi snapped. Does wind hurt them like water, or? Dabi grumbled, if they did, I would have told you, and I roll, and no, wind doesn't hurt them. She nodded, thank you, I understand now. Dabi hummed in acknowledgement, good. Stepping forward with the same tone, he added, I swear, if he gets hurt. He left the sentence hanging, letting her fill in the blanks. All right, she stuttered with a fast nod. Yes. I won't let him get hurt. Thank you, Dabi said, turning away. That's all I ask. Stepping towards his baby, he wandered over to him, checking the time on the analog clock. 5 more minutes until the bell. Izuku, along with Fing, Katsuki, played with a few action figures, Katsuki's mom watching from afar. Aizu, he muttered, coming to crouch beside Izuku, ignoring Katsuki's glare. Izuku beamed at him, rushing to give him a hug. His wings fluttered quickly, jerking as he weaved a scared hand through the wings. I just wanted to say goodbye once more before I go. Izuku giggled, nuzzling his face into the crook of his neck. Okay, Daddy, I like hugging you too. Dabi embraced him once more, pulling away. I love hugging you too. Fully in the moment with his baby, he hardly realized Katsuki staring at them with his hands in his pockets, grumbling. Anyway, Dabi said, rolling his eyes at the angry kid, for what? Hugging his son? What are you looking at, kid? Katsuki stared for a second, then sked, eyes darting away. You? Me? Dabi asked in amusement. Izuku giggled, jumping over to Katsuki, wrapping an arm around his shoulders, smiling at Katsuki's newfound blush. My daddy is cool, right? Katsuki mumbled, eyes pulled away from the scene to the wall. He has scars. Yep. Izuku agreed, they're super cool. Daddy got them because of his blue fire, catch, Katsuki. He's super strong. Kataki, he has fire, and Mom has wings. I am the perfect mix. Kakin mumbled something, too quiet for Dabi to hear, but he didn't mind. To be honest, he couldn't stop smiling at his son. Thanks, Aizu dash. Will Izuku be burnt like that because he has your flames? Silence ensued. No. Izuku answered in question form, as though he was contemplating the possibility. He stepped back from Katsuki, eyes darting to his dad with a frown. Daddy? Before Izuku could think anymore, Dabi swooped in. No, of course not. A bubbling panic moved itself between his mouth and soul. What if? Over the 3 days Izuku gained his quirk, he hadn't put much thought into the possibility that his baby could become like him. Scars covering his body from losing control and going overboard, was it possible Izuku could burn just as easily? Would his baby lose feeling in the majority of his body? Would he need to staple his skin so it didn't peel off? The thoughts racked his brain, making him bite the inside of his cheek. Same flames, possibly the same skin type that's meant for ice, not fire, his baby looking like a monster for the rest of his life. Katsuki! You brat! Don't ask stuff like that. Mitsuki Bakugu, Katsuki's mother, stalked towards them as she scolded, grabbing his shoulders and pulling him away from the scene. Katsuki protested, stomping slightly. Mom! I was just asking. Izuku shifted closer to his dad, giving him a hug, wrapping his arms around his shoulders. Don't listen, I'm okay. I know, Dabi sighed, squeezing him, burying his face into his curls. I just worry. A second too soon, in Dabi's opinion, the bell rang across the school, a shimmer of bells exclaiming school's starting. He grumbled, just wanting to keep his boy in his arms at that moment. I got to go, I guess, he sighed, squeezing Izuku once more. I'll be back at 2:30, okay? Izuku stepped back, patting Dabi's cheek. Okay, Daddy, I won't get hurt, Daddy. I promise. I know, Dabi smiled, laying a kiss on his forehead. Mindless chatter surrounded the room as parents said goodbye to their kids, leaving them to go to the carpet in the middle of the room for roll call. He ignored Mitsuki scolding her son, too occupied with his perfect son. You won't. The teacher will keep an eye out. Miss Nikki, Daddy, Izuku gently corrected with a giggle. Right, Dabi drawled, she'll help you out. Ruffling Izuku's hair once more and weaving a hand through his wings, earning a laugh, Dabi got up, kissed Izuku one final time on his cheek, then directed Izuku to go to the carpet with his hand on his back. Katsuki was already sitting cross-legged, his mom gone, eyeing Izuku, his eyes telling Izuku to get over there. Bye, baby, Dabi waved and smiled as Izuku sat down, waving grandly. Soon, Dabi found himself leaving, closing the door behind. With a deep sigh, he walks in the rain, heading home to get changed into his costume for some freelance work. You're Izuku's father, right? A female voice questions, rushing over to him with an umbrella overhead, as though she was waiting for him to come out. Mitsuki, her hair spiky like Katsuki's, grins, shifting the umbrella to cover them both. Dabi forced himself not to get mad at the closeness of 2 feet. Yes, he said shortly, what do you want? Quite frankly, he wanted to get home so that he could plan what his course of action was. Rob something? Kill a hero who's wanted for money? Stalk Hawks? All the options he could think of. Sounded great, though one shone. Hawks, unfortunately, lived an hour away by train, so he can't see him and have enough time to get back for his baby. First, he'd have to find Hawks by scrolling through the dark web to find a hero surveillance site that details where the heroes were last seen fighting or patrolling, which is more precise than the media, simply because of how specific the location is. The sites are always deleted to cover their tracks from heroes or the police, but Dabi knew where to find them after years of stalking his lover. However, it will take more than a few hours. At least 2 to find Hawks and 3 to watch him. Stalking Hawks sounded brilliant, but in the rain? He'd rather kill a rookie hero who'd be weakened by the rain from inexperience. It's nice to see you here at the school. I haven't seen you in so long. Mitsuki's voice is pitchy with some gravel. Busy with work? Dabi nods, grumbling. He knows he hasn't walked Izuku to school in a while, a couple of months at least. Due to work, he rarely could, having to go early to get to wherever he needs to be in Japan. The days he walks Izuku to school is when Izuku begs or when he doesn't have to work. On those days, he has enough money to take the day off. Mitsuki continues, pushing through Dabi's annoyance. He'd rather be anywhere than hear someone making him feel bad for how he spends his time with his baby. He knows he should walk his 4-year-old to school every day and back. But, he just can't. Unfortunately, getting money was more important. Izuku understands, and when he doesn't, Dabi walks him to school. I always worried Izuku would be quirkless. I'd see him whine about it to my brat. Dabi would rather die than call his baby brat. He isn't quirkless. His bitterness seeped in, and Mitsuki could tell. So, she snapped the conversation to the point. Exactly. I'm glad. He has a pretty quirk, his mom must have wings, right? Could this get any worse? What was the point of this? Standing under the umbrella as rain splattered onto the ground, Dabi shifted. Yes, she did. Did? Yes, Dabi snapped, turning to head to the exit of the school grounds. His birth mother is dead. Wait. She protested before he could take a step forward. What? Dabi barked, then sighed, rubbing his nose, gently touching his piercing. Look, I'm not in the mood. Sorry, I didn't mean to dab into something so sensitive, she explained, scratching the back of her neck. I didn't know. I should have guessed as I never see her. How long has it been since she died? Dabi narrowed his eyes. Since Izuku was born. Mitsuki seemed to freeze, not expecting that. Don't say sorry, I don't really care, Dabi said roughly, then something came to mind. Shifting, he continued. I do want to say, your kid, Izuku was worried if he didn't get a quirk, your kid would bully him. What do you say to that? Mitsuki's eyes widened, shaking her head in frustration. Of course my kid would say something like that. Did he say that to Izuku? You tell me. Right, Mitsuki patted her neck, eyes darting away from his piercing blue eyes, or was it his scars? If he did, I'd beat him. I wouldn't worry about that. I'd stop him quick and easy. Some fierceness came forth. Dabi gritted his teeth, something within him stumbling at the thought of hurting a child. Yeah. Again, he turns to leave. Wait, before you go, Dabi glanced over his shoulder. Katsuki and Izuku are best friends, and they haven't really hung out outside of school. Katsuki wanted to have a playdate with Izuku, their first one ever. And I was wondering if they could. Dabi has his reasons for never letting Izuku hang out with someone besides himself. For one, truth be told, he's possessive of his son and would rather Izuku spend time with himself than him going somewhere else. If it was Hawks, that'd be a different story. But as of now, the thought of Izuku going to hang out with Katsuki outside of school hours where Izuku is forced to play with him ticked him off. Was it too bad that he just wanted Izuku all to himself? No, Dabi says shortly, I don't want him to do that. Mitsuki frowned, eyes creasing in shock. Oh, the kids should have a playdate, though. It can be at my place if it's too busy at yours. It'd be good for your kid, I'd imagine. No, he repeated, blankly, I'd rather not. Is it the location? Would you rather it be at your place? Her insistence was going to PSS him off. No. If anything, it'd be at your house. The thought of Mitsuki or her husband, along with Katsuki coming to his house, felt like a barefooted person walking on gravel. They'd see the poor-stricken area Izuku is forced to live in as Dabi can't just get enough money to live somewhere else. And that, along with the feeling of shame that his son must live in those conditions, set him off. How about you come with him? You can be with him the whole time, and you don't have to leave at all. I understand the anxiety of letting your kid alone at someone's house. Dabi, unfortunately, saw the benefit of that. If he were to go, it'd be better. And his baby would be so happy to play with Katsuki, to have his first playdate with his best friend. As much as Katsuki ticks him off, he can see his kid's enjoyment. Seeing his baby happy made him ecstatic. Maybe. Your house is fireproof, right? Mitsuki nods, rolling her eyes at the question as though it was obvious. Of course, look at my brat's quirk, we had to. That rubbed at Dabi's core angrily. Why do you call him a brat? Just a nickname as he acts like one, Mitsuki explains with a boisterous laugh. Right, Izuku can hang out tomorrow as I don't have work. A lie, he doesn't even have any work planned for tomorrow. And he didn't want his baby to play with Katsuki tonight at Mitsuki's house as he doesn't want to let go of his son just yet. He wants to spend a tiny bit more time with his baby tonight before Izuku is tainted. Mitsuki grins, nodding with a huge smile. Awesome. Here's my address. Shifting, she used her free hand to pull out a piece of paper with letters detailing it. As though she prepped this conversation hours prior, she passes it to Dabi, who tucked it inside his pocket without even looking at it. He'll look later. Come around 4 in the afternoon tomorrow, she conducted. Got it, and finally, Dabi turned, leaving the protection of the umbrella to head to the school's exit to get home. Walking with haste so that Mitsuki wouldn't follow, he darted down a cut path, glancing backward and sighing. When she was out of his vision. Finally, he sighs in relief. That woman is horrid. The radiant smile gracing his baby's lips was the sole motivation behind his decision to let Izuku have a playdate with Katsuki. Ideally, he envisioned spending the evening with Izuku, wrapped in a cozy embrace on the couch until the sun dipped below the horizon, followed by preparing for bed together. However, it appeared that Izuku had different plans in mind. In all honesty, Dabi harbored a desire to have his baby exclusively to himself, going so far as to entertain the idea of homeschooling. The notion of turning down playdates lingered persistently in his thoughts. Then, yesterday happened. Mitsuki managed to sway him with the mere idea of witnessing Izuku's radiant smile, tugging at his heartstrings effortlessly. The incessant chatter about the impending playdate became a source of irritation for him. On their walk home in the rain, Izuku couldn't stop talking, fixating on every detail about Katsuki and how this was his first time going to someone else's house. The constant repetition of the name grated on his nerves. Katsuki. Katsuki. If he had to endure hearing that name one more time. Fortunately, whenever Dabi brought up his mommy, Izuku swiftly shifted topics, a fact that never failed to make him feel a sense of satisfaction. In Izuku's eyes, his mom held greater importance than Katsuki, a perspective that pleased Dabi immensely. Regrettably, on the day of the playdate, Izuku exhibited boundless excitement, incessantly questioning Dabi about when they would leave, checking in every 5 minutes. As Dabi prepared a hasty snack, Izuku impatiently tugged at his arm, whining for them to expedite their departure. Dabi found himself biting his tongue repeatedly, resisting the urge to get upset with Izuku. The last thing he desired was to scold his baby for simply expressing happiness. Dabi acknowledged his feelings of jealousy stemmed from the fact Izuku wanted to be somewhere other than their home. Getting Izuku's shoes on and embarking on the journey to the Bakugas proved to be a wearying challenge with Izuku hopping around. The Bakugas' house was a 15-minute walk from their own. Opting for the 15-minute walk instead of shelling out extra money for a train ticket, Dabi rationalized that the short stroll was a minor inconvenience compared to the longer walks they had undertaken before. Besides, observing Izuku's apparent lack of complaints only reinforced his decision. While he would be present in the house as Izuku played with Katsuki, Dabi couldn't shake off the thought of dealing with Mitsuki's potential irritations once again. The prospect of encountering her husband, about whom Dabi knew little since Mitsuki was always the one dropping off Izuku, added to his concerns. Worried that the husband might be just as vexing, Dabi hesitated. In Dabi's embrace, Izuku clung to his shoulders and neck, nuzzling his face into Dabi's cheek. His wings extended from the sides, lightly brushing against Dabi's right shoulder, which remained hidden beneath a long-sleeve shirt, concealing scars. Dabi held him securely, a firm grip that Izuku made no protest against. It seemed like an unspoken agreement, a mutual desire to keep each other close. Dabi silently wished for this moment to linger indefinitely. However, the tranquility gave way to unease as they entered the gated community where the Bakugas resided. Dabi took a deep breath, adjusting his hold on Izuku and checking the address. Okay, he murmured, and with a mixture of anticipation and tension, they proceeded inside. Izuku's eyes widened in admiration as he gazed at the upper-middle-class buildings, each standing proudly with 2 or even 3 levels. The houses exuded a stature and elegance that starkly contrasted with the poor neighborhood they called home. The absence of garbage and the presence of neatly trimmed lawns evoked a pang of longing in Dabi. Izuku, having never experienced such surroundings, remained oblivious to Dabi's internal conflict. Yet, Dabi, who had once lived in a place like this, couldn't help but wish he had taken a different path in life to provide such brilliance for his baby. A sense of awkwardness settled over Dabi, a queasy feeling in his chest, as he cringed under the lingering gazes of joggers and walkers. Their eyes lingered on the scars etched on his face, with a few even darting glances to his neck. Though his limbs were concealed, Dabi frowned at the scrutiny. Sensing his discomfort, Izuku responded by playfully sticking his tongue out at the onlookers. While some found it amusing, others cast disapproving glares their way. Dabi felt a surge of anger, momentarily contemplating a more drastic response. Eventually, they reached the Bakugas house. Like the others in the affluent neighborhood, it stood grand with a front yard, a driveway adorned with a car, a luxury Dabi couldn't afford. The windows and sizable house number added to its splendor. As they approached the front porch with a chair on the side, Dabi couldn't help but tighten his lips, a bubbling sense of dread and guilt gripping his chest. "Hey, baby," he managed to say, overcoming the weight of guilt in his chest to speak. "Want to ring the doorbell?" He approached the porch, forcing a smile that concealed his jealousy. Izuku looked at him with curiosity, asking, "Doorbell?" Dabi's memory flashed back. Right, Izuku hadn't been to a house besides their own. See that tan-looking thing?" He pointed toward the doorbell, moving closer. "It tells the house we're here. You know how you knock on the door when you want to let someone know you're there?" "No." "Right, Izuku never had to knock at their own place. You know how you walk inside our house? If it's someone else's house, you knock or ring the doorbell to let them know you're here. So, do you want to ring it?" Izuku nodded slowly, a mix of nervousness and excitement playing across his features. Their anticipation heightened when they heard a bang from inside, suggesting Katsuki had used his quirk. A distant yell followed. Dabi took a small breath and shifted so that Izuku was closer to the doorbell. His small hand reluctantly released its grip on Dabi's shirt, and Dabi refrained from expressing his disappointment at the loss, regretting telling Izuku to ring the doorbell in the first place. Izuku reached for the tan doorbell and pressed it. The resulting chimes resonated loudly through the house, audible from the outside, though somewhat muffled. In response, Izuku instinctively tucked his head back into the crook of Dabi's neck, seeking refuge within. Dabi, understanding his baby's choice to hide, had no objections. Thumps reverberated from inside, accompanied by voices likely Mitsuki yelling and another responding. Dabi tightened his hold, taking a step back from the door to provide some breathing room for Izuku. "It's okay," he whispered reassuringly, rubbing Izuku's lower back and ensuring his wings were away from the door just as it started to open. Mitsuki, wearing casual clothes, swung the door open, her face lighting up with a broad smile. "Hey! You made it. A little late. I was starting to worry you wouldn't be coming." She chuckled. Come in, come in. The brat has been waiting." Mitsuki gestured for them to enter, stepping aside to let Dabi walk inside, Izuku still clinging to his neck. "Brat! Izuku's here!" Mitsuki suddenly yelled, causing Izuku to flinch and whimper at the sudden noise. It was too soft for Mitsuki to hear, but Dabi heard easily, thus, he shot her a glare. "Can you be a little quieter? You just scared Izuku." Mitsuki's eyes widened in realization, and she blanched. "Oh, sheet. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare the green bean." She fell silent under Dabi's disapproving gaze. Crossing the threshold, Dabi claimed a seat on the bench tucked to the side of the foyer's expansive room, a set of spiraling stairs to the side. His gaze flickered across the open-concept space, frowning and contemplating the decision to be there. As he began removing his shoes, he also attended to Izuku's footwear, noticing the apprehension in the child's gaze. A fleeting thought of reconsideration lingered in Dabi's mind. Did his baby want to leave too? "You okay, baby?" Izuku responded with a small nod, curiosity lighting up his eyes. Dabi bit the inside of his cheek, of course. "Where's Katsuki?" Dabi failed to let his disappointment from seeping, somewhere dash. "Izuku!" The unmistakable voice of Katsuki echoed from the top of the stairs, signaling the devil himself heading down and making his way to the foyer with unbridled enthusiasm. Katsuki's hair, as untamed as ever, sporting his casual attire, a t-shirt and pants mirroring Izuku's. Although, his exuberant smile dimmed slightly upon seeing Dabi. Cursing under his breath at the sight of Izuku's newfound grin, Dabi went to propel himself off the bench. However, Izuku whined lightly. He scooted closer to Dabi, pressing his lips to Dabi's cheek and encircling his arms around Dabi's neck. "You're staying," Izuku declared, not a question but a statement. "Yes," Dabi responded swiftly, a hand wafting through his wings, the thought of leaving causing a pang of distress. "I won't leave." Izuku cheered, "Yay!" As soon as he slid off the bench, his wings fluttered, and he raced to Katsuki, reaching for his hand. Katsuki grinned and led him upstairs. Dabi felt his heart shudder the moment Izuku left his eyesight. He bit the inside of his cheek, his hand involuntarily squeezing nothing but air. "Thanks for letting Izuku come over, I think he needs it," Mitsuki offered, seemingly obvious to Dabi's turmoil, gesturing down the hall. "Let me introduce you to my husband, Masaru." With a sigh, Dabi followed, a distinct lack of a smile on his face. An expression of blank annoyance adorned his features as he took a seat at the dining room table Mitsuki had indicated. Masaru was already seated at the table, his demeanor surprisingly timid, not matching the image Dabi had conjured in his mind. Not that Dabi minded, he settled on the opposite side of Masaru, casually surveying the dining room. Dabi caught Masaru's fleeting glances at him, eyes inspecting his scars. However, after a stern look from his wife, Masaru quickly averted his gaze. "So," Mitsuki began, "do you want a drink?" Dabi regarded her with a skeptical gaze, a subtle disdain evident. He couldn't help but attribute it to the financial strain he was under, conditioning him to expect the worst, reminiscent of the shelters where his appearance had often led to refusals of even a basic necessity like water. "Really?" "Of course," Masaru chimed in with a gentle smile. Dabi narrowed his eyes at the couple, then nonchalantly shrugged. "Water. Coming right up," Mitsuki declared, eager to fulfill the simple request. Soon, Dabi contributed sparingly as Mitsuki animatedly spoke about her child and Izuku, highlighting how great they were together. Masaru, on the other hand, remained quiet, offering a gentle smile and playfully hushing Mitsuki when her enthusiasm reached its peak. The term brat unnerved Dabi, drawing parallels to his own childhood. Resolute in his refusal to label his own child in such a way, Dabi knew the affection in his gaze for Izuku spoke volumes, unlike Mitsuki. As the conversation meandered, the couple talking about their fancy job being fashion designers, Dabi found himself growing bored, his internal clock signaling that it was now 4:45. A pang of hunger rumbled in his stomach, prompting him to shift and glance toward the kitchen. "It's usually our dinner around now, so I think we should get going," Dabi explained, rising from his seat and expressing gratitude for the hospitality extended to them. "Wait!" Mitsuki exclaimed, rising from her chair with a force that made it creak. "You guys can have dinner with us, if you want." Dabi took a moment to consider, but it was a fleeting thought. He'd never turn down free food, even if it meant sacrificing a bit of his own sanity. "I think Izuku would like that," he replied with a nod. Masaru expertly prepared the meal, a quickly but carefully plated dish of steamed fried beef, accompanied by a bed of rice. Mitsuki's enthusiastic call echoed through the house, practically screaming dinner was ready. Katsuki, appearing first, stumbled down the stairs, followed by Izuku, who descended more cautiously, clutching the railing for support. As they entered the room, Izuku immediately gravitated toward Dabi, offering a hug before settling into the seat beside him. "We have food with them?" he inquired quietly. "Yeah," Dabi affirmed, patting him on the head. "Free food." Izuku giggled, leaning toward him as a bowl of food was placed on the placemat in front of him. To Dabi's amusement, Katsuki's face scrunched up looking at Izuku and Dabi and shot a glaring look in Dabi's direction. Either unnoticed or disregarded by Izuku, he quickly delved into his meal, taking large bites as though fearing it would vanish. Guilt surged within Dabi as he took the first mouth-watering bite. It was perfect. Sitting across from them was Masaru, with Mitsuki beside him and Katsuki occupying the head of the table on a spare chair. The room fell into a quiet rhythm as they all ate, absorbed in the enjoyment of their food. "Don't eat too fast, Izu," Dabi cautioned with alarm, setting down his chopsticks to gently pry Izuku's hands away from the food. "See," Dabi whispered, guiding Izuku's chopstick-holding hand toward his mouth, slowly, where Izuku eagerly took a bite. "Thanks, Daddy." "Eat slowly, hun, you want to savor it," Dabi advised, returning to his own meal. Suddenly, he felt eyes on him and glanced up, sighing at the amused expressions on the parents' faces. "What? I wish the brat would call me mommy, but no, just mom," Mitsuki sighed, casting a frown in Katsuki's direction. "Call me mommy." Nah, Katsuki rolled his eyes, shaking his head. I'm not a baby. Dabi internally sighed, anticipating a comment, maybe a tease, about how he practically hand-fed Izuku right then and there. I like calling Daddy, Daddy, Izuku chimed in, fixing his gaze on Katsuki with a slight frown. I like being Daddy's baby. He spoke as if it were the most delightful thing in the world, leaving Dabi brimming with happiness. Thanks, hun. Katsuki's face flushed, then he mumbled, yeah, 'cause you're Izuku, you're young. Dabi couldn't help but chuckle, and Izuku joined in, their laughter intertwining in a moment of shared amusement. Though Dabi suspected Izuku was laughing just because he was. Do you like the food? Masaru asked, shifting the conversation with a warm smile. Yeah. Izuku exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. Super good. A bubbling sensation of guilt welled up within Dabi, tightening his gut. He knew he could never whip up something this exceptional. The thought of using pricey ingredients when there were more cost-effective options left him unconvinced. However, as he glimpsed Izuku's radiant smile, a question lingered in his mind: should Izuku stay with the Bakugas who could spend a lot of money on him and give him delicious meals? He choked. What the hell? Why did that even come to his fing mind? Dabi visibly cringed. The notion of Izuku residing with the Bakugas, merely because they boasted a more comfortable house and superior cuisine, churned his stomach. The very idea made him sick. Losing custody of his baby was an unthinkable prospect, even for a few days in the scorching heat of summer. No, absolutely not. Not everything he sacrificed for Izuku to be born. While the allure of exceptional meals might be tempting, Dabi couldn't fathom entrusting Izuku to someone else's care. No amount of luxurious living could replace the unique bond they shared. The love he held for Izuku was incomparable, and the mere thought of letting him go sent a sharp pang through Dabi's heart. Under no circumstances would he ever entertain the idea of parting with his precious son. Thanks for having us over, the food was great. Well, we'll be going now. Bye. The farewell slipped from Dabi's lips briskly, his only desire being to return home and wrap himself in a comforting embrace with his baby. After dinner, Izuku resumed playing with Katsuki while Dabi found himself obligated to stay with Mitsuki and Masaru. With a sense of certainty, Dabi internally declared this the last time he would allow Izuku to go anywhere besides their own home. The entire experience proved to be exasperating, triggering a constant undercurrent of guilt. It had become too much to bear, and he couldn't subject himself to it any longer. The knowledge that his baby was having so much fun with someone else formed jealousy as well. Bye, Izuku! Katsuki's exuberant shout reached them from Masaru's side, accompanied by an energetic wave. Izuku responded with a small, quiet wave in Dabi's arms, a seemingly simple action that grated against Dabi's emotions. How are you guys getting home? Masaru inquired as Mitsuki glanced at the darkening sky. Izuku nestled comfortably in Dabi's arms, head resting on his shoulder, and his wings barely stirred, except for the occasional gust of wind. We'll walk, Dabi explained, placing a tender kiss on Izuku's cheek while running his fingers through the warmth of his flames. I can drive you, Masaru offered, accompanied by a friendly smile. Dabi swiftly declined. We'll manage. The thought of spending more time with the Bakugas was less appealing to him than peeling his own skin. If it weren't for Izuku, he would have left hours ago. On the flip side, he didn't want them to see where they lived, anticipating judgment from people who lived in such a grand house. He didn't want pity. I have tickets for a train, we can take the train instead. That fabricated excuse seemed to stifle any further offers. Really? Oh, good. We get to go on a train? Izuku's eyes lit up, now fully awake, facing his dad as his wings fluttered. Yeah, Dabi lied, giving Izuku's thigh a comforting pat. Anyway, bye. Bye, Izuku. Katsuki called out once more, and Dabi remained silent. Izuku simply waved as the door closed behind them. Dabi guided their stroll toward the exit of the neighborhood, Izuku resting his head on his shoulder and observing the surrounding houses. Purposefully avoiding the train station signs that pointed right, their house lay to the left. Daddy. I didn't know we're going to use a train. It's been so long. Dabi sighed, halting to gaze at him, their blue eyes locking. Oh, he confessed, we're not going to be using a train. I lied. We'll be walking home. Izuku's eyes widened briefly, then gradually wilted as he cast a sad gaze downward. Okay. Why lie? Dabi attempted to wave away any hint of annoyance in his voice. I didn't want them bothering us anymore, I just wanted to go home, so I lied to shut them up. Izuku returned to resting his face on Dabi's shoulder. I want to go home too. Yeah, you look tired, Dabi observed. Not that, Izuku whispered, his voice a subtle undertone in the quiet evening. Oh? Dabi resumed his stride, the rhythmic click of his shoes echoing against the concrete. Izuku smiled, planting a gentle kiss on Dabi's cheek. Home is my favorite, Katsuki's really not that fun. Ah really? He halted once again, fixing a gaze on Izuku. Izuku grinned, tightening his embrace around Dabi's neck. Home just feels right. I get to cuddle with Daddy, spend all my time with him. And I love him way more than Katsuki. A lot more. Dabi choked on his breath, eyes widening and a slight gap in his expression. You're not lying? Unlike Daddy, I don't lie, Izuku huffed with a giggle. He pressed a gentle kiss on Dabi's startled cheek. I love you, Daddy. Dabi could only respond by squeezing Izuku tighter, his free arm enveloping him as he pressed his face into the soft strands of hair. Tears threatened, but a genuine grin broke through. I love you so much, Izu. You have no idea what that means to me. I hated leaving you to play with Katsuki, all I wanted was to spend time with my baby. Izuku whispered, his gaze solemn. Sorry, Daddy. I want to spend time with just you, not Katsuki, is that okay? Of course. That's exactly what I want, too. I don't want to share you with anyone, besides Mommy. Dabi planted a tender kiss on Izuku's forehead, then resumed their walk, the warmth of their connection evident as Izuku's smile returned. Daddy, come on. Izuku whined, twirling around in the foyer, his wings beating gracefully. Dressed in vibrant green-lined shorts and stylish red-toned flip-flops, Izuku impatiently tugged at the door, eagerly awaiting his dad to finish packing for the beach. His dad, bare-chested in black shorts, displayed his scars. And Izuku found them amazing. Once, after his dad punched the wall upon returning from a mission with darker burns, Izuku shared his thoughts about the fresh burns on his chest. Do they hurt you? The very place where Izuku rested his head on. His dad acknowledged Izuku's concerns and enveloped him in a hug, promising they don't hurt, rather they just feel numb and he'd try to do better to not hurt himself, while gently weaving his hand through Izuku's wings, a gesture that had become a comforting ritual. That night, they stayed up watching a pirated copy of Finding Nemo, with Izuku lying on top of his dad, head resting on the burns, while Dabi tenderly fiddled with his wings. I'm almost done, I just need to find there it is. His dad swiftly reached for the small package of sunscreen on the kitchen counter, deftly stuffing it inside the Hawks-themed tote bag. Packed to the brim with a single fireproof towel they would share, 2 sets of clothes, and a plastic water bottle, the bag was ready for the beach. Hoisting it over his shoulder, he strolled into the foyer, playfully ruffling Izuku's vibrant green curls. Ready for the beach? Yep. I'm so excited. Izuku exclaimed, twirling around. This marked the first day of summer for the 8-year-old. However, like every summer since he was born, it was the same process. Summer was great as he got to be with his daddy, but it meant terrible, painful hunger. Every summer, well, just in general, his dad can't afford daycare or a babysitter willing to accept low pay, so he has to stay home with Izuku. Unsurprisingly, Izuku doesn't mind. He loves spending time with his daddy, cuddling, and catching up on the latest news about Hawks. The downside was that his dad can't go on missions as frequently. While he could sneak out for the occasional mission while Izuku slept, he couldn't leave him alone during the day. This frustrated Izuku, especially knowing his dad worked through the night, depriving him of much-needed sleep. Izuku often woke up to find his dad still asleep even until noon. A part of Izuku wanted to cry, he wished his dad didn't work. Izuku ended up pouring his heart out at 11 am, throwing himself on his daddy, crying about it. This prompted him to stop taking night jobs. His daddy, feeling guilty about making Izuku wait for hours before he could prepare a meal, decided to prioritize their time together. However, that meant money became thin. This wasn't an issue during the school years as his dad could work during the day. However, summer, Izuku being home with nowhere to go, meant dad had to stay home. Hunger was an old adversary for Izuku, and while he had grown accustomed to it, the relentless, throbbing pain in his stomach during the summers became unbearable. At times, he would sob, his dad holding him as their tears mixed. Izuku yearned to contribute by working for some money, but his dad discovered his attempt, Izuku leaving the house to mow their neighbor's lawn for some cash, and sternly forbade him from doing so. In his imagination, Izuku envisioned using his wings to earn money, perhaps even heating things up with their heat. Again, if he brought this up, his dad would say no. This year, their savings, the result of a payment from Joku, his dad's employer who rewarded him generously after eliminating a hero, were dwindling, especially as Joku was arrested by Kami Woods a month ago. Izuku suggested seeking assistance from Katsuki's parents. If it meant they'd help make his dad less stressed, then he'd gladly let them help. However, his dad vehemently refused, insisting they would manage without external help, his face betraying a sense of shame. I can't wait. Let's go, Daddy. Wait, baby, I gotta put sunscreen on you. Daddy, I don't need that. His dad spoke as he grabbed the sunscreen from the tote bag. I gotta put some on me, too, come here. Izuku groaned, letting go of the doorknob and walked over to his dad in the kitchen. Fine, but, be quick. I will. Just a little on your face, your chest, your arms and legs. Your neck will be covered by curls, luckily. Your wings will help with the coverage too. His dad poured a glob of it on his hands and began to massage the cream into Izuku's skin, rubbing comfortably. Daddy, Izuku whined, but began giggling when his dad tickled his sides. The beach isn't going anywhere. He moved on to his face, using his thumbs to rub it into his freckles and such. It might rain. If it rains, we can't go. No, it won't, he shook his head, rubbing some more on his cheeks. The Weather Channel said it won't. Clear skies for the rest of the day. Okay, Daddy, Izuku stepped back, his face scrunched up. You gotta put some on you. Oh? You didn't want any on you, but you are concerned about me applying some? His dad laughed, pouring some into his hands and proceeded to rub it into his face. Yeah, you can't burn even more. His dad retorted, grinding some of cream onto his chest, avoiding the staples and scars. Hey, weren't you the one who said my scars are cool looking? But sunburns aren't. Izuku scrunched up his face, crossing his arms. Yeah, I agree, they're not cool. His dad capped the sunscreen and tossed it back into the tote bag, gliding his hands up arms. They're not. Izuku reached for the door and twisted the doorknob. Come on. I want to bask in the sun. Make a sand castle. Play in the water. His dad tensed, freezing up. Right, the water. Izuku's face soured, tipping his head down and muttered, we don't have to go in the water. No, we can go swimming. But, he shivered, wiping his face. You have to be in my arms if we go in. You also gotta hold me hand the entire time. Izuku shifted to hug him, squeezing him tightly. You sure you're okay with it? He smiled warmly. If it'd make you happy, then yes. Yay! We must stay in the shallow area even if I'm holding you. I'm not risking your wings getting splashed. And if they do, we're leaving. Got it. Another nod. Yay. I'm so excited. Can we go now? 1 second, I gotta turn off the lights, he said, racing to flick the open concept lights of. Now, we're off. He hoisted the bag over his shoulder. Yay! Izuku cheered, taking a step into the warm early July sun. We're walking there, right? His dad locked up the door and snagged Izuku's hand, heading towards the east. Yeah, just a 25-minute walk. I don't have enough money for the bus or train, I'm sorry, Izu. No worries, Daddy. I like walking anyway. Ah, baby, you're amazing. You're amazing too, Daddy. They played in the sand before going into the water. Sadly, some water splashed, and that was the end of it for Dabi. They left soon after. Things kept getting worse that summer for the duo. The small dash of joy Izuku had at the beach was the only highlight Izuku had beyond the pain of the summertime. He hates the summer, regardless of his birthday. Money was at an all-time low when August arrived. Izuku begged his dad to work, get them something. Living in a humid house with no air conditioning was normal, but the hunger was making him cry every night. The power outages were okay to deal with, dirty clothes were okay too, but losing drinking water was becoming a problem. The summer brought about a surge in criminal activity, with seemingly every villain in Japan scrambling for opportunities to secure jobs and money. Whether through robbery or blatant theft, the city's underworld was abuzz, putting the heroes on high alert. In an attempt to alleviate their financial strain, his dad ventured into a risky endeavor: bank robbery. However, the first attempt was foiled due to the unexpected presence of water-based heroes patrolling the area. Much like Izuku, his dad was vulnerable to water, and on that particular day, luck was not on his side. Dabi had anticipated the usual patrol heroes, but fate dealt him an unlucky hand. Undeterred, he made a second attempt at a different location, armed with more meticulous plans. Though somewhat successful, it came at a cost. While he managed to secure money for their necessities and bills, he injured his arms so badly that he will risk losing sensation in his arms entirely if he does a mission like that again. This was a risk he could no longer afford to take. His arms were indispensable for caring for his child, assisting with showers, and every other essential task. The need to prioritize his baby's well-being compelled him to reconsider doing any more bank robberies. From there, he pushed forward, savoring every bit of food possible. Yes, he was tempted to go to the Bakugas and ask for food, but knowing he can't afford food for his baby made him want to hurl. They'd know for the rest of their life that he's a shitty father. And quite possibly, could tell child services, where he could lose custody of Izuku. He can't risk it. He could kill a hero, but that didn't mean he'd get money. He needed a broker and all of them were looking for people who'd finish the job in a quiet, small, efficient manner. With Dabi's powerful flames, he couldn't meet their requirements under his past experience. No one wanted someone who'd use their quirk in a grand way as Dabi, unfortunately, had no knowledge in using his quirk quietly. Even using a gun or a knife wasn't in his skill house, but he would manage. Unfortunately, when he used those weapons, those were the days he gets injured for having to get up close. And the look of his baby crying from hunger and sobbing at his dad's hurt expression made him want to die. Damn it. A muffled scream was pronounced across the house, sending Izuku into a hurdle of sobs. Izuku flinched violently, curling tightly into a ball, wrapping his arms around his shins, wings curling. Burying himself into a pile of limbs on top of the couch, he whimpered as tears poured from his eyes. Another sharp hunger pain struck his stomach, provoking a sob. "Daddy," he blubbered, squeezing his legs closer to his chest, wings pressing to his back. They'd gone 2 straight days experiencing hunger pains, today was the third. The homeless shelters that contained food were running low of product, prohibiting people who were not homeless from taking handouts. The neighbors refrained from giving them food, saying they didn't have the luxury of giving food out. They, too, were struggling with money. No one wanted to give them food. His dad left the house 3 days ago, scavenging for food while Izuku painfully tried to fall asleep through the hunger pains. He came back with a package of bread, sealed. Stolen. The only food he could grab before All Might came running onto the scene. Even the clerks at the store didn't want them to have food. The 12-sliced bread package gave them some nutrients, though that wasn't much. In only 3 hours, he felt the hunger pains. Every summer it was like this. Money was non-existent in his eyes as his dad scrambled to figure something out. The owner of the house had bashed his fist at 1 o'clock, for the length of a week, demanding the rent. His dad answered the door, while Izuku shot into the bedroom, hiding under the bed, shivering in fright. Izuku guessed his dad paid it as the man left. Though, on the second day, he came back with a crossed face and left after slamming the door. Days had passed with the same ordeal the second day. On the 6th day, he came and told his dad something. Izuku didn't heard, but coming from the bedroom, he saw his dad kicking the dining room table harshly. So hard, it bounced a meter to the left. Izuku didn't know what to say or do as he watched his dad kick the table, again and again, the legs scratching the floor aggressively, the floorboards creaking. His dad stopped after what seemed forever, thankfully, coming to the realization Izuku was there. He fell to his knees and whimpered for him to hug him, bloody tears in his eyes. Izuku raced to him. That night, they cuddled together in bed, having their last meal before his dad had to use all their grocery money on the rent. The summer was brutal. Tonight, though, his dad was raging in the bedroom because, well, Izuku thought his daddy was hungry too, 3 days with no food. The mission his dad was meant to go on last night was cancelled as the ringleader got arrested by the hero, Endeavor. Something about the place the ringleader hung out being raided, for hours before the mission began. It promised more than enough money for the next month's rent and 3 total weeks of food up until the summer ended. Food they desperately needed. Originally, his dad was meant to go out as soon as Izuku fell asleep. Izuku was perfectly fine with his dad leaving for this mission if it meant food. However, his dad had gotten a phone call 10 minutes ago by the ringleader's girlfriend, telling him the mission was nullified. Which led to his dad foregoing Izuku's nightly routine, carrying Izuku to the couch and locking himself in the bedroom, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku rubbed his stomach, squeezing his eyes in pain, a sob bubbling from his lips. Izuku bit his lip, miming at the throb. "Daddy!" he screamed, sitting up tiredly. "Daddy! Please, come out. I am." Izuku fell into a cascade of sobs. The bedroom door crashing against the wall echoed across the house, giving Izuku a sense of relief. He held up his arms, like a baby, wanting to be held, sobs spilling from his lips. He sought comfort from the one person he loved. "Daddy! Izushite, I'm so sorry." His dad rushed over, his hair ruffled, eyes tainted red. "I'm so sorry for leaving you, baby." He scooped Izuku up and cradled him to his chest, bouncing him. "I know you're in pain, I'm in pain too. I'm going to go out and get some food for us, okay? I'll figure out another job to get us money. It's okay, don't cry, don't cry." The tears kept on coming, but Izuku felt warmth being at his dad's side, understanding his pain was the same as his. He sniffed the snot dripping from his nose and buried his face into his dad's neck. "I'm here, you're going to come with me, I'm not going to leave you by yourself. Not again. We'll work together to get some food, okay?" Izuku nodded, the idea of eating made him salivate. "Yeah, let's go do that," his dad said, breathily, heading for the door, keeping a hold of Izuku while he tucked his scandals on his tiny feet and his own. "Let's go. Where are we gonna get food, Daddy?" Izuku asked with a yawn, the night sky casting darkness across the landscape. His dad spoke to himself, thinking things over as though Izuku wasn't there. I know it's going to SCK, but I think we'll get some food from the city's garber, from the city. If it wasn't for the slight rocking on the heels his dad was doing, he'd think he was talking to him. I'd steal some food from our neighbors, but if they find out, they'll make our lives hell. The garbage here is going to be empty, the homeless shelter down the road will have nothing as it's late, everyone would have had what's left already and they might not even give us some, so the best bet is to go into the city and try to find some food. I can't steal from a store or someone's house to begin with as I have Izuku with me, his dad said something under his breath, too quiet for Izuku to hear, despite being right beside his face. Daddy? That shot his dad out of his train of thought, making him smile down at him. Let's go get some food. KK, Daddy, Izuku rested his head on his chest, yawning, his stomach gurgling. Every summer was hell like this. Soon, summer dissipated, then fall, then winter arrived. Beyond summer, money was only somewhat of a problem. Dabi could work a lot more as Izuku was at school and becoming older, meaning he could be left alone for longer. Though, both of their separation anxiety made it challenging. But, they managed. Happy birthday, Daddy! Izuku yelled, jerking his dad side to side, waking him up from his slumber, with vigor. The house was cold with the winter chill. With Izuku's wings, it helped them keep warm countless times. Wake up, Daddy. It's your birthday. We have to celebrate. With those words, he slid off his dad's body and onto the frosty floors, jumping up and down, shaking the floorboard. Happy birthday. It's January 18th. The 18th. A groggy dad woke up, his eyes fluttering softly, showing off his blue, glistening eyes. Though he just awakened, his eyes were still brilliantly sapphire. A bit of crust produced through the night was scratched away from his fingernail, etching the tear-made crust away. Ah, baby, you remembered your daddy's birthday. I'm so glad you did. He sat up, pushing the heavy weight of fireproof blankets to the side, flopping his legs over the bed, the frame creaking. Izuku beamed, clapping his hands. Of course, Daddy. I'd never forget. Come on, get up, I need you to open your gift. His hand fetched and guided him, albeit dragging him to the living room, but stopped to put on a sweater with holes for his wings at his dad's command. The house was just cold enough to require a sweater walking around. The winter's crisp temperature seeped into the badly warmed house, sending shivers. To combat this, his dad got him to wear a sweater, along with using a space heater. His wings helped them both too. Izuku hopped excitedly as his dad stood in front of the table, taking a seat at his insistence. The present before him was a rectangular box wrapped with construction paper from school, tapped together by clear tape. Did you wrap it at school, baby? Yep, he nodded, nudging the box closer to his dad. Got it all by myself. Oh? Really? His dad asked, his blue eyes glistening with pride. Now, I'm really excited. He gripped the box and shook it, a clank thumping against the cardboard walls. It's something small, okay? Don't shake it. Izuku yelled suddenly, shooting his hands over his dad's, you'll ruin it. Shoot, I am sorry, I didn't mean to, his dad said, apologetically. It must be fragile, then. Izuku agreed, removing his hands, placing them at his sides. Daddy, you gotta open it. All right, I will. In an instant, his dad gripped the corner of the box and flicked his nails across the paper, resulting in the tearing of the wrapping. Izuku's smile widened as soon as the paper was tossed to the side, falling on the floor. His dad stared quizzingly at the Nike shoe box unveiled, pressing a hand to his chin. You got me shoes? Izuku bursted out into giggles, pressing a hand to his mouth to smother them. No, Daddy, you silly I got, he fought his way through another giggle storm when his dad gave him a deadpan look. Open it, ha, just open it, Daddy. Good, I don't really want any shoes anyway, his dad patted his head, smiling warmly at him. Let's see, his dad flicked his fingers under the lid and lifted it up, pushing it so that it showcased the insides of the box fully. He gasped sharply. Izu, oh my, Izu, baby, you're so sweet, what, I have no words, his dad said breathlessly, a jumble of words fighting its way through his mouth. His pale fingers plucked the two objects from the box, nudging the box away with his other hand. He placed the one on the table, while staring intently in the arts and crafts work. A black and red popsicle stick border with white buttons at the four corners holding a drawn picture of Izuku holding his daddy's hand, the words, Happy Birthday, Daddy, above. Baby, this is amazing, you did this? He looked over at him, eyes wide. You drew this? You made this? Baby, God, you're an artist. Daddy, Izuku blushed, looking away. I did it just for you. I can't believe you, wow, Semir, I want to give you a hug. At his dad's words, Izuku came swooping in for a hug, wrapping his arms around his dad, his wings fluttering. I love you so much, baby, thank you so much for the art, he said warmly and full-heartedly. Did you look at the other thing in the box? Izuku asked, pulling away, though he didn't go far as his dad brought him closer for another hug. All to just pull him onto his lap, surrounding his arms around his waist, back to his chest, his wings snug. With days of trial and error, Izuku found resting his back against his dad to be completely harmless to his dad and him. Sure, the heat radiated harshly and was uncomfortable. But if his dad wore a fireproof shirt, his flames would hardly do anything. Plus, if it meant he'd be able to sit with his dad, he'd manage the discomfort. This also goes for chairs and other things he rests on, just as long as they're fireproof, it's all good. Though, Izuku does complain about pressing his wings into something solid due to it feeling confined. There's something else? I wasn't really focusing after I saw the art. What dash? Izuku interrupted him by reaching for the second present, a pink-wrapped Kit Kat chocolate bar of his dad's favorite flavor, sake whatever that meant. He just knew his dad enjoyed the flavor and he wasn't allowed to eat it, only the red-wrapped Kit Kats. Tada! He presented it to his dad, a huge grin on his face, twisting to see what his dad's expression was. To his pleasure, his dad was gapping at him, not expecting the gift in the slightest. Perfect. Baby, you got me a candy bar? A Kit Kat? His dad choked, reaching for it, looking at the kanji. Your favorite flavor too? Izuku cheered, clapping his hands. Do you like it? Is that even a question? Of course I do. You got me sake-flavored ones. I can't believe you remembered those are my favorite. His dad squeezed him, pressing his face into his curls. You're so sweet, Izu. Izuku beamed, leaning back into his dad's chest, bringing his hand to his dad's. His dad placed the chocolate beside the art and gave him his full hand, joining their hands together. Where did you get the candy, though? Izuku hesitated, wriggling his dad's staples in his hand. A couple days ago, I got it at 7-Eleven. His dad softly sighed. Can you, explain that a little more? Izuku bit his lip, clenching his face. I got some money and bought it after school. There's a 7-Eleven near the school. Went there, then walked home instead of taking the school bus. So, yeah. A pause. Where did you get the money? The floor at school, Izuku whispered, darting his eyes away. I'm sorry, Daddy. I really wanted to get you a birthday gift. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, his dad expelled a sigh. It's okay, just, maybe don't use the money laying on the never mind, the person who dropped it wasn't going to use it anyway so might as well use it. You're being resourceful, I suppose. Maybe next time, ask me for some money, yeah? Just say you'll be going to a store after school and wait. You got me a sake Kit Kat, a sake one. Why would the worker there sell an 8-year-old sake-flavored chocolate? His dad sneered, they shouldn't have done that. God, what if you were gonna eat that? They wouldn't give a fudge. Daddy, wait, I told her it was for my daddy's birthday. Izuku countered, feeling a rising heat coming from his dad, knowing it meant one thing, his dad was mad. She first said I couldn't buy it. That so? Yeah, ask her yourself. Izuku nodded quickly, pressing his head to his dad's chest while looking up at his face. But, not right now as you need to open your candy. His dad scratched the back of his head. It's kind of early for that, maybe after breakfast? Okay. You gotta eat it though, Izuku purred, hopping off his dad's lap so his dad could start fixing up breakfast. I promise, his dad euthanized, following him to the counter. What would you like to eat? You pick, it's your birthday, Izuku announced, grinning widely when his dad agreed. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, and the 13-year-old Izuku wasted no time packing up his belongings. He couldn't shake the excitement bubbling within him as he zipped up his backpack, the crisp $20 bill tucked securely in his pocket. The thrill of finding the bill on the ground fueled his plan for a special surprise for his dad. The hallway buzzed with the chatter of middle school students eager to start their weekends, but Izuku navigated through the crowd with single-minded determination, wings curled against his back. His steps were swift, fueled by the anticipation of the surprise he had in store for his dad. The autumn breeze greeted him as he stepped outside, rustling the leaves on the trees. Izuku clutched the $20 bill, a small but significant windfall that had fallen into his life unexpectedly. With a broad grin, he made his way to the bustling streets, the world around him bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The walk out of campus was a mix of excitement and contemplation. He couldn't help but mull over the possibilities of what bentos to choose. Should he go for his dad's favorite or try something new to surprise him further? The crispness of the bills in his pocket served as a reminder of the agency he now had over this simple yet meaningful decision. However, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice. "Oi, Deku!" Izuku turned to see Katsuki, his explosive and sometimes gruff classmate, rushing toward him. Katsuki's fiery personality was a stark contrast to Izuku's more reserved nature, but they shared a history that ran deep. Katsuki's bag was slung over his shoulder, contrasting the bursting red bag to his black untucked uniform shirt. "Hey, can I walk with you?" Katsuki asked, his tone surprisingly earnest. Izuku hesitated as his wings furled. He had planned for a quiet evening, a simple yet heartfelt surprise for his dad. But Katsuki's request threw a curveball into his carefully laid-out plans. After a brief internal debate, he decided to be honest. "I'm heading to the store to get dinner for my dad and I." Katsuki raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin playing on his face. "Sounds like a plan. I'm coming with you." Izuku sighed, not entirely thrilled with the prospect of company but recognizing the persistence in Katsuki's expression. With a resigned nod, he agreed, "All right, but just up until I get the food. After that, we split ways, okay?" Katsuki's grin faltered, but he nodded in agreement. "Sure." As they walked towards the store, the conversation between Izuku and Katsuki carried on, a delicate balance of reluctance and camaraderie. Katsuki's persistent nature clashed with Izuku's desire for solitude. Katsuki, ever straightforward, asked, "Why don't we hang out at your house, Deku?" Izuku hesitated, glancing away for a moment, gazing at the street bustling with cars. "I'm just busy with stuff, you know? Plus, it's been a while since I've hung out with anyone after school." The throbbing truth forced itself at the forefront of his mind. He didn't want to spend time with Katsuki when he could spend that time with his dad. The one time they did, however, long ago when they were 4, Izuku found it hard to enjoy it as his dad despised the whole experience. Katsuki arched an eyebrow, sensing there was more to the story. "Is it because of your dad?" Izuku's eyes flickered with a momentary unease before he shrugged, a feeble attempt to downplay it. "Yeah, something like that." Katsuki frowned, sensing the underlying tension. "Well, that SEKS. But, we can still hang out, right? Doesn't have to be at your house, it could be at mine." Izuku bit his lip, then replied with a forced smile, "Not today or tomorrow either. Sorry, Kaken." Katsuki's expression filled with hurt, then he let out a resigned sigh, his shoulders slumping a bit. "Fine, whatever." Despite Katsuki's bravado, there was a palpable disappointment in his expression. To lift the mood, Katsuki shifted the topic, asking with a gentle smile, "Hey, can I hold your hand, Deku?" Izuku blinked in surprise, his initial awkwardness giving way to a genuine smile. He adored physical contact. "Sure, Kaken." They interlocked their fingers, a simple yet oddly comforting gesture that added a layer of unexpected connection between the two. Arriving at the store, Izuku led Katsuki to the bento section, his focus returning to the original mission. The colorful array of options filled the shelves, and Izuku carefully selected a tuna bento for himself and another for his dad. "You just live with your dad, right?" Katsuki asked as they wandered through the aisles. Izuku nodded, a warm smile playing on his lips. "Yes, just the two of us. It's been like that for as long as I can remember." As they walked, Katsuki's sharp eyes spotted a display of discounted hero merchandise. His excitement surged as he rifled through the items, while Izuku admired the selection without any intention of buying. However, his eyes lit up when he saw a Hawks-themed baseball cap, knowing his dad's deep admiration. "No. Love for Hawks." Katsuki noticed Izuku's gaze and grinned. "You're a fan of Hawks, huh?" Izuku beamed, "Yep. Though," he giggled, "you should know that. But yes, my dad and I love Hawks." Katsuki's eyes glinted with amusement. "It's probably those wings of his, right?" Izuku glanced at him, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips, his wings fluttering. "Yeah, maybe." Katsuki grinned, "Well, my favorite hero is All Might." He snatched an All Might action figure off the shelf, his eyes gleaming with nostalgia. "Remember playing with these when we were kids? At school?" Izuku's face lit up with recognition. "Of course. Those were the good old days." However, a shadow of disappointment crossed his face when he noticed the lack of Hawks figures on the shelf. Instead, there were plenty of Endeavor figures. "I know what you're thinking," Katsuki huffed, "stop it. Those Endeavor figures are there because no one is buying them. Hawks is as popular as ever." Izuku gave him a startled look, then nodded slightly. "Right, true. A lie," but Izuku went along with Katsuki's ideals. Izuku disliked the Endeavor merch in general. They continued to browse, and as they approached the counter to pay for the bentos, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that this unexpected outing was slowly reshaping his routine. The connection with Katsuki, the gesture of holding hands, and the shared moment over hero merchandise added a layer of warmth to the evening that Izuku hadn't anticipated. And Izuku wasn't sure he liked it. Katsuki didn't take top priority, his dad did. He glanced at the bag. He's not getting food for Katsuki, no. Izuku is getting food for his dad. He is. He decided at that moment to never bring Katsuki with him on a shopping trip. Katsuki distracted him from his mom and dad. As they left the store, Katsuki holding the door for him, the sun casting a warm glow on the horizon, Izuku felt a sense of contempt. Well, I should get going, Izuku said shortly, turning in the direction of home. He didn't dare wait for Katsuki's reply, rather, walked away, quickening his pace in fear he would follow. Just as Izuku began to speed away, a sudden scream of his name pierced the air. He twisted his head like a bobblehead. Before he could say anything, his eyes bulged out seeing Katsuki lunged at him, pushing him to the side with surprising force. "Ah!" he yelped, grunting, wings flailing, the bento bag swinging widely. They both tumbled to the ground, narrowly avoiding a boulder hurtling towards them. Izuku blinked in surprise, wings cramping uncomfortably behind, his back throbbing as Katsuki was sprawled on top of him. What the heck just happened? Katsuki, catching his breath. Just saving your sorry but from that rock. Heh! Quickly, Izuku shot up, pushing Katsuki to the side as he shot his eyesight across the parking lot. He gasped at the bulbous boulder laying a few meters away, which cracked the concrete below. How dash! That, Katsuki finished, pointing towards the sky with a frown, eyes glazed. You kids okay? An angel, no god, his dad's lover, no. Izuku could barely speak as his eyes stared at Hawks floating above with his wings beating against the air, his beige outfit ruffled at the corners due to wind. His golden eyes gazed at them kindly, but with urgence. Izuku gaped, his hands going towards his mouth in complete shock. We're good! Katsuki exclaimed, shocking Izuku out of his stubbornness. Even then, Izuku could barely move or think at the idea alone. Hawks talked to me. Hawks gave them a thumbs up and with swift efficiency, deployed his flight feathers, creating a protective barrier between them and the villain controlling the rocks. Get to safety, he commanded, his voice firm but calm. Wait dash. Izuku beamed as two flight feathers rushed towards them and hooked their pointy end at their uniform collars, flying them to the edge of the parking lot. With a determined look, Hawk soared off into the air, his wings cutting through the sky. Izuku barely realized there was a villain. A villain with rocks covering their body. However, the villain did nothing to ruin Izuku's mood. Hawks just saved them. Hawks. Izuku jumped up and down, wings fluttering in excitement. Katsuki. Oh my god, Katcha. As the dust settled, Katsuki's hand shook him gently. Oi, Deku, snap out of it. We gotta get out of here. Izuku, still clutching the bag with the bentos, nodded in a daze. Yeah, that was amazing. Katsuki, the urgency of the situation sinking in, said, we can geek out about it later. Let's move. They stood, eyes fixed on the aerial battle unfolding before them. Hawks danced in the sky, dodging rocks and swiftly intervening to protect civilians across the street. Izuku's gaze remained locked on the hero he and his dad admired so much. A bittersweet pang hit him as he recalled the times they used to search for Hawks fights on TV, the hero who had seemingly vanished after relocating his agency. Katsuki, observing the spectacle with a mix of confusion and awe, questioned, why the heck is Hawks here? Izuku, a radiant smile breaking through his shock, replied, I don't know, but it's incredible. It's been a while since my dad and I saw Hawks fighting a villain in real life. We always looked for his fights, but after he moved his agency, it has been, he trailed off, becoming quiet as he watched. Katsuki started, then his face softened and with a sigh, said, all right, but we're leaving as soon as this is over. Izuku gasped as he jerked his head to Katsuki. Really? Oh, thank you. He grabbed Katsuki's hand and raced to the edge of the parking lot, poking behind a red car. We can see it perfectly from here, Izuku beamed, squeezing Katsuki's hand as he gazed above. Plus, we are safe, exactly what Hawks told us to do. They held hands, a silent pact amidst the chaos, as they watched Hawks unleash a breathtaking display of acrobatics and heroics. Izuku's eyes shimmered with admiration as Hawks swooped and spun, his wings creating intricate patterns against the darkening sky. The red feathers shone sharply against the gray rocks, a highlight in Izuku's eyes. Hawks flew high, then swooped. Izuku's eyes shot around the sky, mouth shaped as though it was his birthday. His face ached at the force of his steadfast grin which was frozen with excitement. Hawk's wings were everything he adored. Flawless. He flicked his flames gently, reminding him of the wish to fly. The question whether he could fly always made him ponder as if he could, the connection he would have with his dad's lover would be astronomical. He knows his birth mom could fly according to his dad, but the extent of it, he was blind to it. Dad never talked about her, which makes sense, he loves hawks. So, no matter, he would never understand how his birth mom flew, as his dad would never divulge in telling the information. But no matter, if he couldn't fly, what was the purpose of his wings? Just to flutter? If he couldn't fly, he wouldn't be like Hawks, his true mom. If he couldn't fly, his quirk would never be the perfect combination of his dad and mom's quirk. It'd just be Hawk's wings that had dad's fire, no, his birth mom's wings that had dad's fire. Izuku let out a gasp, hands going to his mouth. His head spun as thoughts began to connect. That's what he was missing. His birth mom and Hawk's relationships with his dad had always remained shrouded in mystery, a narrative that his dad had purposefully kept veiled. The few times Dad attempted to shed light on the subject, Izuku found himself unable to comprehend the complexities of his origins due to age. Frustration led to resignation, and eventually, he ceased to inquire, believing the details were neither critical nor important to his present life. After all, he never harbored any particular curiosity about his birth mom. However, a serendipitous encounter with Hawks, coupled with the unexpected revelation of his dad's intentions, resurrected the dormant questions within Izuku's mind. As he watched Hawks in the midst of heroic battle, his thoughts began to weave a narrative that had long eluded him. Dabi, his enigmatic and often aloof father, had orchestrated his existence with precision. The realization struck like lightning: Dabi had him so that he would possess wings, resembling the very hero they both admired. The quirk combination of wings and fire was a deliberate choice, a manifestation of Dabi's devotion to Hawks. The revelation unfolded in Izuku's mind like a puzzle solving itself, and the conclusion was as startling as it was profound. Dabi, in love with Hawks, had engaged in a calculated act with a woman who had wings, a one-night stand or a brief liaison designed to bring about a child. That child, of course, was him, the living embodiment of an intentional one-night stand. In this newfound awareness, Izuku grappled with the complexity of his existence. He was the product of deliberate SEC, a fusion of his dad's admiration for Hawks and the desire to create a child with wings. The realization brought a mix of emotions, astonishment, curiosity, and a tinge of self-discovery. The one-night stand made him as though he was his dad and Hawk's kid. Sure, he knew he was their kid in ways, but to know the origin, it felt odd. Yet, a nagging question lingered. If Dabi's intention was solely to have a child with wings, why would his birth mom not use protection? Did she love Dabi? Did Dabi stay with her until he was born and took him away immediately after birth? The intricacies of his origin story unfolded in Izuku's mind, each revelation raising more questions than answers. As he continued to watch Hawks gracefully navigate the sky, a resolve stirred within him. He was no longer content with the vague explanations and half-truths. The missing pieces of his past became a puzzle he yearned to solve, propelling him into a journey of self-discovery that promised revelations about the enigmatic ties that bound him to Dabi, his birth mom, and the hero who soared above, wings outstretched. How did his dad know his child would even get wings? Did he just gamble with the idea? And, what would happen if Izuku didn't get wings? Izuku felt his heart sink. I don't understand, he whispered, his insides churning. I have to dash. Understand what? Katsuki's rough voice spooked him, sending him to JRK out of their hand-holding. Katsuki's face flashed with guilt. Sorry, you okay? He said lightly, reaching to grasp his hand once more. Izuku shook his head, words not coming to mind. I'm dash. Katsuki frowned, then gave him a small smile. The fight's over, want to go home? What? He said dumbly, jerking his head to the empty sky. Hawks, saying it felt odd when Hawks was his mom. Hawks, where did he go? Katsuki pointed towards the pile of police cars and reporters. How did Izuku not take note of any of it? All he could hear now was the siren. Left shortly, kinda looked panicked. Sorry you couldn't get an autograph, I was going to force him to give you one but he flew before I could run. Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. What? Oh, yeah, thanks. Izuku rubbed his face, reaching for the bag of bentos that fell to the ground. Well, I'm going to go. Oh, yeah. Returning home after seeing Katsuki off, Izuku entered with a heavy sigh. The familiar sights of his living room, with his dad engrossed in the Hawks fight on the television, failed to provide comfort. He approached Dabi, passing him the bag containing the dinner he had picked up, casually mentioning he found money on the ground. Dabi smiled his gratitude, but an unusual quietness lingered between them. Then, with a burst of courage, after snagging a seat beside him on the couch, Izuku confessed he had witnessed the Hawks fight. His dad's eyes lit up with excitement, spinning towards him as he eagerly inquired about the experience. Tell me, was it cool? Dabi asked, anticipation written all over his face. Did Hawks sweep you up with those flight feathers? A genuine smile appeared on Izuku's face as he recalled the awe-inspiring moment. Yeah, Dad, it was amazing. Dabi's grin mirrored his son's enthusiasm. Dabi, ever curious, probed further, did Hawks recognize you as my kid? Izuku felt his insides churn. I'm not sure. I don't think so, as Hawks was focused on the fight when he moved us. True, if he did, he would have shown surprise. Wait, did you say he touched you? His dad stared at his uniform. See, can I touch where Hawk's feather touched you? In response, Izuku shifted so that his dad could touch his uniform collar. His dad reached a hand to the back of his collar and ran his fingers delicately. He pressed a kiss to it with a soft murmur of amazement. The sentimental gesture revealed a side of Dabi that Izuku seldom saw, a mix of pride, affection, and perhaps a twinge of longing. Izuku found himself compelled to share a revelation that had struck him during the hero's airborne spectacle. Dad, he blurted out, I know you and Mom had a one-night stand to have me. Izuku smacked his hands over his mouth, shocked at how quickly he said it. Heart pounding, he watched his dad's face morph from joy of talking about Hawks to shock, then joy once again? To his utter surprise, his dad threw his head back and began to laugh. Wow, he laughs, grinning at Izuku, you're smart. He shook his head, taking a second to stop laughing. How did you figure it out? He asked gently. Izuku swallowed his shock at the laughter and forced himself to say, it came to me when I was watching Hawks. If Hawks is my mom and you're my dad, the only way for me to be connected to both was if you had a one-night stand with someone who had a winged quirk. I assume my birth mom didn't want to have a kid in the vision of a pro hero, so I think you kept it to yourself. He glanced at his dad's face for any confirmation. Again, his dad began to chuckle, reaching to pat his hand on Izuku's curls. Exactly, couldn't have said it better. Izuku frowned. Can you, though? I want the true story. How did it happen, me being born? I have so many questions and I wish for you to explain. I need to know. Izuku flipped around and grabbed his dad's scared hands and squeezed them. Please. Of course, baby, he said, tucking him under his arm so he could cuddle into his side. Izuku latched on and nuzzled his face into his ribs. I was waiting until you were older where you'd understand, section. I didn't want to say anything when you were a lot more innocent. But, now that you figured it out, might as well. His dad began to drag his hand through his hair. You're taking it quite well. Yeah, Izuku mumbled, I'm not really upset, that's how I was born. It doesn't change the fact that I'm your and Hawk's kid. Izuku felt his dad give him a squeeze. Baby, gosh, thank you. I will apologize in advance if you get mad at the things I did to get you as my kid. He took a deep breath, let me tell you. Izuku wanted to say he wouldn't, but allowed his dad to explain. You already know the story of how we met, his face lit up for a second, and how I fell in love with him on the spot. Izuku hummed, knowing the story as though it was his own. And in some ways, it is, now that he knows his connection to Hawks. Yeah, Hawks let you go after you killed someone. He snorted, when you say it like that, it sounds like I'm delusional. No, you're not, Izuku was quick to protest, you and Hawks had a moment where you both stared at each other. Hawks let you go when it could have benefited himself if he hadn't. There was a connection. Izuku kissed his dad's cheek. I know it. Thanks, Izu. You're right. Yeah. Anyway, after falling in love, I kinda know, I began thinking about what my life could be if I had Hawks in it. Where would our first date be? What gifts would I get him? Is he a cuddler like I am? Those kinds of things. It led me into thinking about what if we had a child. His dad blushed. I know. It's impossible for men to have children. Duh. He gazed upwards, what if? A child born from two people is the greatest sign of their love for each other. And I wanted that. I wanted a child that was Hawks. It was impossible, so I went to the next best thing. I sought out women with wings similar to Hawks and those who had small families and connections on social media. The woman I chose was Inko Midoriya. Inko was the one I thought I could kill easily, and I knew not many would care due to her family being dead. I learnt this information on social media, along with, she told me, many funeral photos. Inko had green wings. He squinted his eyes. I think they were big. No, yeah, they were. I picked her because her wings were the same size as Hawks. The small details, not really. Over the years I forgot. All I remember is that she had big, green wings. Nonetheless, I began messaging her for a week, the longest week of my life, and she agreed to meet up on a date once I asked. We had a one-night stand at a motel. After we did it all, I asked her if she lived in Mustafa and if she'd be leaving, in which she said no to leaving and yes to where she lived. Unsurprisingly, she had mentioned mid-SEC, someone named Hisashi. I figured it was her husband, after seeing her take off a ring before we got into bed. I already planned on killing her after she gave birth, but now knowing she had someone in her life, who wasn't shown on any social media, I knew I had to kill him to cover my tracks. Plus, she didn't want me to use a condom when I pretended to offer, which was weird. I knew she wanted to have a child with me. I also asked her if she was having SEC with anyone else and she said no, using the disguise of asking if she was clean. I trusted this as who'd want to have SEC with her? She wasn't really cute. We parted ways and I never messaged her again. I think she texted me a few times, which was good as if she didn't get PRGNNT, I'd text her again. Luckily, she did. How do I know this? I began stalking her, checking up on her secretly. I was watching through the window when she showed Hisashi the PRGNNCY test and to my shock, she told him the child, was theirs. What? Izuku gaped. Huh? His dad nodded grimly. From that moment, I panicked. It occurred to me that she wanted to keep you and she must have told Hisashi you were their kid so she wouldn't lose her husband. I also had no idea if you were actually born, as what if it was Inko and Hisashi's biological kid instead? I knew two things: 1, I had to figure out if I was the father. 2, I have to kill them once you are born. Inko wanted you. If she stayed alive, she could have fought for custody over you. Then again, she might want nothing to do with you. Hisashi would be bound to know you were not his kid. So, she might have thrown you away and that would be great for me. Ultimately, I couldn't risk it. I had to kill them. First, I began texting Hisashi to get close to him. From there, I could figure out if they were having section. I doubted it, as why would Inko want SEC with me when she could have it with her husband? Hisashi and I bonded over heroes we dislike. We hung out at bars, I believe 3 times. The first time, he mentioned how his wife was PRGNNT with his kid. Lucky you, I said. Second, he made fun of my scars. God, I hated him. On the third, I got him heavily drunk and asked him about the section. In which, he said he had SEC with Inko. That scared me and I began asking more questions on when. He told me about how they had SEC recently. I grew extremely nervous, as what if that wasn't you inside Inko? What if I wait 9 months and find out that wasn't even my biological kid? All that progress would be a waste, as I could be finding a different woman to have SEC with. He took a deep breath, kissing Izuku on his head. Luckily, Hisashi said he was gone in the US for a month during the time I had SEC with Inko. That means, Izuku said, it was me who was in Inko? He flashed him a warm smile. Yes, you're right. I made up a story that I had to leave for Canada for my job and he believed me. We stopped talking. I stalked Inko for 10 months to make sure she didn't have an abortion and that you were alive. I stayed away as she'd recognize me if I got close. She probably was experiencing paranoia as you weren't Hisashi's son. Izuku frowned. Wouldn't Hisashi know when I was born that I wasn't related to him? He squeezed his shoulders. Yes, you're right, and I was ready for that. I made a plan to combat this. I also felt the urge to kidnap her and keep you guys close to me when I saw them buying baby stuff, but knew if I did, Inko would be stressed out, which would probably hurt you. Izuku saw his dad spill blood from his eyes. Dad dash. I'm okay, he wiped his tears, kissing his forehead, tapping his wings. It was a very hard 10 months. I'm here, though, Izuku gently said. And I'm so glad. His dad sounded choked up, but with a kiss to his dad's cheek, he continued. When Inko went into labor, I hovered around the hospital's lobby, keeping an eye out for Hisashi, as men aren't allowed in the room during the birth. I wore a disguise, and when I saw him come inside the lobby, I forcibly bumped into him on the way past him to put a mic on him. I went outside and listened. He gazed at Izuku, pressing a hand to his cheek. I cried when I heard your cries. Your plan worked, Izuku said breathlessly, leaning into the touch. But, what would happen if I didn't get wings? I know you said it didn't matter when I was young, but I still can't help but think. I wouldn't look like Hawks at all. His dad's face softened. Izu, baby, he gave him a tight hug. I worried about it, as what if your quirk wouldn't arrive until you were 4, or what if you didn't get it? But I think waiting the 10 months got me attached to you. And as soon as I heard your cries, wings didn't matter. Hawks didn't even come to mind. All I knew was, you were my kid. My Izuku. I hate Inko for many things, for making me wait and stressed out, but I'm happy she named you Izuku, as that's a perfect name and giving you to me. Dad, Izuku breathed, tucking his face into his neck, tears seeping from his eyes. I love you so much. Baby, I love you so much. Gosh, I adore you. His dad pulled away from the hug. I killed them the day after. Hisashi realized you weren't his kid, seeing the bright blue eyes, and ran off. Inko sobbed, cursing me for impregnating her. Hisashi was easy to. He paused, sounding strained. Izu, do you want to know about how I murdered them? I don't want you to think I'm a monster. Izuku shook his head. I want to hear it. His dad took a deep breath. I killed Hisashi with a gun at Inko's place, already packing. I didn't really want to leave you at the hospital with Inko, but I did as I didn't want to lose him. I burned his remains. I spent the day there, packing the baby equipment in bags. I also pulled the crib into the living room. When Inko came home the following day, she saw me on the couch and began yelling and cursing at me for ruining her life. I was perturbed seeing her screaming with you in her arms. I pulled out the gun and demanded she placed you in your crib in the living room. She did so, and I shot her and burned her. You began crying at the gunshot, but after I took care of her, I held you. For the first time, I held you. He began crying again. God, it was the best thing in my entire life. 10 months of waiting and there was my reward. He looked at him warmly. My baby. Izuku shifted so that he was on his lap, pressing his face into his chest. My dad. Aizu, he crooned with a soft smile. I stole the baby supplies from their place and brought it here. They both gazed around their house, recalling the crib in the bedroom, the baby toys in the corner, everything. It made Izuku's heart burst. His dad did everything, sacrificed so much time, to have him. His dad cleared his tears once more. Due to your birth certificate saying Izuku Midoriya, I kept it as that. Plus, I really don't like my own last name due to my shitty childhood, and if it's used, it'll make another mess. So, I changed my last name to Midoriya and changed the record to say I'm your dad using some black market methods. I really hate the last name, but it's there. Sometimes I wished I'd be different. But now that you are in school, it's too late to change it. But honestly, if I'm going to change it, it will be Hawks' last name. Izuku grinned, but had to ask something. Why haven't you gone to Hawks' agency and told him you love him? Maybe he remembers you. Dabi provided him with a sheepish smile. Hopefully he does, but I never have as, God, so many people on a daily basis say they love him and how they're married somehow. Crazy people like that. If I were to tell him this he might get weirded out, and if it goes wrong, I could be arrested for being a creep. Perhaps he might recognize me, but I think saying I've been in love with him for over a decade would be crazy. I sound like an obsessed fan. He sighed. There's too much of a risk. Izuku frowned, heart cracking. You're right, I didn't really think about it like that. I'm sorry for bringing it up. No, don't be. He reassured, I'd be curious too. But, Dad, I want to say something. He hummed in question. Izuku takes a deep breath and hugs him tightly. You sacrificed so much time and effort for me. And I'm so grateful to have a dad this amazing. I'm happy you killed them as that means, no one could fight for custody over me. Everything you did, is completely okay in my books. All because you and Hawks are my parents. Dad stared, eyes wide, then, a second later, tears spilled once more. Baby, he whispered. God, I love you so much. I love you too, Dad, Izuku squeezed him. Thank you for telling me. His dad spoke with relief. You know no idea how much better I feel knowing you're completely fine with it, Aizu. And I should be thanking you. Well, Izuku smiled. We can thank each other. Yeah, we can. Third year, Izuku sat anxiously at his desk, surrounded by the low hum of excited whispers and nervous laughter that filled the classroom. It was the day their teacher would announce the high school applications, a pivotal moment that would shape the path of their future. The students were on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting the announcement that would determine where they would spend their next 3 years. As the teacher stepped up to the front of the class, the room fell silent. He cleared his throat before delivering the news that sent a ripple of excitement through the room. Class, it's time to discuss high school applications. Each of you will be receiving information about potential schools and programs. Take this seriously, it will shape your future. Izuku's mind raced as he thought about his options. UA, the prestigious institution for aspiring heroes, immediately came to mind. He knew that his childhood friend, Katsuki, was set on attending UA. Glancing at him, he saw Katsuki's smirk of confidence. Katsuki's dream was to become the #1 hero, and nothing seemed to stand in his way. However, Izuku's thoughts were clouded by a harsh reality. His father wasn't a hero, he was a villain. How could he possibly be a hero when his dad is the opposing force? But, what else would he do if not a hero? His mom is one. The sickening bit is the information that was newly given to him not that long ago. Izuku's family struggled financially, that was something he knew for his entire life. He also understood the reason was because his dad was a villain. But, what shocked him was that his dad became one because of an unknown reason. His dad didn't explain what the reason was, only that it influenced his childhood and is his end goal. Izuku thought it was Hawks, but that wouldn't make sense. Dabi fell in love with Hawks while he was a villain, not before. Izuku asked if Dad would explain it, but he said in the future. Izuku dropped the topic after that, seeing no reason to continue it. A small voice inside of him questioned, was his dad being selfish for forcing him to live in poverty just so he could make progress for an unknown reason? Izuku mentally shook his head, rolling his eyes. His dad was nothing but selfish. It was him who sacrificed everything to have Izuku as his son. If his dad could have him, work on his goal, reason, and try to get Hawks as his lover, all in one go? It's merely logical, Izuku thought. As Izuku pondered over the conversation, he glanced at his cheap phone, a gift from his dad. It was a stark reminder of their financial struggles, but this time, it sparked an idea. He lightly gasped, eyes widening. How did he not think about this before? He tapped on search and typed in the highest-ranking hero salaries. His eyes widened as he scrolled through the information. All Might, the symbol of peace, had a rising income. Mount Lady, with her newfound popularity, was also enjoying financial success. Mom was another name on the list of heroes with impressive salaries. God, how different would his life be if his mom lived with his dad? A determined look crossed Izuku's face. He realized that becoming a hero could provide the financial stability his dad desperately needed. With UA as the pathway to his dream, he made up his mind. He would become a hero not just for himself but for his father, hoping to give his dad relaxation so he could just focus on completely his goal for why he became a villain in the first place. At the end of the day, Izuku was leaving the threshold of the school's main entrance when Katsuki came up, choosing to stop bragging to everyone in school. Izuku's wings ceased their fluttering, wanting to head home, not talk to his friend. Hey, Izuku! Why don't you come hang out with me and the guys after school? Today's the day you will come, Katsuki suggested, nudging Izuku with his elbow as Izuku steps out in the open air. Gazing forward, he saw Katsuki's friend group consisting of 3 guys and 2 girls at the school's gate, talking and waiting. Izuku hesitated, casting another glance at Katsuki's group of friends in the distance. A mix of unfamiliar faces and boisterous laughter surrounded them. Maybe next time. I've got something to do today, Izuku replied. He needs to go home and tell his dad about becoming a hero for money. Besides, being with Katsuki was never something he truly wanted to do. If he had the choice, he'd spend his time with his dad, but if it's a must, he'd spend time but only with Katsuki, no one else. Even then, it wouldn't be hanging out, more so, walking to the train station together. Katsuki grunted in response, his mind seemingly occupied with a different thought. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, you know, I haven't seen your dad in years. The last time we hung out was like, he rolled his hand about, attempting to make his dialogue not as forced, family playdate thing when we were 4. Was it something my family did to make your dad or something? Izuku furrowed his brows, puzzled by Katsuki's sudden mention of his dad. Why bring that up now? It's been ages. You know we don't really, what's on your mind? Katsuki shrugged, kicking a pebble. Just wondering, I guess. I want to hang out with you outside of school. Every time I ask, you turn me down. Izuku forced himself not to get annoyed. It's not that I don't want to. My dad's just really protective, you know? I can't always go out after school. But, maybe someday. A lie. Truly, he didn't want to spend any time with Katsuki, that time was reserved for his dad. Even if dad's working, he'd still want to spend it alone watching his mom on the TV. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Protective? What's he so worried about? You're not a damsel in distress. Izuku chuckled in amusement. His dad is protective because of Izuku's birth, of course he couldn't say that. He just worries about me, that's all. Nothing to be concerned about, he said smoothly. There was an awkward pause of Katsuki staring, then he rolled his eyes with an annoyed tsk. Of course that's your answer, he whispered, rubbing his face roughly. I just want to hang out with you, not just at school. Like, at the mall or something. But, you go home no matter how much I try to persuade you. Is it the extras I hang out with? Katsuki asked with confusion, eyes glinting in pain. Izuku chooses his words carefully. Yes, a little. I don't really like them, his eyes flicked towards the friend group in the distance. I'd rather spend time with just you. Then why can't we hang out? Katsuki asks desperately. I like spending time with my dad. Katsuki frowned, a hint of hurt in his crimson eyes. You're always with your old man. He gently grabbed Izuku's hands, the light scars from his childhood were grazed, but Katsuki squeezed them. Izuku's wings pulsed in shock. I want to spend time alone with you. We could go somewhere, or you could come over to my place or I could go to yours. Whatever you want. Izuku inhaled and shook his head, his expression unwavering. I appreciate it but I'd rather spend my alone time with my dad. Pain flashed in Katsuki's eyes and he sighed, his frustration evident as he let go of Izuku's hands. Whatever, nerd. You're too DMN attached to that old man. Izuku hummed with a shrug, another flash of hurt crossed his face. He fought the urge not to roll his eyes. Katsuki spoke once again. Izuku, will you be applying for UA? Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of UA, but a shadow of doubt lingered. I want to. But I have to talk to my dad first. The fact remained that his dad may say no due to being a villain, despite the money. Perhaps his dad will suggest he becomes a villain, but Izuku's answer would be a quick no. Evidently from his dad's struggle, he could never become wealthy being a villain. Katsuki groaned, throwing his hands up in exasperation. Why the hell do you have to ask your dad? Izuku frowned, his brows knitting together. I just want to make sure it's okay with him. He's my dad, after all. Katsuki sked, his impatience showing. It's your life, your choice. Izuku's shoulders slumped as he watched Katsuki walk away, the fading sunlight casting a melancholy glow over the scene. He felt a pang of annoyance, realizing that Katsuki always grew unhappy when the topic of his dad came up. It was a puzzle that Izuku couldn't quite solve, why Katsuki seemed to despise his dad. Though, because Katsuki doesn't like his dad, it allowed Izuku to have his dad all to himself. Taking a deep breath, Izuku leaves the school grounds, avoiding Katsuki's friend group that stared daggers at him. He went through the gate, and glanced to see Katsuki with his friends, talking. A bitter sensation enveloped his heart, but he shook his head, confirming Katsuki was thoroughly distracted. After one more glance, he tore down the sidewalk in the distance of his home. Izuku couldn't shake the sense of shame that crept over him. He had made sure Katsuki didn't know where he lived, a secret he guarded with fervor. Opening the door of his house, Izuku was greeted by the dim glow of the small living room. His eyes focused on the small TV, was it always that small, and a mix of relief and trepidation washed over him. There sat his dad, engrossed in the news on the television. Hey Dash. Izuku. Before any other words could leave his mouth, his dad jumped from his seat and pulled him into a tight hug, a daily occurrence. How was your day? Izuku beamed. My teacher talked about high school applications. I was thinking Dash. Whoa, wait, let's sit down, he said with a smile, pressing a hand through his flames. I want to play with your wings, okay? Izuku grinned, racing to get changed into casual clothes, then sat in front of his dad in front of the TV on his knees as his dad faced his back, grazing his hands through the flames as though it was meditation. God, your wings are amazing. Now, tell me all about your day. He went to answer, but felt his mouth freeze at the sight of the TV. Indeed, it was smaller, in fact, the picture quality dropped too. Dad, is that TV new? He murmured. Dad shot his head in the direction and stared, glaring at it as though it was Inko. And that meant something. Yes, he sneered, I had to. Rent is bad so I had to sell it. I hate it as whenever Hawks appears, it's not perfect quality. Oh, Izuku blinked, I agree, it does SCK. But, it's alright, Dad. We can still watch him, plus. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, glancing over his shoulder. We can watch him on our phones, you got us on my 14th birthday. Excitement bubbled under his dad's skin, you're right, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It's not the end of the world, Dad, Izuku promised, shifting to hug his dad, squeezing his warmth. Then, he began talking about his dad. Katsuki was a prickly conversation, leading to complaining. As much as he's his best friend, Izuku can't help but complain. Dad complains too, always about how he didn't like him for taking Izuku's attention. Izuku would feel guilty, opting to avoid his friend at school until Katsuki practically begged. Katsuki begging was an odd sight. For someone so confident, begging Izuku, who is arguably meek, is shocking. No matter, his dad showed obvious dislike whenever Katsuki was brought up, signs like his face twitching, speaking with grit and tensed hands. With it in mind, Izuku chose to avoid the Katsuki topic. My teacher talked about high school applications and it got me thinking about what school I could go to. What school do you want me to go to? Izuku hesitated, now in front of his dad, the notion of saying he wants to be a hero made his mouth numb. Dad shrugged with a smile, tucking him under his arm. Wherever you want. School tuition is free for high school students so it doesn't matter, just as long as it helps your future. Izuku wanted to say it did matter, but sked in a breath, nuzzling his face. Can we go on the couch and cuddle? Sure thing, Dad said with a soft smile. Snuggled together with Dabi on his back and Izuku on his stomach, he lightly fidgeted with his staples, pulling lightly, dragging his hand along the scarred skin. His wings tucked behind him, gently flickering under the sunlit room with burnt-out lights. Now, Izu, where do you want to go? I know you've been thinking. Izuku mumbled, resting his head on his chest, staring into the couch, promise you won't be mad? Of course not, Dash. I want to go to UA. Izuku blurted out, eyes wide. He snapped his head upwards and saw his dad's look of surprise, looking as though he had something to say. But before it was said, Izuku continued. I want to become a hero so I can get money. Shiketsu is way too far and UA is the closest hero school to us. Izuku faltered, seeing his dad's look of guilt. Dad? Izu, he whispered gently, squeezing him tightly, pressing Izuku's head back into his chest. You don't have to become a hero just for the money. Izuku huffed, successful heroes are making the most amount of legal money according to statistics. Dad, I want to become one so I can help you. Once I become a hero, I'll take care of the money and then you can focus your attention on your goal. Plus, if we see Mom, he can help too. He said this quietly, nuzzling his nose into his chest. 'Cause I love you. Baby, his dad had nothing to say, staring in complete awe. You'd you do that for me? Of course, Izuku said with a smile, eyes darting to his blue ones, anything for you. Izu, truthfully, Dad let out a breath, pressing a hand to his open cheek, pressing him downwards. I want you to become a hero. Izuku gasped, what? First came to mind was confusion, then a split second later, realization of his mom being a hero and his dad wanting him to follow that job plan. He said this to his dad and his dad laughed, shaking his head in delight. Close, it does involve your mom. I want you to become a hero, he said lightly, acting as though he was scared to say it. I know it's selfish, but if you do, I can see Hawks. I heard on the news, first years who are in the hero course are now able to do internships. With how well they do in the sport festival, heroes will hand out offers to first-year students to do an internship with them. What I am saying is. Izuku's eyes began to water. You go to UA, do well in the sport festival, get an offer from Hawks and when you see him, tell him the truth about you and I. Tears cascade down his milky cheeks. Daddy, he whispered. I dash. Shoo, Dad squeezed him tighter, pressing kisses to his wet skin repeatedly with earnestness. I know, I'm sorry, I'm a shitty dad for forcing his dream onto you dash. No. Izuku shot out, tears dripping faster. I am not crying, 'cause of you. No. I'm crying, 'cause I hadn't thought about it. I wanted to be a hero for the money, now, I want to be a hero to see Mommy. He sobbed, wailing into his chest. I will. I'll go to UA. I'll become a hero to get Hawks and money. Hun, his dad whispered as though he was talking to a tender rabbit. If we get Hawks, he'll help us out, too. Izuku sniffed the snot dripping, wiping his nose with the palm of his hand. Even with Hawks' help, I want to have money for myself and you so we don't have to worry about being poor ever again. Dad's features drooped with a bittersweet smile on top. Thank you, Izu. Though, I question and worry, I know you have to go to UA to get Hawks, yes, but you could drop out of the hero program as soon as you do that. 'Cause, I worry about the possibility of having to confront you on the battlefield. Izuku choked on his breath, gasping sharply. In a whisper, shoot, I didn't even, you're right. A hand went to his cheek, wiping the stray tears. I'd prefer you leave UA's hero course as soon as we get Hawks, but with your money goal, I don't think that'll work. Heroes are making the most amount of money compared to a doctor, even then, you have a quirk for a hero, rather than a doctor. So, how about this, we make a promise to never fight each other, despite our roles and regardless if we have to face the consequences. Izuku nodded. Silently, feeling himself go numb. I still don't want to risk it, if we do meet, I could, what if, Izuku couldn't say, frightened of what would happen if his dad got arrested. Izu, he said sternly, shaking his head with a huff. It'll be okay, and if we do face each other, I won't fight. I'd rather be arrested than hurt you and that's not negotiable. But, Izuku whined, I don't like that. Dad wasn't having any of it. What, Izuku? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut while a burning sensation formed in his heart. I'd rather you hurt me than you being stuck in prison for who knows how long. A choked whimper came from underneath. Izuku, don't you ever FING say that. Izuku felt tears come along once more, sore dash. No. Don't I God. How dash he groaned loudly, smacking his hands over his eyes. Izuku, I'd rather die than do that. I don't want that, Izuku wanted to say. Dad continued. If I hurt you, it feels like all the sacrifices and things I've done to get you here would be for sheet. Izuku kept his mouth shut, choosing to lay a kiss on his cheek, nuzzling his nose with his. I'm sorry for making you mad, you're right. It was a lie, but luckily, his dad bought it, squeezing him harder. Thanks, Izu. I just want to keep you safe, he said with comfort lacing his voice, a strong contradiction to earlier. We just gotta push through until Hawks recognize you. How? Izuku asked, allowing the prior conversation to go to the back of his head. How can Hawks recognize me? Through the sport festival or the news? Say, your class or something, does something grand, it'd go on the news and Hawks might recognize you as my kid or maybe see some resemblance. And if you don't do well in the sport festival, which I find hard to believe, or don't get on the news, there's always second and third year. But, I have a hunch it'll be during your first year. Dad said the plan as though it was waiting to be said for years. And it probably was. He probably planned it as soon as he had the thought of having a child. I see, Izuku smiled, thinking it over. At that very moment, he made a pledge to himself to do anything in his power to get on the news and do well in the sport festival if it means Hawks will recognize him. So, Hawks will know I'm your kid bye? Dabi smiles, you know the story of how Hawks and I met. Izuku's eyes shone. When he was a tad younger, he found the story bittersweet. But now, knowing his own origin, the story feels like warmth. Yes. I love it. Are you going to say it again? Please. A soft smile remained on his dad's face as he explained. Hawks and I are not close, but I certainly love him. After killing a stranger in an alleyway, long ago, Hawks came to the crime scene and was about to stop me. I was over the dead body, and when I saw him swoop down, I went to attack him. At that time, I didn't love Hawks. Then, we looked at each other. His beautiful gold eyes. And he stopped, he stared in silence. I felt something spark between us. I took a step towards him, but he stepped to the side, saying I could go in a quiet voice. I'm pretty sure he was blushing. No hero, when striving for number one, would let a villain leave. If Hawks got me arrested, his popularity would go up. But no, he didn't. There's a reason why he did it. He stared up at the ceiling, a dark blush coming over his pale skin. Izuku smiled at Dad's blush. I'm excited to see Mom, too. So, Hawks would recognize me as I'm related to you. Yes, Dad said, after laying a kiss on his cheek. Hopefully. And if not, he'll like your quirk, you know, having wings. He loves birds. Izuku giggled along with his dad, grinning. Worst case, Dad said after calming himself. I'll walk up to his agency and force Hawks to understand. His face crumbled suddenly, maybe not, just thinking about that terrifies me. Izuku giggles once more, but more so to get his dad away from the negative thoughts of rejection. That'd be funny and probably scary for Hawks. Hey, you have a son. But, I think Hawks will probably be weirded out no matter what when we tell him. Dabi gives him a forced smile. You're right, and that's why I need you to talk to him. He'll understand it as it's from the kid's perspective. Izuku smiles with a hum, pressing his face to his chest. I'll make sure to do that, Dad. I love you, Dad. A kiss landed on his cheek. I love you too, Izu. I love Mom, too. A snort. You already know how much I f***ing love your mom. I do. They both laughed, snuggling up, allowing sleep to overcome their cuddle session. As third-year students, now is the pivotal moment to earnestly contemplate your future and chart the course you wish to traverse in the journey of life. As the words resonated in the classroom, Izuku found himself immersed in a sea of possibilities, his teacher orchestrating the discourse from the podium with an air of gravity, shuffling papers that held the keys to their academic destinies. A subtle smile played on Izuku's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the decisions that awaited him. For him, the path was already etched in stone. He was set on applying to UA, the renowned academy for aspiring heroes. Each mention of UA sent ripples of excitement through his being, a palpable anticipation that intensified with every passing day. The prospect of submitting his application heralded a new chapter, one where his father and he would embark on rigorous training sessions in preparation for the daunting entrance exam. They had deliberately delayed the commencement of training, holding out until this juncture, allowing room for any last-minute considerations about the school of choice. Amidst the animated buzz of his classmates, whose quirks manifested in an impromptu display of excitement, Izuku couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. His own quirk instinctively curled around him as if in response to the collective fervor. His gaze shifted towards his teacher, momentarily captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Lost in contemplation, Izuku's mind churned with thoughts, and he found himself nibbling at his cheek in a subconscious effort to ground himself. The weight of the impending decisions hung in the air, and as the classroom pulsated with enthusiasm, Izuku grappled with the gravity of the choices that would shape his future. Hey, teach! Katsuki's voice pierced the air, a brash interruption that resonated through the classroom. Nonchalantly leaning back on a plastic chair, he defied convention by propping his feet up on the desk with an air of casual arrogance. Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes in irritation at the disruptive display. The dynamics between Izuku and Katsuki had taken a peculiar turn ever since Izuku confided in him about his feelings towards their friend group. I don't like them. To Izuku's surprise, Katsuki promptly distanced himself from the group, effectively severing ties with them. The abrupt shift left the once fawning friends now treating Katsuki as if he were contagious, avoiding him like the proverbial plague. It was a disconcerting transformation that added an air of mystery to Katsuki's motives. In an unexpected twist, Katsuki began shadowing Izuku during his free time at school, seeking his company with an intensity that bordered on unsettling. Whether it was a request to hang out or a simple proposition to walk to the train station together, Katsuki seemed insistent on inserting himself into Izuku's routine. Izuku couldn't shake off the discomfort of emerging from his classroom only to find Katsuki stationed across the doorway, sporting a smile that seemed reserved exclusively for him. Luckily, saying no to Katsuki's persistent invitations was made easier by the fact that Izuku's dad held a distinct disdain for Katsuki. A subtle but unmistakable scowl adorned his dad's face whenever Katsuki's name was mentioned in conversation. It was an unspoken disapproval that Izuku couldn't ignore, and he couldn't help but speculate on the root of his dad's aversion to Katsuki. The swift passage of time brought the school day to its inevitable conclusion, and as the final bell rang, signaling the exodus of students from the classrooms, Izuku found himself joined by Katsuki. They traversed the hall, meandering through the mudroom, and eventually emerged at the exit. A gentle breeze played with the flames of Izuku's wings, causing them to flutter delicately in response. In the companionable silence that enveloped the duo, Izuku savored the tranquility, using the moments to envision the excitement his dad would express when they finally applied for UA. As they neared the train station, the bustling swarm of students at the entrance marked the transition from the school environment to the public space. Izuku's heart quickened its pace, and he instinctively took a deep breath, preparing himself for the imminent encounter with the crowded station. His discomfort with the press of people had deep roots, stemming from the aversion to having his precious wings inadvertently tucked and constrained by the proximity of others out of fear of hurting people. Fortunately, Dad, attuned to Izuku's sensitivities, always found a way to navigate them through large crowds, providing a buffer that shielded him from the discomfort of too much closeness. He would grab Izuku by the shoulders and walk with him in front, thus his wings would be flaring at his dad, instead. Summoning the courage to break the silence, Izuku compelled himself to speak, allowing his hand to gently run through the flames of his wings. A delightful shiver coursed through him, eliciting a genuine smile. The ability to touch his wings had evolved over the years, his skin developing a heightened tolerance for the hot sensation. "So," he began, the words carrying a sense of accomplishment, "my dad is allowing me to go to UA." The admission hung in the air, a significant revelation that held the promise of a new chapter in Izuku's life. Katsuki abruptly halted in his tracks, eyes widening with an exuberant grin fixed on Izuku. "Really?" Izuku affirmed, maintaining a steady pace as they continued walking. The revelation hung in the air, a significant milestone that Izuku was eager to share with someone, even if that someone was Katsuki. However, a sense of responsibility nagged at him, urging him to ensure Katsuki boarded his train before heading home. "I want to be a hero, you know, for..." Izuku's words trailed off, a momentary hesitation betraying the unspoken complexities tied to his dad's strict attitude. His dad's earnest plea echoed in his mind, a reminder of the delicate struggle they unfortunately maintained. "Izu, please, 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 do not tell anyone we have money issues, okay? I feel so bad already, and if others know, they might think I'm a lousy father." Despite his heartfelt disagreement with the notion that his dad was anything less than excellent, Izuku respected his dad's wishes. The weight of concealing their financial struggles bore heavily on him, and the desire to shield Katsuki from this truth was paramount. Katsuki, blissfully unaware of Izuku's economic circumstances, remained in the dark due to deliberate efforts to keep details about his home life discreet. Izuku harbored the fear that if Katsuki discovered the reality of his situation, he might leave in pursuit of better, more affluent friendships, especially considering Katsuki's family's prosperity as fashion designers. With the knowledge that Katsuki's family held a more privileged position, Izuku couldn't shake the worry that revealing the truth would lead to judgment and potential abandonment. Coupled with his dad's apparent dislike for Katsuki, fueled Izuku's determination to keep their financial struggles a closely guarded secret. Katsuki's inquiry carried a gruff undertone, but his eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of excitement. "For what?" he demanded. Caught off guard, Izuku blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "For flame-quirked people?" Katsuki erupted into a boisterous laugh, his cheeks creasing with the force of his amusement before settling into a confident smirk. "I want to be the best, the FING best, that's my reason for going." Izuku couldn't help but snort at Katsuki's unapologetic determination. "Of course." As they reached the station, Katsuki slipping his train ticket into the slot, eyeing Izuku when he did nothing, their movements instinctively choreographed as they headed towards the platform for Katsuki's train, a sense of routine settling in. Taking a seat together, Izuku draped his satchel over his lap, ensuring his wings were comfortably positioned away from the bench's back. In contrast, Katsuki sat with an uncharacteristic stiffness, a stark contradiction to his earlier boisterous demeanor, though he casually slung an arm around the back of the bench. "Hey," Katsuki hesitated, a glint appearing in his eyes as he broached the topic. Izuku released an annoyed sigh, bracing himself for what was to come. "I know I already asked this, but is it okay if we?" Katsuki's voice trailed off, a hint of uncertainty blending with the glint in his eyes. Izuku couldn't deny the persistence, and with a resigned demeanor, Katsuki finally posed the question, "Hang out?" "No," Izuku snapped initially, catching Katsuki off guard, but softening the rebuff with a consoling pat on his knee. "Sorry, we can hang out until your train comes." Katsuki's expression shifted from hurt to tentative gratitude. The atmosphere between them eased, and as they waited on the platform, Izuku's attention shifted momentarily when a train arrived. His head shot up in anticipation, only to pout when it wasn't Katsuki's train pulling into the station. "Sure, we can do that." Katsuki's voice carried a palpable sense of relief as he settled back, closing his eyes briefly as if to bask in the calmness of the moment. "That's the best I can ask for." Izuku responded with a soft smile, then pulled out his phone, checking the time. A warm feeling enveloped him as he glanced at the picture of his dad and himself on the lock screen, cuddled up in a moment of familial warmth. Despite the desire to head home, he was determined to fulfill his responsibility of getting Katsuki home. "Where's the train?" Izuku inquired, attempting to distract himself from the longing for the comfort of his home. Katsuki started, a flicker of nervousness passing over his features, and then the hurt look returned. "Not too far," he mumbled, fixating his gaze on his lap. After a brief pause, he hesitantly added, you could come never mind." The unfinished invitation lingered in the air, fraught with unspoken emotions, leaving a sense of unresolved tension between them. "So," Izuku drawled out, injecting a deliberate casualness into his tone, "how do you plan to train for the entrance exam?" "I already am," Katsuki responded, his usually robust voice subdued. There was a rare quietness to his words as he admitted, "using my quirk and stuff." Izuku, absorbed in the comforting warmth of his wings, responded absent-mindedly. Katsuki, sensing an opportunity to address something that had been on his mind, broached a subject that seemed to carry weight. "Why don't you take the train home? You always wait until I go on the train, but it's never me waiting for you. Do you walk home? Perhaps we could spend more time if we walk, never mind." A groan of frustration escaped Katsuki as he draped an arm over his eyes, his face contorted in a mixture of self-reproach and vulnerability. "It doesn't matter." A subtle twitch in Izuku's insides prompted a response. "There's no trains near my neighborhood," he asserted, weaving a lie into the fabric of the conversation. "I find that hard to believe," Katsuki snapped back, skepticism coloring his tone. "I know you took a train home the one and only time we hung out at my place when we were 4. I remember that playdate so well. Wonder why I do." Izuku's mouth grew heavy as the weight of the past hung in the air, the playdate in question surfacing as a hazy memory. "I don't know," he insisted, attempting to deflect the scrutiny. Katsuki scoffed, an undercurrent of frustration in his tone. "It was the one time I got to be with the person I really like being with." As Katsuki referenced the playdate, uncertainty clouded Izuku's thoughts. The details eluded him, and a gnawing sense of doubt settled in. Dad and he didn't even take a train home. But Katsuki believes they did, which is great as it adds more proof that they have money. Izuku's attempt to understand Katsuki's emotions left a furrow on his brow, a subtle frown betraying his confusion. As he glanced at Katsuki, expecting to find answers in his eyes, he was met with the sight of a hurt expression etched across Katsuki's face. The source of Katsuki's emotional turmoil eluded Izuku, leaving him perplexed. Why is he so hung up about it? "You could go home and spend time with your dad for a bit. I can get my old man to pick you up, and we can hang out longer," Katsuki suggested, his voice laced with genuine concern. An unexpected surge of anger, fueled by a familiar annoyance, bubbled inside Izuku. His reaction was visceral, and he snapped harshly, standing up from the bench, his wings sparking with an intensity that mirrored his frustration. It was a new trait, emerging when irritation took hold. "No," he declared vehemently, his tone cutting through the air. "I don't want to." The finality of his words hung in the air, underscoring his unwavering commitment to spending time with his dad, regardless of the circumstances. He refused to allow Katsuki or anyone else a glimpse into the reality of his home life. The sudden outburst attracted the attention of onlookers, and Izuku gritted his teeth in frustration. Determined to distance himself from prying eyes, he stalked towards the entrance, seeking refuge on the side of the building away from the curious gazes of the arriving crowd at the station. Katsuki, sensing the tension, followed suit, the distance between them punctuated by the unspoken tension that lingered in the air. "I'm sorry, I just want," Katsuki's sincere admission hung in the air, his voice softer than before. He stood behind Izuku, glancing down as if searching for the right words. "I just want to see your house. I haven't been there, and you're my only friend. I want to see my best friend's place, you know? You've been to my place, how about today is the day we check out yours? Or, we could go when your dad's working, so we could spend some time alone. Or, we could go to mine. Whatever you want, Izu." Katsuki's face lit up with a hopeful smile, his eyes fixating on Izuku's face for a response. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, his gaze now fixed on the train station's wall. The urgency of Katsuki's train arrival loomed in his mind, and he couldn't shake the anxiety that Katsuki might miss it if they continued this conversation. "My house is boring," he said with a nonchalant shrug, attempting to deflect the invitation. Katsuki stared at him, a mixture of disbelief and frustration evident on his face. His mouth gaped open momentarily before clenching shut. Like a viper, he snapped, grabbing Izuku's wrists and pulling him closer. "Why are you being so f***ing rude? I'm pouring my heart out, telling you how we can spend time together, but you keep on ignoring me. Is it so wrong that I want to f***ing see your house?" Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes at the sudden outburst, and he reminded himself that Katsuki tended to get like this when frustrated. A turbulent mix of emotions surged within him, but he held on to the belief that Katsuki would eventually calm down. Izuku sobbed. Whines escaping his lips as Katsuki abruptly let go, leaving him to crumple to the cold concrete ground, landing on his knees. The vulnerability of his position, exposed to anyone who might witness, intensified the surge of anxiety within him. The prospect of anyone looking at his dad, infringing on the carefully guarded cocoon of their existence, made his blood boil. His desperation to shield his dad from the outside world had reached a breaking point. No one else was allowed in, no one else could spend time with his father except for him or Hawks. His wings curled tightly around him, forming an instinctive fire barrier, a protective shield against the world that threatened to encroach. Katsuki scoffed from above, a gesture that Izuku imagined as an eye roll, but the gravity of Katsuki's next words eclipsed any potential irritation. "I don't want to be your friend anymore." Izuku's world rocked, the declaration echoing in his ears like a harsh, irreversible verdict. A tiny, broken voice escaped him as he gazed up at Katsuki, his heart now pounding with a sense of impending loss. "What?" "Yes," Katsuki responded with a glare, crossing his arms with visible anger. "I don't want to be friends with you." Izuku gasped, the weight of the situation pressing on him. "All because I don't want you coming to my house? I don't want you seeing my dad." Was unspoken. Katsuki maintained a prolonged stare, then abruptly dropped to the ground, pressing his steaming hands to his shoulders. The frustration and tears mingled in his eyes as he poured out his feelings. "I put so much effort into our friendship, to see that you go home and spend all of your free time with your dad and not with me. We never hang out, it's like pulling teeth. Your dad is overprotective, and you just buy into it. You're so secretive, and I hate it." Katsuki's voice rose with the intensity of his emotions. "It feels like that. It feels like you don't even want to be my friend. Our friendship seems one-sided. I hate it." The raw honesty of Katsuki's words hung in the air, creating a cavernous gap between them. A text notification bleeped from Izuku's phone, its seemingly innocent sound punctuating the tense atmosphere. Katsuki's hand steamed, a visible manifestation of his agitation. Reacting with lightning speed, his hands shot toward Izuku's pocket, almost too fast for Izuku to react. Katsuki deftly retrieved his phone and flicked his finger to the side, glaring at the notification. "Your dad is asking. Don't look at it." Izuku screamed with jealousy, propelled forward in a desperate attempt to reclaim his phone. His outstretched hands reached for the device. "Give it back, Katsuki." "No. I won't. Tell me the truth," Katsuki yelled, standing tall, his eyes drilling into Izuku. In response, Izuku scrambled upward, a timid figure with wings flaring in a mix of fear, envy, and defiance. Katsuki could break his phone in an instant with those stemming hands. "Why don't you want to hang out? Don't give me the sheet excuse that you want to be with your dad." "No, you're scaring me. Please, give me my phone back," Izuku pleaded, his voice tinged with fear. The precious piece of technology, now in Katsuki's steaming hands, felt like a lifeline slipping away, and the uncertainty of the situation heightened Izuku's anxiety. Then, it was gone. A snap, then a crack. Thuds. Pieces. Millions of pieces of glass and panels. Katsuki's hands were frozen in the position of snapping it in half. His phone. Despite money being tight, his dad had scraped together enough to buy him that phone, a means to stay connected and be safe. Everyone had a phone. Izuku crumpled to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he carefully picked up a shattered piece with the remnants of the camera lens. No, no, no. Look at what you've done. Izuku screamed, his hands shaking as he desperately gathered the broken fragments. Ruined. My dad got me that phone. Katsuki, still standing, bore the weight of guilt, his face a canvas of disbelief and remorse. He took a step back, the reality of the irreversible damage sinking in. I didn't mean no, I don't know what got over me, I was just mad jealous of. Who? Izuku wailed, frustration and despair coloring his voice. Jealous of who? My dad didn't get a warranty. I can't get another phone. The harsh truth hung in the air, the financial constraints rendering the possibility of a replacement phone unattainable. The shattered device in Izuku's hands became a tangible representation of the fractured trust and friendship that now lay in pieces between them. Katsuki took a tentative step forward, shaking his head quickly, his eyes fixed on the shattered remnants of the phone. No, I'm so sorry. His hand reached towards Izuku's shoulder, likely preparing to unleash a burst of heat. Go away. Izuku screamed, slapping Katsuki's arm away. Go away. Katsuki retreated, tears now streaming down his face. Izuku wanted to scream at Katsuki for being so selfish. The frustration and disappointment in not getting what he wanted intensified, Izuku thought with an eye roll. Katsuki continued. I still want to be friends with you. Please, it can't end like this. I need you in my life, more than anything. I love you. I don't know I was so mad, please, say something. Izuku, please tell me what I can do to make things go back to the way they were. I don't want to be friends with you any longer. A pin dropped. Silence. Katsuki shook his head, disbelieving, his voice cracking. You can't mean that. Please. Just leave, Izuku whispered, his voice exhausted. Catch your train. The weight of the shattered friendship hung heavily in the air, and Izuku's plea for Katsuki to leave marked the painful conclusion of a bond that had once seemed unbreakable. No, please, I can't. No, I need you. I love you. Well, I don't. I don't want to be friends with someone who can't handle that. I want to spend more time with my dad than them. Katsuki sked in a breath, his chest tightening with the impact of Izuku's words. In a quiet whisper, almost drowned by the weight of the revelation, Katsuki asked, Is that why you don't want to hang out? You want to be with your dad more? A twisted satisfaction seeped through Izuku as he saw the hurt etched across Katsuki's face. Good, he's hurt. Throwing his hands in the air in a burst of frustration, Izuku affirmed, Yes. I thought you knew that. Katsuki, visibly wounded, took another reluctant step back. That's unfair. No, how could I ever compete? More tears welled up in his eyes, and Katsuki pressed his hands to his face in a futile attempt to stem the emotion. Izuku, now more irritated than sympathetic, drew his gaze away, unable to endure Katsuki's pathetic, self-pitying display. He redirected his attention to his shattered phone, tears welling up as he contemplated the consequences. What would his dad say? Even though UA was free to attend, the additional expenses, like the food program, were still a financial burden. As he looked up, Izuku realized Katsuki was gone. With a heavy sigh, Izuku gathered the broken pieces of his phone, stuffing them into his bag. He slung the bag over his shoulder and began the walk home, his expression reflecting a deep sadness for the impending disappointment and anger he anticipated from his dad. Izuku ambled down the dimly lit streets of the city, his footsteps echoing softly against the pavement. Each step seemed to weigh heavier on his heart than the last, and he found himself unable to lift his gaze from the cracks and crevices beneath his feet. Tears streamed down his cheeks, leaving a trail of glistening sorrow in their wake. His satchel, clutched tightly against his chest, felt like a lifeline in the midst of his emotional tempest. His wings, normally a source of comfort and strength, now wrapped around him protectively, cocooning him in their flamy embrace. Oh, Daddy, Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible amidst the sounds of the bustling city. The ache for his father gnawed at his soul. As he trudged on, he made a conscious effort to avoid the curious glances of passers-by. Their indifferent stares pierced through him, yet none dared to acknowledge the silent anguish etched upon his face. Izuku sighed heavily, the weight of his emotions pressing down on him like an unyielding burden. With each step, memories of his dad flooded his mind, the tender moments they shared, the laughter that echoed through their home, the comforting embrace that chased away his fears. How he longed for those simple joys to resume. Thoughts swirled in Izuku's mind like a relentless tempest, each one a sharp pang of guilt or fear that threatened to consume him whole. His tears flowed freely now, blurring his vision as he clutched the pocket containing the disassembled phone parts. How could he have been so stupid? The device was a precious gift from his dad, and now it lay broken at his feet, shattered like his bond with Katsuki. The turmoil within him only intensified as he grappled with the looming specter of his dad's disappointment. Would he be met with a stern reprimand for his carelessness, or worse, a crushing sense of betrayal? I told you so. The mere thought sent shivers down Izuku's spine, his stomach churning with dread. And then there was Katsuki. He knew he should have cut ties with him long ago. "F.U.," Izuku whispered, entering an empty tunnel, his voice trembling with anguish. But Katsuki, with his desperate demeanor, could never comprehend the depth of Izuku's need for his dad. Izuku can't survive without thinking about his dad. As he stood there, beneath the shelter of the tunnel, Izuku pressed his palms against his eyes in a futile attempt to stem the tide of tears. The weight of his emotions bore down upon him like a suffocating blanket, threatening to snuff out the flicker of hope that still burned within him. Would his mommy be disappointed in him too, for hurting his dad in such a way? The thought pierced his heart like a dagger. If Mom was with them, would he be mad? A hollow ache resonated within him as he let out an echoey wail, the sound reverberating off the walls of the tunnel like a mournful lament. In that moment, all he could do was surrender to the overwhelming tide of emotion that threatened to consume him, clinging to the fragile hope that somewhere, somehow, his dad would not be mad. An echoey clank. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he heard an unsettling noise, a wet, squelching sound that seemed to slither its way into his very soul. With a sharp inhale, he turned around, his eyes wide with confusion and fear, his puffy cheeks stained with tears. His wings shot up instinctively, their flames trembling in apprehension. His gaze fixated on the source of the disturbance, and dread washed over him like a suffocating wave. From the depths of the tunnel was a sewer drain. It emerged a grotesque, dark green mass, oozing and writhing as it coalesced into a monstrous form. A face adorned with menacing yellow eyes and jagged teeth contorted into a sinister smirk, fixating its gaze upon Izuku with a chilling intensity. Izuku's breath caught in his throat as he stumbled backward, his entire body quaking with fear. The presence of the creature loomed over him like a specter of doom, casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the very essence of light from the dimly lit tunnel. In that moment of terror, his mind raced with desperate thoughts. He longed for the safety and comfort of his daddy's embrace, a beacon of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. But as the menacing figure drew closer, another thought wormed its way into his consciousness. Could Mom save him? Dad? Mom? The plea echoed silently in his mind, a whispered prayer to a deity he hoped was listening. Please, he begged inwardly, his tears falling freely as his wings curled around him protectively, radiating heat in a feeble attempt to ward off the encroaching danger. You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid, the villain's voice rumbled ominously, sending a chill down Izuku's spine. Despite the glow that enveloped them from his wings, the figure seemed to tower over him, its presence overwhelming in its malevolence. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat, his entire being consumed by a sense of impending doom. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless, a lamb awaiting the slaughter. And as the villain loomed closer, his heart pounded in his chest like a drumbeat of despair, each pulse a stark sudden reminder of his liquid weakness. Izuku's fingers clenched tightly around his satchel, desperation coursing through his veins like a wildfire. With trembling hands, he fumbled for his phone, his heart pounding in anticipation of the lifeline it could provide. His thumb flicked open the front pocket, his movements frantic as he reached inside. But as his fingers closed around the cold metal, a sinking realization washed over him like a tidal wave. Disbelief clouded his vision, rendering the world around him a blur of indistinct shapes and colors. No, Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible amidst the chaos of his thoughts. The desperate plea echoed hollowly in the confines of the tunnel, a futile cry for salvation in the face of impending danger. With a deafening crash, the monster burst forth from the sewer grate, its grotesque form writhing and contorting with malicious intent. Panic seized Izuku's heart in a vice-like grip, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He spun around, his wings flapping behind him in a desperate bid for escape, their sparks rustling against the stillness of the air. Dad! Mom! As he bolted forward, his footsteps echoed loudly against the pavement, each stride a frantic attempt to outrun the encroaching nightmare. But despite his best efforts, he could feel the ground slipping away beneath him, his balance teetering on the edge of oblivion. With a cry of desperation, Izuku pushed himself forward, his muscles straining against the weight of his fear. But in his haste, he stumbled, his body careening forward in a flurry of limbs and panic. And then, with a sickening lurch, he fell, his world spinning wildly as the darkness closed in around him. In that moment of overwhelming despair, all he could do was cling to the fragile hope that somehow, his mom and dad would save the day. With a guttural cry of terror, Izuku's voice pierced the stillness of the tunnel, only to be swallowed by the thick, viscous mass that bore down upon him with relentless force. He flailed desperately, his limbs thrashing against the unyielding embrace of the monstrous go, but his efforts were futile against its relentless advance. Ah! Izuku's scream was muffled by the suffocating embrace of the slime, its slimy tendrils wrapping around him like a vice, cocooning him in a thick casing of writhing, shifting substance. With each passing moment, he felt himself sinking deeper into its embrace, his struggles growing more frantic as he fought against the suffocating grip of the go. His body contorted within the confines of the slime, suspended at odd angles as it enveloped him from every side. Panic seized him in its icy grip, his screams reduced to mere whimpers as the slime invaded every crevice of his being. Daddy! Mommy! Izuku's desperate cries echoed off the walls of the tunnel, swallowed by the oppressive silence that surrounded him. But there was no one to answer his call, no one to offer solace in his hour of need. As the go crept higher, Izuku felt his wings becoming increasingly weighed down by the thick, sticky substance. The once majestic flames now dwindled as though a bucket of water splashed against them. Trapped and helpless, there was nowhere for Izuku to go but to remain suspended in the suffocating grip of the go, his world shrinking with each passing moment. And as darkness closed in around him, he clung to the dwindling flicker of hope that somehow, someway, he would find a way to break free from the clutches of his monstrous captor. But now, the more he scrambled, the more he felt his wings disappearing. Every passing second felt like an eternity to Izuku, each moment stretching out agonizingly as pain pulsed and sparked within his throat. The thick slime pressed relentlessly, its suffocating weight bearing down upon him with an unyielding force. He whimpered and whined, the sounds muffled by the slime. With eyes tightly shut against the onslaught, Izuku cried out in anguish, his tears mingling with the viscous substance that surrounded him. The monster's voice reverberated faintly in his ears, its words lost amidst the searing, sickening pain that radiated from his back. His wings, his wings. It felt as though water splashed onto them, a sensation so foreign and disconcerting that Izuku could scarcely comprehend its reality. As the pain intensified, Izuku's thoughts grew foggy, his senses dulled by the overwhelming onslaught of sensations. His skin burned with feverish heat, his stomach churned with nauseating queasiness, and a pounding ache echoed relentlessly within his skull. He was growing sick. And in his desperation, his mind screamed out for the one thing that could offer him solace in the face of such torment. Daddy, please, Izuku pleaded silently, his voice a desperate whisper amidst the chaos that surrounded him. I need your fire. As Izuku's wings lost their flame, a wave of dread washed over him, his mind racing with the terrifying implications of such a loss. Without the fiery essence that had always fueled his wings. The realization hit him like a physical blow, his breath catching in his throat as panic seized hold of his heart. What would happen if his wings were extinguished completely? The thought sent a shiver of terror down his spine, the implications too dire to fully comprehend. But before he could dwell any further on the terrifying possibilities, his ability to breathe was abruptly zipped away, the thick slime constricting around his chest like a vice. Gasping for air, he stared up at the ceiling of the tunnel with wide, panicked eyes, his thoughts spiraling into a vortex of despair. Am I going to die? The thought reverberated through his mind like a deafening echo, sending tremors of fear coursing through his weakened body. He felt his consciousness slipping away, the world around him fading into darkness. No. No. This can't be the end. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving this world without seeing his mommy, without witnessing the tender love of his mom and dad kissing. But as the fog of unconsciousness descended upon him, his thoughts grew increasingly fragmented, his mind swimming in a sea of confusion and delirium. He was sick and his body succumbed to the relentless onslaught of pain and exhaustion. Izuku's eyes rolled back into his head, his consciousness slipping away like grains of sand through his fingers. And then, amidst the suffocating silence of the tunnel, a shattering noise reverberated through the air, the sound of the sewer grate being torn asunder. Goodbye, Dad, Izuku thought dimly, his last conscious thought a silent farewell to the father he feared he would never see again. But before the darkness of death claimed him entirely, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Izuku's consciousness slowly returned, gentle pats against his cheek stirred him from the depths of unconsciousness. With a groan, he flicked his eyes open, the world swimming into focus with agonizing slowness. His body felt leaden and weak, every movement a struggle against the weight of exhaustion and pain. Laying on his back against the hard ground of the floor, Izuku's senses were assaulted by a myriad of discomforts. His back throbbed uncomfortably, a dull ache that permeated every fiber of his being. And his wings felt like they were toothpicks. With a grimace, Izuku reached a hand to his cheek, probing at the stiff pain that lingered there. His wings were still kindling, still flickering with the faintest remnants of their fiery essence. But the fog that flowed through his brain forced him to remain prone, each attempt to sit up or wiggle onto his stomach or side thwarted by a crushing sense of heaviness that dragged him back down. Nausea churned in the pit of his stomach, threatening to overwhelm him with its sickening intensity. It wasn't just the terrible taste in his mouth that made him feel like he was going to throw up, it was the sheer physical discomfort that gripped him like a vice. Desperation clawed at his heart as he lay there, his thoughts consumed by a single, urgent need. He needed his dad. He needed Dad. He can fix his wings. As Izuku forced himself upright, the blinding light of the sun assaulted his senses, signaling his emergence from the oppressive darkness of the tunnel. Blinking against the glare, he squinted, his eyes adjusting slowly to the brilliance of the outside world. With trembling hands, he dared to steal a glance behind him, his breath catching in his throat at the sight that greeted him. His wings now lay in tatters, reduced to mere shadows of their former glory. Small kindles flickered at the tips, barely protruding a few centimeters from the stem. Izuku's heart sank as he tentatively attempted to move them, his movements sluggish and uncoordinated. The size of his wings now seemed laughably inadequate, a cruel reminder of the devastation that had befallen him. Fully extended, they spanned a MRE foot, a pitiful fraction of their former span of 5 feet. But as he continued to survey the damage in his hazy mind, a sinking feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. Were they becoming smaller still, dwindling away like a stick catching fire? Panic threatened to consume him as he grappled with the horrifying realization of what that could mean for him. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, a voice broke through the haze of his despair, drawing his attention forward. With a gasp, Izuku's eyes widened as he beheld the figure standing before him, a towering presence in a white shirt, with a hand placed casually on his hip and a smile that seemed to radiate warmth and reassurance. All Might. Izuku breathed, his voice barely a whisper as he struggled to comprehend the blurry scene unfolding before him. God, he felt like fainting. He needed to get home. Oh, good. You seem to be moving all right, All Might exclaimed, his grin infectious as he held up a hand in greeting. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bring you into my job. Izuku narrowed his eyes, his vision blurring. Was his hand waving? Was that really All Might? He saved him? Where is his mommy? All Might continued to speak, then laughed. Izuku felt his head spin. He needed Dad's fire to make his wings go back to normal. But he could barely think. Caught the villain. All Might said, holding up 2 green tinned bottles. No, it wasn't green, the slime was green in the plastic bottle. Izuku stared and shivered. I gotta get this guy to the police, he said, stuffing the bottles into his pockets. He said something else. What? See ya. He squatted. His eyes fluttered shut for a moment, only to snap open again at the sudden rush of wind that swept through the air. A startled yelp escaped his lips as he instinctively wrapped his arms around his chest, feeling his wings jerk in response to the gust. The wind itself didn't hurt, it was the sickness that gnawed at his insides, a relentless torment that refused to release its grip. Why the F did All Might leave him? He was gone, nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a blur of haze enveloped him, forcing him down, but he made himself go onto his stomach, his wings hanging limp over his back. Let me rest, he pleaded silently, his gaze fixed upon the ground beneath him as exhaustion threatened to consume him entirely. But then, with a sudden surge of clarity, he snapped upwards, the thought of his father piercing through the fog of his confusion. His dad. His dad must be worried sick about him. But even as the urgency of his situation gripped him, a surge of nausea surged through his stomach, twisting and churning with sickening intensity. He heaved, the contents of his lunch spilling forth onto the ground in a grotesque display of sickness and despair. With trembling hands, Izuku pushed himself up onto his feet, his body swaying unsteadily as he fought to regain his composure. Holding a hand to his mouth, he bit down hard on his tongue, willing the sensation of sickness to fade away as he forced himself up and took one shaky step after another. Izuku began his journey homeward, his mind remained shrouded in a thick fog of confusion and exhaustion. Each step felt like a Herculean effort, his senses dulled by the relentless onslaught of sickness that racked his body. He stumbled and swayed with each bout of nausea, barely managing to keep himself upright as he trudged along the familiar streets. His wings hugged his back tightly in their diminished size. It felt as though they were no larger than they had been when he was a mere child, if even that. No, they're worse. But he pushed away the thought, refusing to dwell on the disconcerting notion that his mind was not thinking straight. The setting sun beat down upon his back with unforgiving intensity, casting a warm glow over the worn pavement beneath his feet. With each gust of wind, his wings jerked involuntarily. A burning sensation clawed at his throat. The taste of bile and slime lingered on his tongue. In the midst of his suffering, all Izuku could think of was the comforting embrace of his daddy, the one person he knew could fix everything. With each blink, he willed himself to focus on the road ahead, his surroundings a blur of faded memories. He passed by the familiar landmarks of his rugged neighborhood's mailboxes and the railroad tracks. But as he stumbled forward, his strength waning with each passing moment, he collapsed to his knees, then onto his stomach in front of the all-familiar pile of garbage at the communal mailbox, his stomach lurching violently as his wings fluttered weakly at his sides. As Izuku's body convulsed with another bout of heaving, each breath came shallow and labored, as if he were struggling to draw air into his lungs. His mind felt clouded and sluggish, his thoughts a jumbled mess as he fought against the overwhelming urge to succumb to the darkness that threatened to consume him. With great effort, he managed to SCK in a gasp of air, only to be met with a wheeze that rattled through his chest like a distant echo. The simple act of breathing felt like a Herculean task. So close, he thought, his gaze fixed on a nondescript house in the distance. Just 14 more houses, and then he would be home, surrounded by the familiar comforts of his own bed and daddy. But with each passing moment, the distance seemed to stretch out before him like an endless expanse of desert. He blinked slowly, his vision swimming as he struggled to maintain consciousness amidst the haze of his exhaustion. Is this how he's going to die? The thought lingered in the recesses of his mind like a specter of doom, haunting him with its unspoken implications. With trembling hands, Izuku glanced ahead, his fingers growing weak and unsteady. His cheek pressed against the rough pavement, its gritty texture a sharp contrast to the softness of his skin. In that moment of weakness, he felt a sense of surrender wash over him, his body giving in to the overwhelming weight of his exhaustion and pain. His tiny wings fell limp against his back. As Izuku lay there, his senses dulled by the haze of exhaustion and pain, he became vaguely aware of someone approaching, a presence that moved with the same purposeful stride as the countless individuals he had passed on his own journey to this point. But he couldn't bring himself to focus on the newcomer, perhaps he was running over, his thoughts scattered and disjointed. Is it nah, he couldn't think. His mind refused to form coherent thoughts, lost in a sea of confusion and disorientation. He blinked slowly, then closed his eyes altogether, allowing the darkness to envelop him like a comforting blanket. Seconds? Minutes? Passed in a blur as Izuku dissociated from the world around him, his consciousness drifting in and out like a ship lost at sea. But then, he felt a gentle touch against his skin, a sensation that cut through the fog of his mind like a beacon in the night. Someone was touching him. Arms wrapped around his hips and chest, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Izuku's head spun with dizziness, a low mmm escaping his lips as he instinctively sought refuge in the crook of the stranger's elbow. It wasn't bridal style, the opposite. The arms that held him were rough yet warm, sending a shiver of familiarity down his spine. Dad? The thought flickered through his mind like a distant memory, fleeting yet comforting in its familiarity. He's talking? Izuku gurgled. And then, with a sudden jolt, Izuku felt his surroundings shake, the sensation causing him to in discomfort. His wings brushed past his ears. But the arms that held him tightened their grip, holding him steady and secure so that he didn't JRK with the motion. In that moment of overwhelming vulnerability, Izuku felt a surge of gratitude welling up within him. With a silent prayer of thanks to whoever held him in their arms, he allowed himself to relax into their embrace, trusting that they would lead him to safety. The sound of a door banging against its hinges echoed through the room, followed by heavy stomps that reverberated against the floorboards. Then, with a decisive click, the door closed shut, enveloping the room in a heavy silence. The incessant chatter of the television ceased abruptly, leaving behind nothing but the lingering echoes of its absence. Amidst the stillness, Izuku felt a soft cushion enveloping him, cradling his weary body with gentle warmth. It was so soft, so comforting, a familiar sensation that brought a sense of peace. The stiff couch, his mind slowly piecing together the fragments of his fragmented reality. He's home. The realization washed over him like a soothing balm, offering respite from the turmoil that had consumed him during his journey back. But amidst the comfort of the couch, another sensation caught his attention, the unmistakable scent of smoky fire, lingering in the air like a ghostly apparition. It was a scent that filled him with a sense of warmth and familiarity, reminding him of the countless nights spent with his dad. In that moment, surrounded by the comforting embrace of home, Izuku allowed himself to relax, surrendering to the sweet embrace of sleep as he drifted into a blissful oblivion. Despite the trials and tribulations that awaited him on the horizon, he knew that for now, he was safe, he was home, and he was loved. Dabi's usually composed demeanor was shattered as he rushed into the apartment, his face contorted with panic and concern. In his arms, cradled against his chest, lay his precious baby face down, wheezing and jerking with every labored breath. Izuku appeared pale and exhausted, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy he usually exuded. The sight of his beloved child in such distress made Dabi's heart race with fear and worry. He had been waiting anxiously for Izuku to return home, passing the time with mundane tasks like grocery shopping, all the while feeling a growing sense of unease gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. Back at home, as the sun began to set and Izuku failed to return, Dabi's anxiety reached a fever pitch. He paced the floor of their main room, his mind racing with 1,000 questions and worst-case scenarios. Has something happened to Izuku? Was he hurt? Lost? The thought of his baby in danger sent a chill down Dabi's spine, igniting a primal instinct to protect and shield him from harm. With trembling fingers, Dabi reached for his phone, his movements frantic as he typed out a text message to Izuku, his fingers hovering over the keys with a sense of urgency. Where are you? Are you okay? The words came out in a rush, each keystroke a desperate plea for reassurance. Nothing. He then called him. But as he waited anxiously for a response that never came, Dabi couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled like a lead weight in the pit of his stomach. Was Izuku still at school? Studying? The thought crossed his mind like a bolt of lightning, igniting a flicker of terrible dread amidst the darkness of his fear. Dabi knew Izuku's schedule like the back of his scarred hand. His baby told him everything, confiding in him with a trust that filled Dabi's heart with warmth and pride. Thus, he knew Izuku didn't have a test tomorrow. A thought came to mind. No. What if Izuku was with Katsuki? Alone, at his place? The mere idea sent a surge of jealousy coursing through Dabi's veins, igniting a firestorm of anger and possessiveness within him. With a choked gasp, Dabi shot to his feet, his resolve hardening with every passing second. There was no way in hell his son would be with Katsuki, not if Dabi had anything to say about it. His furious brain propelled him outside, his hands trembling as he slipped on his shoes with an urgency bordering on desperation. He stalked down the familiar streets of their neighborhood, his face contorted with a mixture of rage and determination. If Izuku was with Katsuki, Dabi swore to himself that he would put an end to it once and for all. No more would his precious baby be subjected to the whims of that desperate brat. No. He will go to the Bakugo's house and drag Izuku back home. His fists clenched, a hard effort to stop his fire. As much as he notes his young self within Katsuki, it doesn't excuse him taking away his baby. No, it. Katsuki could die for all he cared. Katsuki, that slimy bastard, stealing his child. His baby. But as he neared the entrance of the neighborhood, his steps faltered, his furious momentum grinding to a halt. There, lying on the ground by a pile of garbage, was Izuku, his baby, his beloved son, his satchel strewn underneath him like a discarded toy. Izuku! Dabi's heart pounded in his chest as he quickly approached his son, his messy hair falling into his face in his haste. Izuku's eyes flickered open slowly, blinking against the harsh light, his face drained of color. But it was what Dabi saw next that made his blood run cold. Wings. Izuku's school uniform was damp with sweat, his wings reduced to nothing more than small flickering flames. Panic surged through Dabi's veins like wildfire, his mind racing with 1,000 possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. He reached out to touch Izuku's forehead, his hand recoiling instinctively at the intense heat radiating from his baby's skin. Sheet, Dabi swore, his eyes widening in alarm as he realized the severity of Izuku's condition. Izuku ummed and groaned, his breath coming in wheezing gasps as he struggled to draw air into his lungs. He scooped Izuku up, hooking his bag over his shoulder, his baby's stomach facing downwards, and ran back home, squeezing him tightly, eyeing the dim wings. Sheet, he muttered under his breath, kicking open the door, dropping the bag, flicking the TV off and closing the door in a second. His hands trembling as he carefully placed his baby onto the couch, and dropped to his knees, pulling him close in a desperate embrace. What happened, Izuku? Dabi's voice was urgent, laced with worry as he searched his son's pale face for answers. The flames that usually danced gracefully across Izuku's wings were now tiny spouts of a lighter. They were nothing like the controlled blaze of Hawk's wingspan. Terrified, Dabi knew he had to act quickly. He removed his arms from his baby and turned his baby's face towards him, and concentrated, and lit his hand on fire, moving his hand right on top of the wings. He couldn't help but recall the time when Izuku had his first bath after gaining his quirk. As Dabi continued to use his quirk on the flames, he felt a knot of fear in his stomach. The fever persisted, refusing to subside. Remembering a similar incident during a snowy day that turned to rain, he gritted his teeth. Izuku had suffered through that ordeal. In desperation, Dabi fueled the flames more, knowing that the fire was the key to lowering the fever. It was a terrifying memory of when it snowed, for his young baby to be so excited, but to fall into a sickness for it to suddenly rain. They were out for only a minute, and it was the worst minute. Izuku was crying and crying, his head searing. It now seemed so much worse. He watched Izuku closely, his worry etched on his face. The room felt tense as the battle between the flames and the fever unfolded. The moments dragged on, each passing second intensifying Dabi's anxiety. However, slowly but surely, the fever began to relent. Izuku's breathing steadied, and the flames on his wings flashed upwards to their usual size. It made Dabi want to cry. They didn't burst up, rather slowly appeared. Exhausted but relieved, Dabi slumped, his head on Izuku's shoulder. A rotten smell came to his nose. He recoiled, staring, to see globs of goo on his baby's uniform. What? But at Izuku's low Dabi snapped his gaze forwards. Aizu? Izuku blinked, and whispered like a young child, Daddy. Dabi quickly pressed his lips to his forehead. Izuku, you're how RF, are you okay? He pressed his lips to his forehead once more, feeling for warmth. Then, touched it with the back of his hand, normal. The blue wings kindled. I am feeling better, his baby croaked out, eyes creased with tears. I'm so sorry. No, Dabi chanted, lifting his baby off the couch and into his lap, holding him close, pressing his face into his neck, kissing lightly. Don't be, you just got wet, not your fault. No, not that, Izuku blinked, liking his lips. As Izuku recounted the harrowing events of his day, the confrontation with Katsuki, the shattering of his phone, the attack by the slime villain, and the unexpected encounter with All Might, Dabi remained silent, holding him close and adding more fire to his wings whenever he spoke of the pain he had endured. With each word that tumbled from Izuku's lips, his sobs grew louder, his mind clearing as he finally found the courage to voice his fears and vulnerabilities. I'm so sorry about the phone, Izuku wailed, his voice choking with tears. Are you mad? Dabi shook his head, his expression softening as he glanced at the satchel near the door, where he had tossed it in his haste to get Izuku onto the couch. Of course not, Aizu, he reassured him, his voice gentle as he brushed a damp cheek with his fingers. I could never be mad at you. Who cares about the phone? All I care about is that you're safe with me. A flicker of relief washed over Izuku's face at Dabi's words, but it was short-lived as Dabi's expression darkened with anger. I'm sad, though, he growled, his hands clenched into fists. About All Might leaving you there like what the F-? He left a child who looked pale as F-. You're wet, hurt, Dabi's voice trailed off with a frustrated groan. Let's get you cleaned up out of that uniform and rid of that wretched smell. Izuku buried his face into his father's chest, seeking solace in the warmth of his embrace as Dabi rose from the couch and glided towards the bedroom. With practiced ease, Dabi undressed Izuku, throwing the clothes into a plastic bag, his movements gentle and tender as he lifted him into his arms and carried him into the bathroom, flicking on the lights. With a soft towel dampened with warm water, Dabi began to gently rub it across Izuku's skin, his touch soothing and comforting. As he applied soap to the towel and began to lather it across Izuku's body, Izuku sitting on the toilet seat and Dabi standing, the sound of running sink water filling the room with a sense of calm. Izuku spoke lightly about his encounter with the slime villain, his words punctuated by the rhythmic splashing of water as Dabi bathed him with the cloth. With each passing moment, the tension in Izuku's body melted away, replaced by a sense of peace and security in the presence of his dad. However, in Dabi's mind, he was raging. The anger simmered within Dabi like a raging inferno, his thoughts consumed by the desire for revenge against the vile creature that had dared to harm his precious son. With determined efficiency, he used another towel to dry Izuku's body. He then changed Izuku into PJs. I'll get my revenge on that Fing monster, Dabi seethed, his voice dripping with venom as Izuku spoke of the pain in his throat. Wrapping Izuku in a warm embrace, Dabi led him to the kitchen, where he prepared a steaming mug of rare hot cocoa, the comforting scent filling the air as they settled onto the bed. Choosing to forego the couch due to the lingering stench of the slime, Dabi held Izuku close on the bed, his arms wrapped protectively around his trembling form. Izuku's school uniform lay in a tight plastic bag nearby, awaiting its turn at the laundromat. Izuku nodded his gratitude, his lips brushing against Dabi's cheek in a tender kiss. Thanks, Dad, he whispered, his fingers clutching at the fabric of Dabi's shirt as if afraid to let go. Snuggled in his Hawks pajamas, Izuku sought solace in the familiar comfort of his mom's likeness. But as they lay together in the dim glow of the bedroom, a question weighed heavily on Dabi's mind, threatening to burst forth like a dam breaking under pressure. I gotta ask, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement as he gently caressed Izuku's cheek, adding more flames to his wings. Do you really mean you don't want to be friends with Katsuki anymore? I do, and I bet you like that. Izuku's response caught Dabi off guard, causing him to freeze in place. Was he really that obvious about his feelings towards Katsuki? Yes, I do, Dabi confirmed, his voice heavy with anger. He makes me jealous hogging you away. So yes, I'm fing glad you want to get away from him. And yet Dabi couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him as he spoke the words aloud. In some twisted way, he was glad that Katsuki had broken Izuku's phone. I won't have to worry about you leaving me for him. What? Izuku choked with confusion. Why on earth would I leave you? Dabi scratched his neck, laughing awkwardly. I thought you were with him, at his place. Izuku's nuzzling ceased and he laughed loudly. OMG, ha. Ha. You, Dad. You thought that? Dabi glared playfully, finding joy knowing it was just his anxiety. I did. Well, you don't have to worry. Izuku grinned, kissing his cheek. I'm never, ever leaving. I always hated being with Katsuki, wasting time when I could be with you. Dabi smiled. Really? Well, I want to say, I hated hearing about him. Izuku frowned. You did? No, Izu, don't feel guilty. He grabbed his cheeks and squeezed them. I hated it as Katsuki reminds me of my younger self when I was with my sheet birth parents. Izuku's eyes widened with realization. Oh. It's funny, though, Dabi recalled with a laugh. Katsuki will be all alone now. He lost his old friends, and now he has no one. Izuku snorted, picturing a sad, lonely Katsuki staring at him with desperation. He was jealous of me, and thank F, he's gone. Izuku hummed, honestly, that explains a lot of his behavior, why he hated you. And I hate him, especially for what he did. Leaving you, Dabi growled, if he stayed, he'd protect you from the slime F-. Exactly. Izuku agreed, he deserves to be alone. I don't even care he said I love you. Dabi froze, eyes burning with possessiveness. He said I love you to you? Izuku hummed, liking his dad's rage. He did, and I don't. Dabi squeezed him closer. Thank F, he's gone, then. Only Mom and myself can love you. And Mom and I can only love you. Exactly. They snuggled close, hiding away together as Dabi thought about murdering the slime villain. In the heart of a dense forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and sunlight filtered through the leaves, there lay a hidden clearing. This was the clandestine training ground for Dabi. Now, with Izuku's upcoming exam, it was Izuku's. Dabi took it upon himself to bring his son to the clearing once a day, at the brink of dawn, before he had to go for work and Izuku's schooling. The rocky terrain of the clearing provided a natural arena for their fiery endeavors. From the first day, Izuku was hesitant, his blue flickering with nervous energy. Dad, what if we get caught? Izuku asked, glancing around nervously as if expecting heroes to burst through the trees at any moment. Sporting a tank top and shorts, Izuku shivered in the crisp air. Dad chuckled, his laughter carrying the weight of experience, wearing his villain outfit. He said he had to go to work as soon as they were done. He just wanted to show him the place for the first day of training. Don't worry, Izu. We're safe. I made sure to pick out a place far from the heroes. I've spent hours here training, and I haven't seen any. He pulled Izuku into a snug hug. This is where I try out new moves. If you're worried, we can go somewhere else. No, a jittery excitement came forth, glancing around the grounds. Black patches of ground echoed. I want to train here. It was a 15-minute walk of pure forest to even get here. I think we're fine. But, how did you find this place? His dad squeezed him tightly, pressing a kiss to the crown of his head. I made it after I left my birth home when I was 16. Izuku left it at that. Now, baby, he turned to face the clearing. Let's talk about fire. As the training sessions progressed, Izuku found solace in the familiarity of the rocky area. Every day, they ventured into the forest, just as long as it wasn't raining or snowing. Izuku wore a tank top to gauge how hot his flames were, while Dad sported his villain outfit or a sweater. Dad brought a bag filled with a water bottle and a first aid kit every time. They'd spend at least an hour or more training. Dabi would show him how he uses his quirk, then Izuku replicates it. He'd toss his fire from his wings forward, like ball of flames. His dad always forced him to take breaks every 20 minutes. He'd set a timer on his phone and place it in his bag, away from the flames. At each alarm, Dabi would rush to hug Izuku, then bring them down, cuddling on the ground and sipping water while they rested for 5 minutes. Izuku would sometimes get too excited and avoid his dad's attempts to hug him by jumping and gliding with his wings a short distance. He wanted to continue training, but his dad became increasingly clingy, running faster than him to bring him a cuddle. Oh, he should say he learned how to glide. It's not exactly flying, but it's pretty darn close. Izuku, after a lot of inspiration from seeing how Mom flies, stood on a boulder in the forest while his dad stood 5 meters away. Izuku flapped his wings about and jumped off, hoisting his wings straight, flying towards his dad. There was a lot of trial and error, but it got Izuku the ability to glide. Now, he can just jump and glide a few meters as though his fire wings were physical. How it works is beyond him, but Izuku didn't care. He can fly now. However, flying like Mom was a long way off. He couldn't even hover. His wings aren't strong enough, or perhaps he doesn't have the correct technique. Before, they tried watching clips of Hawks flying from the news, but it proved useless. Izuku would flap his wings, but it would never let him rise into the air. They also attempted watching videos from Dad's phone talking about flying with a wing quirk. They all said to jump off a building or at least hover in the air. Dabi grew frightened seeing the videos play out. He turned off the phone and told Izuku to just wait for Hawk's help. The natural force of wind seemed to be interesting. It never hurt him, it just blew his wings like actual fire. It would become fainter, as a result. With a lot of inspiration from Mom, Dad designed techniques for Izuku, from gliding as he threw ball of fire, to attacking with the ends of his wings. It was brilliant, all because Dabi is immune to Izuku's fire, and Izuku isn't strong enough to scratch his dad yet. But to be honest, Izuku was scared of the possibility of that day. What if he hurts him? Dad said that would never happen. Izuku tries to keep his hopes up, it won't. On top of the sweaty cuddle breaks, his dad was adamant on not overworking him to the brink. Before they'd leave for training, he'd ask him if he's feeling good. If there's the slightest moment of hesitation in the answer, Dabi would forbid them from going. Instead, they'd study together for the written exam. Well, it was more Izuku studying as his dad fiddled with his wings. If his dad saw him blink slowly or even yawn, despite it being 5 to 6 in the morning, now going to bed at 9 p.m. to accommodate, they'd go home. Izuku would be annoyed a lot of times, but the feelings went away after he got to cuddle and take a short nap with his dad before school. After days of this pattern, Izuku asked him why he takes so many precautions. His dad whispered, "I don't want you pushing yourself too far. You might hurt yourself, like I did when I was young." Izuku left it, ceasing his complaints. His dad was acting that way because he hurt himself when he was young. Izuku didn't want to make his dad recall bad memories. Dabi wasn't skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and instead focused on honing Izuku's fire-based abilities. But as Mom and Dad didn't use their fists, they didn't practice with it. And Izuku was fine with it? In fact, he wanted to practice gliding and using his fire. "You don't have to be the strongest physically," Dabi explained, flames dancing across his fingers. "But you need to be smart about how you use your powers." Izuku nodded, absorbing the wisdom imparted by his dad. He realized that strength came in many forms, and it was okay to rely on his unique abilities. Dabi's honesty about his own shortcomings reassured Izuku that it was fine not to be a master of everything. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows in the clearing, Dabi paused their training. He looked at Izuku with a rare sincerity in his eyes. "You're amazing, baby." God, did that make him want to push harder. Regarding schoolwork, everything was essentially the same at school. Izuku was ecstatic as his third year was about to come to an end. He started training with his dad on the day he turned in his application to his guidance counselor. On his dad's phone, he had set up a countdown for the UA exam. Speaking of phones, he avoided the hot head as if he were the plague following Katsuki's treatment of him. He stalked off every time he saw him. Izuku requested to move his desk across the room in the one class they share, stating that he was distracting some of his peers. When Izuku spots Katsuki on the school property, he simply turns away and ignores him. It was Katsuki's fault. He notices Katsuki's dread, but it's justified. He should not have broken things and should have spoken to Izuku when he was jealous and didn't like how their friendship was. But it doesn't matter because they are no longer friends. Ironically, Katsuki complained that he visited his dad frequently, but Katsuki was unable to stop him from seeing his dad. He also finds it funny to consider Katsuki's affection for All Might. Perhaps he ought to point out to Katsuki just how much of a JRK All Might is. On a different note, with the dining table gone, he now uses his leisure time to study on the new small table they have. Dabi would often place Izuku on his lap while he worked through the arithmetic problems. They collaborated to create Izuku's outfit, knowing that it would be required for UA, and it was inspired by Hawk's heroic attire and a combination of Dabi's villainous attire. Hawks would undoubtedly notice if Izuku appeared on the news while wearing it. Unfortunately, one time, though, Izuku did go over his limit, resulting in himself burning himself. God, it hurts thinking about it. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm brisk golden hue over the secluded clearing in the heart of the forest. Dabi and Izuku were deep into their training session, the rustling leaves bearing witness to their dance with fire. Last night the news had blared about the sludge villain, still at large and wreaking havoc. The ominous threat loomed in the back of Izuku's mind, intensifying the urgency of their training. Dad said he would deal with it today, but that couldn't come sooner. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and Izuku's nerves were on edge. The fear of encountering the sludge villain again clawed at him, an unwelcome specter haunting his every move. It was a fear fueled by the memory of being engulfed by the villain's toxic sludge, a brush with death that still lingered in the recesses of his mind. Driven by anger at the villain's audacity and the deep-seated fear that he could be hurt again, Izuku pushed himself beyond his limits. Flames erupted from his wings with an intensity that surprised even Dabi. The air crackled with the heat of Izuku's emotions, his determination transforming into raw, unbridled power. In the midst of the fiery spectacle, Izuku lost control. The flames danced wildly, his wings blaring back and forth, and before he could react, his own flailing arm became a victim of the inferno. The searing pain cut through him. He screamed as he fell to the ground, grasping for it. Dabi's panic was evident, seasoned by the scars on his own body, moved swiftly to address the situation. His eyes, smoldering with concern, met Izuku's through the flames as he assessed the damage. The air hung heavy with tension as Dabi, with a calm demeanor that belied the gravity of the situation, took charge. Izuku, you need to gain control over your emotions. This is dangerous, Dabi warned, his voice cutting through the crackling flames. I see can't. He sobbed, clutching his arm tightly. Damn it. He heard his dad yell, but soon felt his dad grasping him, holding him to his chest. No. Let go. Izuku wailed, pushing at him as his fire flared. Calm, shoo, you're okay, he whispered, pressing his hands to his wings, gently lowering the volume of it forcibly by skinning the flames. Izuku became limp, laying gently on his chest, heaving. The fire dissipated. It hurts, he whispered. I know, let me look at it. Izuku clenched his teeth as his dad grasped his arm, turning to look at the burn. His skin was raw with black foil. It's not bad, just your upper arm. I don't have burn cream. It looks really bad. I gotta staple it. Are you okay if I do? Izuku squeezes his face, just do it, it hurts. With a precision that spoke of both expertise and experience, Dabi retrieved a small stapler from the first aid kit. It's going to hurt, do that. Izuku bit onto Dabi's sweater, clenching tightly. I'm going to talk as I do this. He gripped the arm and assessed the damage. With his fingertips, he touched it, and Izuku muffled a scream. Sorry, when I was young, I used to burn myself all the time. He grasped the stapler and gripped the charred skin practically falling off. Izuku wailed as his nerves flared. He tried his hardest to listen to a story his dad never told before, but God, the pain SCKED. My shitty father would train me to such an extent, I hardly acknowledge my burns. But, he did. He pressed down the stapler and used his hand to hold down the skin at the corner of the oval-shaped burn. Izuku sobbed, tears falling quickly. He stopped me from training. But I loved it and I continued. One day, I got really sad at my dad. He moved to the second staple. He felt like crying seeing his baby in a state like him. I ran away and lost control of my quirk. I woke up in a hospital with other kids with a shit ton of scars. He continued, stapling quickly. But, the more I used my quirk after I became a villain, the more it got worse. Izuku tensed as it was reaching the precipice. I inherited my mom's genes of ice where I have skin like hers. In other words, I burn easily. And I imagine you have that as well. Izuku let out a shuddery breath as his dad pulled the stapler away. There, all done. Izuku stumbled out words, pressing his face into his dad's scarred neck. Let's go home, okay? But, Izuku pulled away, glancing at his newfound burn on his upper arm. Crisp with a purplish tone, it radiated heat. But, how about training? The entrance exam is in 2 months. Dad sternly shook his head, gently grasping his chin. That's not important, now. Izuku stared, confused. Dad sighed deeply, pressing a hand to his forehead, then another to his scars on his cheek. I don't want you to have the same fate as me. So, we are going home and we're going to fix the way we train so you going overboard doesn't happen. He scared me, Izuku whispered honestly. You lost control because of the slime villain? A timid nod. Don't worry, he whispered, cuddling him close, I'll kill him. Izuku tightened his face, peeking an eye open at his scar. He looks like his dad even more, perhaps mom will recognize him because of his burn. And I'll work harder to keep my emotions in check, plus, the burn isn't all too bad. Hawks might recognize me better, cause of it. Dad's eyes widened, then he choked. Wah, I didn't even think about that. Shit, Izuku. You're right. Yes. Just like that, the worry about the burn was gone and replaced with joy. The slime villain was found dead by a hero the next day. Izuku could not be happier. He was safe. As the exam grew closer, Izuku and his dad spent their nightly cuddle session in bed talking about the exam. It was known that it was practical robots the attendees would be fighting. News reports talked about it and his dad was sure to write down every detail he could find about it through message boards and news articles. Izuku appreciated it and saw how much his dad wanted him to pass. And Izuku wanted to pass so much. His dad assured him he was stronger than the robots. And Izuku fully believed it. Fire is incredible against steel. The only problem was the written exam, but Izuku was trying his best to study, but it was a struggle as his dad couldn't really help and when he was home, Izuku was distracted. But, he's trying. Trying also was Katsuki giving him sad looks whenever he glanced at his ex-friend. Izuku would roll his eyes in annoyance. This is what you get. He told his dad about this at dinner once and he wondered if he was feeling bad for what he did to Izuku. Dabi scoffed, saying of course he was. Izuku used his anger during his training to become stronger. It won't matter what Katsuki feels as Izuku will be UA high soon and if Katsuki is there too, Katsuki will make new friends and same goes for him. They'll part. Today was the big day, the one where everything could change for the better. If he passes the entrance exam for UA high, it could lead to a brighter future, all for his mom and dad. He woke up feeling nervous, his mind filled with anxiety that made every step of his morning routine feel shaky. He woke up early, not out of necessity, rather, because he was too excited to sleep. At 5 in the morning, glancing at his dad's phone time, he maneuvered himself off his dad's chest and went to the washroom, choosing to keep the lights off due to his bright wings. He wet a cloth and rubbed it against his skin, yawning as he did. Izuku cursed lightly, he didn't want to wake his dad. Yeah? He croaked, leaning backwards to glance through the doorway to his sleepy father. He gently smiled, warmth filled him seeing his dad's messy bedhead. What are you doing up? He questioned, sitting up and gazing at the time on his phone, then scratched his eyes. You said you wanted to sleep in rather than train or study before the exam, he grumbled, but got up and went over to hug Izuku from the side, pressing his cheek on his fluffy hair. You're right, Dad. Izuku let go of the cloth and hugged his dad fully. I'm just too excited to sleep. Dad chuckled. Well, we could always train some more before you go, he said, glazing a hand through his wings and the purple burn scar on his shoulder, gently pressing into the staples to make sure they wouldn't come out. Nah, Izuku yawned, grasping Dad's hand with his own. I want to cuddle. That can be arranged, Dad said quickly with a huge grin. 2 hours passed before Izuku left the house with his dad's love and the words, I'd wish you good luck, but you don't even need it, baby. The sun beamed down as Izuku strolled in his junior high uniform, his wings hugging his back. Deep in thought, he pondered potential exam questions, considering them his first challenge. The path to UA's route was committed to memory since the day before. Deciding on an early departure, he opted for the 40-minute walk instead of taking the train. He didn't want to rely on his dad's hard-earned money for his own comfort. Plus, he felt confident now, knowing he could handle any trouble that might come his way. With his mouth dried, he approached, his heart raced faster and faster, thumping against his chest like a drum. Seeing other students his age heading in the same direction only added to his nerves. He slapped his cheeks lightly, trying to shake off the doubt. None of these kids were the child of Dabi and Hawks like him. Izuku was unique. His jaw slackened as he caught sight of the school building shaped like the letter U on the horizon. Here we go, he whispered to himself, steeling his resolve. All too soon, he stepped onto campus. With his wings tucked tightly against his back, Izuku made his way toward the exam hall. Signs directed students to different exam areas: hero course, general, business, and support. His mouth felt numb with nerves as he walked through the campus, his heart pounding relentlessly. Izuku wrapped one wing around his side and intertwined his fingers with the flames as a calming gesture. The campus was bustling with students, but he kept his distance, trying to stay focused. Despite his efforts to recall the facts he'd memorized for the written exam, his mind drew a blank as he approached. Panic started to set in. Biting his lip, Izuku pushed himself through the doors of the Hero Course exam hall building. Inside, he found a lobby with robots stationed behind a long desk, distributing papers to the junior high students. Confidence swelled within Izuku for the practical portion, having dedicated days to rigorous training. But when it came to the written test, that was another matter entirely. Standing in line with his wings tucked tightly, he observed the groups of students chatting in their cliques, while others lingered, engaged in conversation. A knot tightened in Izuku's stomach. As he inched closer to the front of the line, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Izuku longed to flee and seek comfort in the embrace of his dad at home. Next, the UA robot's mechanical voice echoed, and Izuku stepped forward, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Name, the robotic voice queried, its gaze fixed on him. Izuku stammered, wishing he'd paid more attention to the person in front of him. Izuku Midoriya. He frowned as the robot repeated his name, then informed him, "Give me a moment to look you up in the applicant database." Izuku wished he had his mom's last name, it seemed to fit better. His dad wasn't fond of his own last name, a sentiment Izuku respected. Although Inko had given him the first name Izuku, which he was fine with, he wasn't as comfortable with Midoriya. He wished he could have his dad's true last name, even though he didn't voice it. He didn't even know what it was, his dad had never told him. Still, Izuku often wondered what it might be. Maybe something like Yuki. Pheonix. Chemo. Fire. No, he chuckled softly, that wouldn't be a good last name. Head to orientation first, then go to room 5, row H, seat 5, the robot instructed. Oh. Thanks. Izuku stammered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He quickly grabbed the card they gave him and hurried to the hall, following the stream of people making their way to the exam orientation. Entering through a doorway marked with a sign, Izuku gasped in awe. A massive lecture theater greeted him, its walls adorned with the iconic UA symbol, displayed prominently on a gigantic screen at the front. Anxiously scanning the room, Izuku searched for an available seat. The back rows were already filled, leaving only the middle and front rows open. Taking a deep breath, Izuku ventured toward the middle, his hands clenched tightly with nerves. Choosing a seat at the far edge of an empty row, Izuku positioned himself carefully so as not to inconvenience anyone. He scooted slightly away from the seat's backing, just in case it wasn't fireproof. Although, considering it was UA, it likely was. However, Izuku didn't want to risk embarrassing himself. Glancing at the students filing into the room, Izuku couldn't help but view them as his competition. His gaze hardened when he spotted Katsuki making his way down the steps. With a huff, Izuku tore his eyes away and focused on the front, crossing his arms defensively. He didn't pay attention to where Katsuki ended up sitting. Instead, he noticed how dark the room was and how his wings emitted a faint blue glow. Feeling self-conscious, Izuku hunched over slightly, pulling his wings closer to his body to avoid drawing too much attention. Was Katsuki? But before he could let his curiosity wander further, a smile broke across his face as Present Mike, the voice hero, entered from the side of the theater and stepped up to the podium. He remained there for a few minutes, and when the last bits of people came in, he began speaking. With boundless energy, Present Mike launched into an explanation of the practical exam, detailing how it would unfold. Izuku couldn't help but think of his dad's words about robots. Indeed, the mechanized nature of the exam seemed to confirm it. As Present Mike transitioned to discussing the written exam, rules and test format, Izuku's anxiety resurfaced. He listened intently, trying to absorb as much information as possible amidst the nervous chatter of his fellow test-takers. Finally, Present Mike concluded his speech, wishing everyone luck on the written portion before departing the stage. Izuku felt a mixture of nerves and determination as he prepared himself mentally for the upcoming challenge. Izuku took a deep breath and rose from his seat, joining the others who were also standing up. Retrieving the card from his pocket, he scanned the letters, room 5, row H, seat. With a nervous gulp, he made his way down the row, slipping into the main hall and following the stream of people heading toward their designated rooms. He couldn't help but notice a helpful robot assisting those who had misplaced their cards. A snort escaped him when he caught sight of Katsuki approaching the robot and engaging in conversation, only to be met with a shake of the robot's head. Izuku's curiosity piqued, but before he could investigate further, he reached his designated room. He didn't quite realize how much he focused on his old friend. The room sprawled out like a gymnasium, rows of desks neatly arranged with spaces in between. Izuku consulted his card and navigated to his designated row and seat, eyeing the desk before him. It came equipped with 2 blue and black pens and several sheets of blank paper. Fidgeting with his fingers, Izuku couldn't shake the thought that when, not if, he made it to UA, he'd have to ensure his seat wasn't fireproof or his dad would have to. As a teacher entered the room, Izuku's eyes widened in recognition. It was Present Mike. Again. He listened as Present Mike outlined the ground rules: no cheating, no leaving until the time was up, and to ask for help if needed. Too nervous, Izuku's gaze shifted nervously to the imposing timer displayed at the front of the room, 2 hours. As Izuku flipped open the exam booklet, each question seemed to weigh heavier than the last. He read and reread them multiple times before tentatively marking his answers. The subjects ranged from language to math to quirk science, the first section feeling relatively manageable. However, the second section proved more challenging, filled with daunting math equations that he had neglected to study as thoroughly. And the last section, focusing on rescue scenarios, left him feeling particularly uneasy. He knew he had likely missed at least half of those questions. With a heavy heart, Izuku pressed on, clinging to the hope that he would still manage to pass. He hadn't even considered applying to a different school, UA was his dream, his only chance at seeing Mom. But if he didn't make it, the thought was too painful to bear. Maybe he could settle for the general stream, but he didn't apply for it, and excel in the sports festival, but even that felt like a hollow consolation. Frustration and despair gnawed at him as he revisited the questions, desperately searching for any overlooked clues or hints. Before he knew it, the timer signaled the end of the exam, and Izuku could only slump forward, his head resting heavily on the desk, overwhelmed with a sense of shame and uncertainty. Forcing himself to lift his head, Izuku let out a heavy sigh of discomfort as he handed his completed exam to the robot. In return, a second robot handed him a card indicating where to proceed for the practical exam. Group B. Gathering his belongings, Izuku joined the flow of students making their way out to the loading zone. He ran his hands through his flames, trying to calm his nerves by focusing on thoughts of his dad. Along the way, they were offered protein bars, and Izuku eagerly grabbed one, needing the boost. As they reached the zone, Izuku realized that the crowd was splitting off into different groups labeled A, B, and C. A burst of excitement came forth. He made his way to the sign marked B, and upon closer inspection, he spotted a large bus waiting nearby. With a sense of anticipation building within him, Izuku headed towards the bus, eager to see what awaited him in the practical exam. If he fails the written, he'll ace the practical. As Izuku observed the group he was with, he noticed a variety of sports gear, and one individual caught his eye, a shirtless student with a mutant bug quirk. Interesting, Izuku thought, feeling a surge of confidence wash over him. This is going to be easy, he thought with a grin. The bus ride to UA's campus was filled with an awkward silence, as none of the students knew each other. If Katsuki had been there, Izuku mused, there would likely have been tension and conflict. Maybe that's what Katsuki had been trying to do earlier with the robot, trying to ensure they ended up in the same exam rooms. Izuku rolled his eyes at the thought, choosing instead to occupy himself by running his hands through his wings. As the bus traveled through UA's campus, Izuku's eyes lit up with awe. The sight of the expansive arenas and lush greenery filled him with excitement, and he couldn't help but gaze out the window with a gentle smile, feeling grateful for the opportunity ahead. As the bus came to a halt, Izuku quickly rose from his seat, his wings tightly tucked against his back. He awkwardly made his way off the bus, taking in the impressive sight around him. Ahead loomed a massive door, reminiscent of the entrance to a grand kingdom, framing a sprawling faux cityscape made of concrete and stone. Izuku couldn't help but wish he could fly, longing for the bird's-eye view of the scene before him. Joining the other students who were stretching and limbering up, Izuku unconsciously stretched out his wings, unsure of what else to do besides wait nervously. Determined to be at the forefront when the door opened, Izuku maneuvered his way to the front of the crowd, positioning himself close to the entrance so that he could dash towards the first robot as soon as it appeared. UA is known for having the hero course exam being robots. His dad was sure to research and get as much information as possible, even if some of the research was nefarious. But despite his dad's research about the written, Izuku felt he could have listened to his dad a lot better to his dad. He wanted to punch himself. But he's confident for the practical. Though, it saddens him that he doesn't know his mom personally yet to do the recommendations. But it made him wonder, how different would it be if his mom was with him now? Would he go to UA? He wants to become a hero for money, and if he's with Hawks, money won't be an issue. He wouldn't need to go to UA to get mom's attention. Sure, he wants to be a hero so he can sustain himself. But there's the risk of seeing his dad. He takes a deep breath, rubbing his face. Now is not the time to think about such things. UA's reputation for utilizing robots in the hero course exam was well known, thanks to his dad's thorough research. Izuku couldn't deny that some of the information his dad had gathered might have been obtained through questionable means. Despite this, he couldn't shake the feeling that he should have paid closer attention to his dad's advice, particularly regarding the written exam. He mentally chastised himself for not doing so. However, Izuku found solace in his confidence for the practical exam. Still, the absence of a personal recommendation from his mom weighed heavily on him. It made him wonder how different things might be if he were here with him. Would he still aspire to attend UA? The allure of becoming a hero for financial stability, especially if he could join Hawks, lingered in his mind. The thought of not needing UA to gain his mom's attention was both comforting and daunting. Taking a deep breath, Izuku forced himself to push aside these contemplations. Now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to focus on the task at hand and give his all in the practical exam. Right, let's start. Present Mick's booming voice echoed from above, drawing Izuku's attention upward. He felt his heart hammering in his chest with nervous anticipation as he scanned the towering building, likely housing the faculty observing the exams from above. With a quick intake of breath, the doors slid open and Izuku flared his wings and surged forward. Racing into the simulated cityscape, he marveled at the intricately designed fake shops and winding roads. The level of detail was astonishing. How did UA manage to afford something so elaborate? It made Izuku wonder if they could use their resources to aid the less fortunate, like himself and his dad. The thought lingered in his mind as he darted through the streets. Izuku forcefully shoved the distracting thoughts out of his mind as he sprinted towards the north, eager to distance himself from the other students. When he encountered them in his path, he instinctively pushed his wings outward, causing them to veer off course. It was a peculiar sensation, the act of flaring his wings. When they were fully charged, like they were now, he felt a surge of power as they flashed and expanded in size. His primary objective was to locate the three-pointers, but any robot encounter would suffice for the practical exam. Suddenly, he spotted an angry second pointer rounding the corner, its metallic form looming menacingly. Reacting swiftly, Izuku pivoted and propelled himself forward with a burst of his wings, closing the distance between them in an instant. With a precise motion, he shifted his wings to stab at the robot's vulnerable spots. The robot emitted a roar of protest as Izuku waited for a brief moment, watching as its metal exterior began to liquefy into a gooey substance. Retracting his wings was a swift and effortless process, akin to slipping on a comfortable piece of clothing. With a sense of satisfaction, Izuku darted away, his focus squarely set on the next challenge that lay ahead. Using the makeshift obstacles of fake boxes and garbage to his advantage, Izuku leaped and glided through the air, maximizing his speed to cover more ground. With each attack, he fell into a rhythm, striking with precision and efficiency. He kept a mental tally of the robots he defeated, confident that he was accumulating enough points to pass. According to his dad's research, he needed at least 50 points to succeed, and Izuku was determined to surpass that threshold. Despite the temptation to switch to a rescue mission, he resisted, knowing that doing so would sacrifice valuable scoring opportunities. Instead, he pressed on, relentless in his assault on the robotic adversaries that crossed his path. With 10 minutes ticking by in a blur of motion and adrenaline, Izuku didn't allow himself a moment's rest. He pushed himself to the limit, running and attacking with unwavering determination. The thought of his mom's approval spurred him on, driving him to give it his all until the very end. Failure was not an option, not when his mommy's recognition hung in the balance. Amidst the chaos of battle, screams pierced the air, causing Izuku to snap his head in the direction of the commotion. His eyes widened in alarm as he spotted the colossal zero-pointer looming on the horizon, a menacing presence casting a shadow over the simulated cityscape. However, Izuku quickly realized that he was nowhere near it. He was stuck on the outer rim, far from the center of the action. Recognizing the zero-pointer as a potential distraction, Izuku forced himself to stay focused on his own objectives. Ignoring the impending rampage of the massive robot, he pushed forward, relentlessly attacking any targets that came into his path. Despite the deafening sounds of destruction caused by the zero-pointer's rampage, Izuku remained steadfast, refusing to allow himself to be drawn into the chaos. He understood that becoming fixated on the giant robot would only lead to losing control of his fire due to anger. The fact that UA could afford to lose such an extravagant robot on an exam made him sad. A twinge of jealousy gnawed at him as he realized the resources at UA's disposal, resources that he longed to have access to. Then, just as suddenly as the chaos had begun, a voice cut through the cacophony, calling out, "Time." With a mixture of relief and exhaustion, Izuku brought his frenzied assault to a halt, his muscles aching and his breath coming in ragged gasps as he awaited the results of his efforts. Gasping for breath, Izuku collapsed to his knees, hunching over as he unflared his wings. The exhaustion of the intense practical exam weighed heavily upon him, leaving him drained and spent. "Make your way out onto the bus, we'll send you the results in a week's time," the voice from the PA system instructed, breaking through the haze of fatigue that clouded Izuku's mind. With a determined effort, he forced himself up on his wobbly legs and followed newfound electronic signs pointing towards the exit. As he made his way out, Izuku passed by an elderly woman providing healing assistance to those in need. His gaze drifted towards the frozen form of the zero-pointer, its imposing figure still standing tall despite the chaos that had unfolded. It struck him as odd that no one had managed to destroy it. Perhaps it would have offered valuable rescue points if someone had. However, the fact that it remained intact served as a sobering reminder of the group's collective strength or lack thereof. With a deep breath, Izuku continued on his way, feeling a sense of accomplishment mixed with relief. Climbing back onto the bus, he settled into his seat, ready to head home and share the details of his experience with his dad. Despite the challenges he had faced, Izuku couldn't help but feel a glimmer of pride at having endured the rigorous test of the UA entrance exam. Walking home from the UA high school entrance exam, Izuku couldn't contain the wide grin that stretched across his face. Despite the exhaustion weighing on his limbs, his heart raced with excitement, a stark contrast to the anxiety that had gripped him earlier. As he approached his home, Izuku's smile only widened at the sight of his dad waiting at the doorstep, tapping away at his phone in a sitting position. The realization that his dad was eagerly awaiting his return filled Izuku with warmth and joy. "Dad!" Izuku called out excitedly, quickening his pace as he approached. His exhausted wings flailed along beside him, reflecting his elation. When his dad looked up and spotted him, a smile spread across his face, and he rose from his seat on the porch, moving to meet Izuku halfway. Without hesitation, Izuku threw himself into his dad's arms, wrapping them tightly around him in a warm embrace. His dad let out a slight grunt of surprise at the sudden impact, but then returned the hug just as fiercely, his own relief and pride evident in the gesture. "I missed you," Izuku quickly says, kissing his dad on his cheek. "I missed you even more, I was waiting for you as soon as you left." "I couldn't contain my excitement," his dad explained with a smile, carrying him back inside. "Wished I could have seen it or at least picked you up." "But that would mean," Izuku yawned, "you possibly seeing Katsuki and you know I don't want that." His dad rolled his eyes, but agreed. "I wouldn't want your mood ruined 'cause of him." "So, Izu," his dad said in a gentle voice, sitting them on the couch. Izuku laid down with his head on his dad's lap, he sighed at the feeling. "How it go?" "Right." Izuku then went on to explain every detail. From when he got there to when he left. Even the details about the written and possible failure. But, his dad was quick to remind him how smart he is. Though, Izuku struggled to believe it. Then, of course, the practical exam. Dad also didn't like the idea of UA spending a lot on the sites. It felt odd. Couldn't they pay for everyone's uniform, application deposits, everything, with the massive wealth they have? Dad said they had to make their money somehow. Plus, Katsuki was being weird. "He wanted to be in the same exam room as me," Izuku muttered, scratching his eyes, looking at the TV. Dabi decided to put the TV on mute so they could look at Hawks. "That is odd, probably wanted to talk or fight you." "Probably both," his dad managed to say after some thought. Izuku felt pride, "That's what you get, Katsuki." "Anyway," Izuku continued, "now that I'm probably going to UA with 72 villain points, it'll be strange going to a hero school when you're a villain," he laughed. Dad laughed too. "I still gotta get used to it. It helps that your mom is a hero." "True, that. I plan to make a lot of money, even if mom helps us out, I still never want to be poor. So, I'm excited to start." His dad's face flashed some guilt, but it quickly went away when Izuku kissed him on the cheek. "I'm not trying to make you feel bad, Dad." "I know," he whispered, "just, can't help it. I feel selfish for still wanting to be a villain, not just for money, but for my personal goal. And I can't fault you at that." Izuku expressed, "It's like my personal goals. Find mom, tell him everything, become a hero, and get money. Buy gifts for you. You don't have dash." "Nope. Too late. You can't change my mind." "Well," he laughed, "if you insist. I'd love a gift from you." "Not just any gifts," Izuku said, "big ones. Like a huge house or a car." "I can't wait," his dad said, glancing at Hawks on screen, flashing his perfect smile. "I love you, Izu." "I love you, too, Dad. And Mom too." Of course, his dad smiled warmly, "We love Mom a lot." For the remainder of time he had left before high school and his middle school graduation, he spent his free time in front of the communal mailbox at the entrance of the neighborhood. Having passed all his exams, he waited. Previously, Katsuki would stare out the window in the class they had together. Izuku would glance at him, shocked that he wasn't getting up as he usually did when it was time for the next class. This time, Izuku was the one heading out first. Usually, he had things to pack, and by that time, Katsuki would have already left. But now, Katsuki was still there, quiet and distant. Izuku looked at him smugly. Katsuki deserved to feel shitty. When his dad was at work, Izuku stalked out the mailbox, waiting for the UA letter to come in. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement and nervousness for it, thus, he waited. Staying at home alone gave him too many negative thoughts. What if I failed? He'd think frequently, worried about the written. He couldn't even look at Mom through the TV. He couldn't stomach it. Thus, he waited at the mailbox, sitting on the grass. If he got really bored, he'd bring a plastic bag and clean up the waste near it. His dad would come through the entrance and see Izuku waiting cross-legged beside it, his eyes closing slowly. At first, his dad ran over to him and quickly asked if he was alright, and Izuku gave him a quick yes, explaining he was waiting for the mail. His dad didn't like his plan, but after seeing Izuku there the next day, he decided it was okay, just as long as he did something. He didn't want anyone hurting his baby. And if there was nothing to clean, Izuku would practice moving his wings about. The mailman came on the third day, and Izuku shot up, waiting patiently as the man put in the packages and letters in the given slots. It was a known fact that no mailman would personally want to deliver mail to anyone in Izuku's neighborhood. The man glanced over to him and asked what his name was, shuffling in his bag. Izuku quickly said his first and last name and gazed at his house's slot. None so far. I'm waiting for my exam results, Izuku said. Do you know when they'll come out? The man gave him the sad news, tucking the flap over the mailbag. What school? UA, Izuku said anxiously. The man stared, then gave him a sympathetic smile. Usually a week, but UA, wow, you know they're super competitive. Is there other schools? None, Izuku gruffly said, turning back to his house. He'll come tomorrow. He probably should have asked when he'd be back with more mail, but with his anger, it slipped his mind. It was a long week of waiting. His dad would come to the mailbox, working more to pay for the deposits required to go to UA, and pick Izuku up, snuggling him close as he brought him home. Then, it came. He jumped up from his spot on the curb, his wings fluttering excitedly as the mailman got out his van and trekked to the mailbox. You're still here. The man laughed, pulling out a key and began flipping through the mail and opening the correct slots to put the mail in. Izuku rocked on his feet, peeking at his house's slot. Izuku watched him pull out each letter with scrutiny. The man glanced at the mail's information, then tucked in the slot. Yes, Izuku replied, wings fluttering. It's been a week, do you have ? The man froze, glancing with an echoing laugh. You've been waiting for a week for results you might not even get? Izuku grumbled, not wanting to argue with a stranger. Gosh, he really was like his dad. But if his dad was there, he'd fight back. Is it there? The man gave him a bittersweet smile, then passed him a letter. Good Lou . The mailman barely got any word out before Izuku jumped excitedly and expressed a loud sound of excitement, then raced down the road, wings pushing him to go even faster. People gave him odd looks, but Izuku didn't mind, clenching the UA letter to his chest. His future. He pushed the front door open and called, Dad. Then, he stilled. Glancing around the cold room, the sun passed his shadow to the ground. Empty. He felt his heart drop and his grip of the letter loosen. I forgot, he wobbly said, sniffling, Dad's not home. He forgo flicking the lights on and closed the front door, casting himself in darkness, besides the glow from his wings, to sit on the couch, staring at the box TV. He placed the letter on his lap and stared at the dim colors. He picked it up once more, then shook it, pressing his fingers into it, moving it around, a disc of some sort and a piece of paper. He groaned, throwing his head back, staring at the dark ceiling, spotting some mold in the corner. He wouldn't open the results without his dad, that was a given. Katsuki would show Izuku the results first before his mom. Izuku found himself smiling as he stared at the gray mold. Out of everyone Katsuki knew, he'd come to him. It made him feel a fuzzy feeling. Then, it zapped away. He shot forward, groaning sharply as he washed his face with his hands. Izuku! Stop thinking about Katsuki. He had no idea why he kept thinking about it, it's instinct, he'd imagine. Izuku sked in a sharp, soothing breath, attempting to calm himself down. Katsuki was always there to ruin everything. Izuku glanced at the front door, his eyes becoming wet. Like he said earlier, his dad has been working constantly to pay for the uniform and the student fees. And the sad side of it is, Izuku might not even get in. He felt like crying. His dad sacrifices so much for him. Though, if he does fail to get in, the good side is that they'll have excess money. It'd be great to pay for a new light bulb in the main room, get a new TV, more food and clothes. The good thing is that the food program at UA can be free depending on family income. If he gets in, his dad will have to fill out documentation, talking about himself, emergency contacts, and other important things. One of those is if Izuku will be able to get paid lunches at the cafeteria. His elementary and middle schools didn't have it. So, it'd be nice, plus, Izuku could take the food and save it for his dad for later. But on the flip side, UA would know his dad struggles with money, and that's something his dad struggles to deal with, others knowing their money issues. His dad feels ashamed, in short. And Izuku feels that as well, hence why Katsuki never came to visit. God. Stop it with Katsuki. He got up and placed it on the table by the kitchen, then came back to the TV, pressing the power button. He waited for its screams to flick on before it accustomed to the news. But, the TV, after 20 seconds of holding the button down, didn't turn on. Izuku's eyes widened and dread sinked in. He tried the button again, and felt panic. He fell to the ground and searched for the cord and outlet, then pulled the plug out, then put it back in. He tried the button once again. Nothing. Oh no, Izuku exclaimed, pulling the plug out to blow some air into the outlet. Then, tried the button. Nothing. He grabbed the plug and used the throw blanket to brush away the dust. Then, once again, plugged it back in. Nothing. He got up and pressed his hands to his face. Oh no. If the TV wasn't working, then that would mean they couldn't see Hawks. They'd have to use his dad's phone that barely works. He didn't want to think about that. His dad would have to buy a new TV. Suddenly, he gasped. He ran down the hall into the bedroom, an idea coming to mind. He flicked the bedroom lights. Nothing. Maybe the lights burnt out, he nervously said, choosing not to hop to the conclusion the power went out, grabbing the chair in the living room and placed it under the main bedroom light. Wait, my old night light. Izuku hopped down, and raced to the bathroom and pulled open the bottommost drawer and grabbed the blue night light. He went back into the bedroom and snapped it into the outlet they used to use. Then, nothing. No light. Oh thank God, he fell back, the power is off. Then, dread. The power is off sheet, he groaned sadly, the bill. If they lost power, it couldn't have been because of external causes. He would have seen his neighbors crying about it. These were the many moments in his life he wished he could work part-time. But, however, his dad refused. For one, Izuku needed the time to train, couldn't work. Secondly, he was only thirdly, their separation anxiety wouldn't do well with not seeing each other. With his dad working, they rarely see each other to begin with. Dad has to pay the bill, he didn't have the money, he spoke aloud, tears finally dripping. In the dark bedroom with his wings glowing brightly, he sobbed. Wailed and sobbed. This is unfair, he said, why did the world have to punish his daddy? No power meant no TV, no Wi-Fi, and no Wi-Fi meant not being able to see Hawks at home. His dad's phone didn't have data. They'd have to go somewhere with Wi-Fi, a library. But, Izuku didn't want to do that, he felt burning shame. No kids had this problem. He got up slowly, and came back into the main room, and grabbed a piece of paper. With no power, there was nothing to do. Thus, he will leave. He quickly wrote, I'm going to go practice. I haven't looked at the results yet, please wait for me. Also, the electricity isn't working, I'm sorry, love Izuku. He placed the note by the letter and sighed. He didn't know why he apologized, it just felt right. He mourned his old phone. If he had it, he could have texted his dad about the power issue and say he was leaving. Now, dad will come home to an empty house. Wouldn't see Izuku at the mailbox. That made him feel bad. But, he couldn't stay in a house where he had nothing to do. No daddy. Izuku rubbed his face, then changed into his workout clothes and quickly ate a snack as his dinner. Soon, he left the house and asked his older neighbor if his power was working. Yes, is his answer. Izuku felt like crying. It's a short walk to the forest clearing, a cheap water bottle in hand. Then, he allows himself to flare his wings. It occurred to him that it was the first time he went to the forest by himself. He stopped his flaring to fall to the ground and sob. It took him a while to get back up and train. He missed his daddy. The sky was glowing with oranges and pinks when he came back home, sweaty, tired and hungry. The first thing he did when he opened the door was call for his dad. Nothing. The empty room. He wobbles to the table and sees his note and the letter untouched. Then, gazed around. He sighed and went to the dark bathroom. Using his wings as lights, he grabbed a towel, wetted it, and wiped the sweat off him. Then, brushed his teeth, ignoring his hunger, changed and flopped on top of the bed, seeing there's nothing to do but wait. He hated being alone. It occurred to him how different it'd be with Mom. No power outages, no hunger, no loneliness as he'd have two parents. He rubbed his face with the pillow, sniffing his dad's scent. He cuddled under the fireproof blankets, his wings curling. How about the bed situation? Would the three of them sleep together in the same bed? Surely not, as when it's the three of them, Izuku would have his own room. But, the thought of not being with his dad when he slept made him tear up. But if they do, God he hopes so, he would have to wear a sweater to protect Mom while being in the middle. Or Hawks would be on top of him. It'd be his dad, then him, then Hawks. Yeah, that sounds nice, he giggled and closed his eyes, reaching a hand out into the empty bed. It's the sensation of rough arms coming around him that wakes him. He gasped and looked around, to only grin. The bed creaked as his dad, no shirt on, slipped beside Izuku and pulled him on top. Izuku was quick to press into his dad's chest. Daddy, he babbled. He felt his dad's damp skin and hair wet. Probably had a shower to refresh from his mission. You okay? His dad asked, words that made Izuku's inside spin with joy, pressing a loving kiss to his forehead. I saw the note, I was worried you were gone. I left earlier, Izuku mumbled, just wanting to bask in his dad's grasp and listen to his soothing voice. Good, I'm glad. I also saw the power is out, I gotta pay the bill, he sighed deeply, might have to wait until next week for it, though, I need more money, and on top of the UA expenses, it'll be a little bit. But, Izuku sniffed as his heart cracked, what about Mom? We can't watch him. His dad chewed on his lip, rubbing Izuku's back and pressing a hand through his wings. Sheet, I hate it, but he'll have to wait. Izuku felt his heart sink. Okay, he whispered. But, Dad said energetically, I got enough money for rent for 5 months. We don't have to worry about that dash. Isn't power more important? I want to see Mommy, Izuku said childishly, but he didn't care, it was late and he was upset. No, Izuku, Dad said sternly, we can survive without power dash. What about cooking? We'll eat snacks and bread. Fine, Izuku bitterly said, his stomach grumbling, and he stared at the wall. We'll wait. Aizu, don't use that language around dash. You use it, too. Izuku screamed suddenly, snapping up from his chest. Izuku, I don't want to get into a fight with you dash. What if I do? Izuku wiggled out of his dad's hold and left the bedroom. He heard his dad behind him. Izuku dash. No. Izuku yelled, pivoting to look at him. I don't want to talk to you right now. But I do, his dad demanded, his blue eyes blazing. I don't. I'm sick and tired of being poor. And you think having 5 months of rent is more important than seeing Mom? Izuku went into the main room and waved his hands around. We don't have power. Do something about it. His dad didn't say anything, just stared with burning anger in his eyes with his hands clenched tightly. He looked like he was going to scream. Izuku felt his heart pound from the adrenaline and his dad's look. I dare you, his dad seethed, I dare you to yell at me again. Izuku couldn't get any words out. Apologize to me, Dad demanded with narrowed eyes. Izuku felt a terrible peep from within, edging him on. Not until you fix the padash. Shut it. Izuku flinched, stepping back. His dad followed him. I'm so tired, Izuku. I'm doing the best I can. I'm said you're being ungrateful. Izuku scked in a breath, staring upwards as he shook. I'm dash. No you're not sorry, you little dash, then, he gasped, stepping back with a violent shake of his head. No, I didn't, no, Aizu, baby, I'm so sorry, I didn't, he continued to ramble, grasping his hair. I didn't mean to act like him, no dash. Daddy, Izuku began to sob. Seeing his dad's choking breath, it's okay, you're not him being whoever that is as Izuku doesn't know, you're tired. Izuku stepped into his dad's frozen, panicked gaze and hugged him tightly. I know you didn't mean to yell. Izuku remained stubborn about the power being more important than 5 months' worth of rent. If it was 1 month, then yes, rent would be better. Just, his dad saw otherwise. How can his dad be okay with not seeing Mom? Was he worried about losing the house if he doesn't have rent? Oh, that must be it. His dad doesn't want to lose the house when Mom comes. Then, they'd be homeless. He doesn't want to risk it. Izuku found himself smiling warmly, pressing a hand to his tall dad's cheek. I'm sorry for getting mad. You sacrifice so much for me and I'm utterly grateful. I'm so sorry dash. Don't apologize, Aizu, he whispered, you did nothing wrong. You're right, the power is impo dash. Izuku shook his head. Not as important as having a place for Mom to come. What? His dad questioned in shock. Izuku thumped his head on his chest, I understand what you mean. You want the rent so that we don't ever risk losing the house like a few summers ago. That way, Mom will see us living under a roof. I'm sorry for being a brat. His dad sounded like he wanted to say it was okay, but he didn't. Thank you for understanding. Can we go to bed now? Izuku asked, gazing at him with a smile through the darkness. I'm tired. Me too, but, his dad glanced at the table with a grin, wiping his tears away. I saw the UA letter dash. Izuku gasped loudly. I totally forgot about that. Want to open it before we fall asleep? Yes. Izuku ran to the letter and grasped his dad's hand and dragged him back into the bedroom and practically jumped on the bed, his dad sitting beside. His dad grabbed his phone from the nightstand and flicked the flashlight on and placed it on the bedside. Now, he sat beside his dad, glazing the blue and yellow letters. I'm so nervous, Izuku admitted, his heart pounding. Just open it, his dad snagged his arm around his shoulders, pressing a kiss to his forehead. I love you, you know that? I do, I love you too, Izuku crooned, kissing his dad on the lips. Then giggled at his dad's pout. I waited for you to open it, Izuku began, I wanted to open it with you. And I'm glad you did as I wanted to see it too, his dad kissed his cheek. With a grin, Izuku glanced down. Here we go, he whispered, pulling the paper flap away from its seal. He weaved his fingers inside the letter and pulled out a circular disc and a piece of paper. What the? His dad echoed, reaching for the disc. Izuku glanced at the gray contraption. Maybe the paper has more detail, Izuku said, and his dad followed his gaze to the folded paper. Izuku unfolded it, but before he could read it, the disc sent a projection onto the wall. Izuku jumped at the sheer surprise, his dad holding him tightly. "I am here as a projection." All Might's voice ran across the room, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. Dad seethed. "Why the F is All Might talking?" Izuku chopily reached for his dad's hand, squeezing it for comfort as an unpleasant memory came forth. His heart pounded for an entirely different reason. "Daddy," he whispered, gazing at All Might as he spoke. I panic brewed. All Might, Katsuki, the slime villain, the pain, his dad. You are looking at UA newest facility member. Izuku lost his breath. He heard someone talking to him, but he couldn't hear his dad. All he could hear was All Might's voice and a vision of him leaving him on the concrete. "Daddy, he sobbed out. The projector turned off and Izuku felt his breathing increase. "Izuku, I need you to breathe." Dad grasped his head and shifted so that he was lying on top, his head in his chest. "Follow my breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Izuku sked in a harsh breath and shook his head about. I don't dash. Hey, it's okay, I'll look at the results and you sleep, does that sound better?" "Yes," Izuku sobbed out, squeezing his eyes. "Okay, sounds good, let's get some sleep, okay baby?" "Okay, Daddy," and quickly after, Izuku fell asleep out of exhaustion from his training, the rare fight with his dad and the panic attack. He woke up weirdly, blinking away the crust around his eyes. He spots his dad underneath, scrolling through his phone, but before Izuku could question it, he saw his dad looking at photos of the two of them. Izuku smiled softly, shifting to put his head in eye distance. "Good morning, Dad," Izuku whispered, gazing at the phone. "How was your sleep?" "It was good," Dad smiled, kissing him on the forehead. "How about you?" "It was odd, I feel weird." "Oh? Will hearing your results make you feel better?" At that, Izuku gasped, sitting on top of his dad, grinning. "You saw them?" Dad sat up, letting Izuku straddle him. "Yeah, when you were sleeping. I woke up a bit ago and watched after I found the volume button." "So, did I pass?" Izuku nervously questioned. His dad just smiled. "You did." Izuku gasped, throwing his hands in the air. Yes, I did it. I passed. I get to see Mom." Tears of joy seeped from his eyes. Dad grasped his hands and kissed them, grinning. "You do, I'm so excited. I get to see Mom." Izuku repeated, nuzzling his cheek into his dad's. "We are one step closer in seeing him. You just gotta keep an eye out for the sport festival and any chance you get to be on the news. You're in Class 1A, the Better Hero course class. So, you'll be talked about more, I imagine. The person who gave the results said you got the highest score on the practical, not the written, but who gives AF about that? You passed. I'm so proud." Dad squeezed him, rolling back to lie down and squeeze him more. Izuku laughed, his wings fluttering like a dog wagging its tail. "I did better than Katsuki." "That you did. But, what about A?" Nope. We are not talking about the sheet face. We are cuddling. The letter said we gotta accept the offer online, thus we'll answer and register you at the library when we both get up." Izuku thanked whoever gave him his dad and closed his eyes, basking in his warmth. The day had finally arrived. After a long 2 weeks of waiting for the school semester to begin, Izuku was filled with a mix of excitement and nerves. The past fortnight had been busy, from receiving his acceptance results to his dad registering him at UA. Any free time they had was spent either cuddling or training, but due to their anxiety, they mostly stuck together on the couch. It had been tough going to the library to use the Wi-Fi so his dad could register him, but Izuku often spent the time searching for books to read while his dad tapped away at his phone. His dad received an email from UA outlining the procedures for getting ready for the school year, including submitting costume designs and customization requests. Though there was more detailed information, his dad didn't consult him about it, he simply handled everything himself. He enrolled Izuku properly, requesting fireproof desks, chairs, and clothing, along with wing holes for his uniform. His dad was adamant about these requests, worried that the person reading the form wouldn't take it seriously. Thus, he called the admin office and explained the customization to the lady on the other end. Fortunately, UA was already 2 steps ahead, having planned the necessary equipment long before Dabi submitted the forms. According to her, they began preparations the day after they sent out the acceptance letters, confident Izuku would accept their offer. Everything at UA was fireproof, and they adjusted the clothing at no extra cost. His dad's savings paid off, allowing him to afford the fees before the term officially began. It was a relief to see his dad smile, no longer worried about money. Leaving Aldera High was a bittersweet experience. After his graduation, Izuku opted to attend the ceremony, but it was dreadful. His dad came, sitting in the back with a hoodie, but Izuku couldn't stop thinking about how it would have been if his dad could have been up front with him. Instead, he had to sit with the rest of the graduates. After the high school exams and acceptance letters arrived, Izuku had to return to Aldera to get his documentation and officially sign off on his transfer to UA. It was a hassle, and his dad even called the school to see if they could handle it without him, but they couldn't. Izuku just wanted to spend the day with his dad and avoid finding out if Katsuki made it into UA. When he went to Aldera, he knew he would find out if Katsuki, the boy who had made his life miserable every day since they stopped being friends, would be at UA with him. Worse, there was a chance Katsuki might be in his class. It was either class 1A or 1B. He prayed it would be 1B, but knowing Katsuki's quirk, he suspected it would be 1A. Izuku arrived at Aldera and quickly went to the main office at the specified time of 10 a.m., the time when students going to UA would meet. He came in a little late, having extended his cuddle session with his dad longer than planned, and saw Katsuki sitting in front of the admin's desk, flicking his fingers impatiently. As soon as the principal and old homeroom teacher greeted him, Izuku felt his wings wither. Katsuki stared at him with shock and despair in his eyes, as though he wanted to bury himself in a hole. Perhaps, like Izuku, Katsuki didn't want to see him there. Katsuki's eyes didn't meet his own throughout the entire meeting as the teacher handed back documentation and filled out forms. The principal was quiet, staring at the two of them with pride. When the teacher finished, the principal took the time to talk about UA and how proud he was that both of them had been accepted. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo in UA. I'm so glad two students were accepted into such a prestigious school. I believe, the principal continued, glancing at a form, Midoriya is in 1A and Bakugo is in 1. Izuku cringed at hearing his hated last name, glancing away. His old homeroom teacher had refrained from calling him Midoriya as Izuku had asked at the start of the school year. However, his principal didn't know. And Izuku wasn't about to correct him since he would never see him again after this meeting. Call him Izuku, Katsuki spoke sternly, glaring. Oh, sorry, I think that ends the meeting. Izuku shot his gaze to Katsuki, staring at the side of his head. His mind raced with thoughts. Katsuki, for one, cared that Izuku didn't like being called Midoriya. Izuku felt his body go numb as he forced himself to get up. Katsuki was already gone. He couldn't bring himself to ask the principal if Katsuki was in his class. Katsuki already knows. Izuku sighed, thinking about the memory. It had shaken him. He hated Katsuki, but he continued to surprise him, freaking him out. He didn't want to be friends with Katsuki, especially since their past friendship had led to him getting hurt by the slime villain and developing trauma related to All Might. If it wasn't for Katsuki leaving him distraught at the train station, breaking his phone, he never would have developed a terrifying fear of the number one hero. He never would have been scared to go to UA and see All Might. His dad had requested that the admin keep Izuku away from All Might, but they said that wouldn't be possible since he was a faculty member. Dabi refused to tell Izuku what All Might's position was, especially after Izuku had another panic attack upon hearing he would have to deal with him. He couldn't even bring himself to see his letter of acceptance. He wanted to cry. He would hold out until he found Hawks. But if things got too bad after he found his mom, he would leave UA and transfer to a different school. It'll be okay, his dad promised as he held him on the couch before he had to leave for UA. After a simple breakfast of toast with butter, they laid together until Izuku had to get going. Sporting his UA uniform with his wings poking out, he nuzzled his dad's chest, reminded of the scar he had on his arm and the fight they had 2 weeks ago about the rent and power. He was just thankful his dad was able to pay the power bill and how forgiving he was. Do you have everything in your bag? Izuku hummed and mumbled, ID is in my pocket, the food pass, a pencil case, binders, notebooks. The ID and food pass had arrived in the mail a week ago. The school supplies were his old stuff from junior high. Dabi hugged him tightly and kissed his forehead, then his cheek, then his lips. Let's get your shoes on. Izuku felt his heart drop, clutching his casual shirt close. Can you walk with me? Dad just smiled, giving him an incredibly gentle kiss. Of course, baby, let's get going. Now that his nerves were at bay, Izuku grabbed his Hawks-themed satchel and his dad's hand, heading out the door, of course after turning off the lights. Wait, his dad said, making Izuku stop at the porch, can I carry you? Izuku nodded as fast as a cheetah, the words didn't even have to come to his mind to agree. Yes. He quickly hopped into his dad's arms and snuggled into his neck like he was 4 again. That way, his dad muttered, heading towards the road, you don't have to get tired from walking a whole hour. Exactly, Izuku giggled, knowing that wasn't the full answer. Honestly, he hoped his dad would be able to carry him everywhere, along with his mom. They walked down the street with a sense of calmness, soaking in each other's warmth, snuggling and muttering about Mom. What was he doing right now? Sleeping? Izuku giggled, thinking about his mom sleeping in a nest. His wings fluttered and shook in the brisk morning wind, the sun rising slowly but surely. At 7 in the morning, Izuku liked watching the sun, but found that if he did, he would lose time to see his dad. Like his walk to the exam, Izuku saw Yue in the distance. He felt his heart thump, but with a kiss to his forehead, he settled. At this time, he spotted students in the Yue uniform walking towards the school on the sidewalk. Some stared at the duo, glancing to find his disability, wondering why he was being carried. How could he have gotten into Yue? Izuku wanted to laugh. He got in because of his dad. As they arrived at the blue-gated entrance, his dad stopped, letting Izuku back on the ground, but not without a kiss. Izuku was quick to give his dad a large hug, nuzzling his cheek against his chest. "I'll come straight home when the day is over. Will you be at work?" "Nope," his dad smirked, weaving a hand through his fire. "I made sure not to schedule anything today." Izuku felt his cheeks warm. "I love you so much, Dad." "I love you too," Dabi replied, kissing his cheek before letting him go. "I would go with you. But I don't have a UA ID. Maybe someday I'll see UA," he frowned, glancing at the school. "I didn't go to high school." Izuku jerked at the confession but was quick to grab his hand. "You're still smart, Dad." That must be why he didn't help him study for the written exam. Izuku grabbed his ID from his bag and hugged him once more. "You can live your high school days with me." "Yep," his dad laughed, ruffling and combing his baby's hair. "Well, you should get going. Class is going to start soon," he said, glancing at his pocketed phone. "Just scan your ID and walk inside. Go to class 1A. Izuku beamed, a surge of nervousness coming over him, and hugged his dad again. Then, he headed to the ID machine and scanned it, grimacing when he saw his last name pop up on the screen, but smiling at his dad when he waved. Izuku approached the huge doors, which reminded him of a museum, and took a deep breath before opening them and stepping inside. This moment would forever change his life. He would find his mom, become a hero, all for his dad. With that, he smiled and walked into the foyer, glancing around at the mass of people talking and smiling, all filled with nerves. He gazed at the 4 corridors and saw a sign pointing towards the hero course classes. Taking a short breath, he pocketed his ID, clutched his satchel, tucked his wings, and headed down the hall, admiring the tall windows and glass walls. Everything was so rich. Izuku grimaced but followed the crowd of students ahead of him. On the walls, letters detailed the class numbers with humongous doors: 3A, 3B, 2A, 2B. Then 1A. Izuku stared at the large blue door, gulping. One thing was for sure: if Katsuki was there, he'd hate it. He didn't want Katsuki confusing him any longer. Or worse, having All Might as his homeroom teacher. But if that was the case, surely his dad would have told him if the number 1 hero was his homeroom teacher. He hoped not, as he couldn't imagine All Might being a good teacher after leaving Izuku to die on the road. Biting his lip, Izuku grabbed the handle and slid it to the side, stepping into the classroom. He immediately spotted a classroom with white, fancy desks and blue movable chairs. There was a blackboard at the front and a podium. Izuku gazed across the class and froze. Katsuki. Anxiety jolted through his soul. Katsuki sat across the classroom beside the window, feet up, engaged in conversation with a student Izuku vaguely remembered from the practical exam. Katsuki exuded a sense of coolness, as if he belonged there. He looked like the confident Katsuki Izuku remembered from their friendship. Izuku felt his heart throb painfully. Taking a step forward, Izuku felt his wings kindle suddenly. Katsuki snapped his head over, and his entire demeanor wilted. His eyes drooped, and his will to argue with the blue-haired student seemed to vanish. Slowly, Katsuki turned his gaze away, staring out the window with misty eyes. Izuku's mouth went dry as he stepped forward, trying not to feel numb. The desks were meticulously labeled with small taped words indicating where to sit. Izuku followed the alphabetical order, walking down each row in a zigzag pattern. The class wasn't full, but at least half of the students were present. Coming to the second-to-last row, Izuku found his name by the window and smiled softly. It would be nice to be near a window, reminding him of the times they left the front door open to cool the house during summer breezy days. But as he settled in, he cringed as his wings pressed against the backing of the chair. Shifting uncomfortably, he adjusted so he wasn't leaning on it and sighed. Glancing around, he saw people talking together, probably friends and others who seemed to know no one. A girl with black hair and a boy with mixed hair caught his eye. He didn't want to make any friends, not after Katsuki. When he looked ahead, he choked back a wave of emotion. Katsuki's desk was in front of him. He felt like crying. Katsuki hadn't looked back, and Izuku stared at the back of his hair, his heart pounding with nerves. Maybe he hadn't noticed Katsuki sitting there because he was too scared to admit it. Forcefully tearing his gaze away, he considered changing seats, but before he could move, someone else occupied the seat beside him. He grumbled and stared choppily at the desk, firmly admiring its fanciness and the comfy chair. Taking a deep breath to press his wings against the chair, he smiled when it held up fine. But the smile vanished as soon as he spotted a student with a bird head enter the room, his insides churning. He could cause a problem mom picking him to join his agency due to his bird quirk. Rubbing his face, he calmed himself with a deep breath. This was not what he had imagined UA would be. In his mind, UA had been a beacon of hope, a place where he could train to become a hero and support his dad and mom, free of challenges. He wanted to scream at himself for thinking it would be so simple. How naive he had been. The classroom gradually filled with students, the noise and activity pulling him from his thoughts. Izuku glanced towards the front as the bell rang, signaling the start of the school day. His eyes were immediately drawn to a large door, which creaked open to reveal a man emerging from a yellow sleeping bag, dressed in a black outfit. Izuku's heart leapt Eraserhead. He recognized him instantly, having seen him on the news with his mom. "Hello. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuta Aizawa. Follow me," the hero gruffly said. Izuku found himself smiling with excitement. The teacher left, his new classmates following him quickly. Katsuki got up and stalked out, and Izuku followed suit, a little slower as he made sure his satchel was secure on his desk. The class followed Eraserhead, he needs to ask to confirm, down the hall, past the foyer, and towards the locker rooms and an exit to the outside field. Standing in the middle of the hall, he grabbed a box from the side and waited for the group of new students to circle about. "Change into these. I'll be calling them out." "This will be my attendance," Aizawa announced, opening a box from the side and pulling out plastic packaging with the blue and white uniforms inside. Right, each one would be different due to sizing and customization. Izuku patiently waited for his name to be called, standing near the back of the group. He watched as his classmates received their uniforms, noting the mixture of excitement and nervousness on their faces. His own heart raced with anticipation. Katsuki's name was called and he left, like the rest, through the boys' locker room. "Izuku Midoriya," Aizawa called out. He cringed slightly at the sound of his name but stepped forward confidently. Without Katsuki around to make a comment, he felt a bit more at ease. "Here." Izuku grabbed his uniform and stepped to the side of the locker room door, waiting for his teacher to finish calling out the names. As the list came to a close and the rest of his classmates went inside their respective locker rooms, he approached Aizawa, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "What are you still doing here?" "Get changed," Aizawa said, a hint of impatience in his voice. Izuku wanted to laugh but held it in. Aizawa reminded him of his dad. "You are Eraserhead, right?" The underground hero's bloodshot eyes narrowed. "Yes, not many people recognize me." "How do you know?" Izuku beamed, feeling a spark of familiarity. "I watch the news a lot with my dad, and I saw a fight you had with one of Hawk's sidekicks. It wasn't on the news much, just one segment, but I saw it. You're super cool." Mr. Aizawa stared at him with a cold glare. Izuku's insides squeezed. He probably didn't want anyone knowing he was a popular hero. Maybe he wanted to stay out of the limelight. Quickly, Izuku added, "You remind me of my dad. That's why you're super cool." His eyes widened at the confession, and he blushed. I'll go." Izuku quickly ran into the locker room, not pausing to think about his teacher's faint amusement. The locker room was like the one at his old middle school. He went to the far corner and waited for the last people to leave. When he was finally alone, fortunately, he had come in last. He pulled off his clothes and changed into the gym uniform. It was awesome, with straps that made it easy to put on despite his wings. Instead of having to fold his wings to get them through holes, he could just strap the clothes around them. Before leaving, he checked the staples on his arm, correcting one and pushing it back into place, then slid his sleeve down. But to find it hardly covers it. He bit his lip. It shouldn't be a problem. Izuku tucked his uniform into the locker and made sure to leave the plastic packaging with his name in front so he wouldn't lose it. He stepped out onto the field, where his classmates were talking with each other, some staring ahead. He hung back, alone and looking around. The field was at least double the size of the clearing in the forest. Mr. Aizawa was waiting. When he saw Izuku, he began speaking, and everyone fell silent. Izuku fidgeted with his wings and listened. "A quirk assessment test is how I start the first day of the school year." The class burst into an uproar, and Izuku found himself beaming. He'd love to show his class his wings. Especially two particular students, Bird Boy and Katsuki. People complained about missing orientation, but Izuku didn't mind. He was fine with skipping it if it meant more training to become a hero. According to his dad, the sports festival was in May, a month from now. He just had to push forward, and if it meant avoiding pointless things, he'd be fine. Mr. Aizawa explained his mentality when it came to teaching and then called on Katsuki, standing in the middle of the crowd with his hands in his pockets. "Bakugo, throw this ball." Izuku felt his eyes boring into the ground. Why is he throwing it? What's Katsuki's significance? Why did Mr. Aizawa remembered him from attendance, but not Izuku? He should have asked him. If Izuku was standing there, holding the tennis ball, he would use his wings to create wind and throw the ball, letting the wind carry it far. Izuku grumbled at the shockwave, refusing to look up from his shoes, a hand touching the tip of his right wing. Soon, the class got excited, but Mr. Aizawa quickly squashed it, reminding them they only had 3 years to become heroes. Izuku knew this all too well. He was at UA for 2 reasons, his mom and money. Aizawa went on to explain that there would be 8 physical tests, and whoever came in last would be expelled. Izuku felt his heart race, but he took a deep breath. He wouldn't be expelled, but he knew it'd be thrown out the window if he lost his cool. His classmates, however, openly complained, talking about how unfair it was. Izuku could see Mr. Aizawa's irritation. Just like his dad, Izuku thought. His quirk. His eyes widened, and in a fit of fear, he leaped behind a classmate with tentacle-like bones for arms to avoid Mr. Aizawa's quirk. Aizawa used it to silence everyone, and it worked. From watching the news, Izuku knew what Aizawa was about to do, and it scared him. He curled his wings around his back and pressed a hand to them to make sure they were still there. He wasn't sure what would happen if Mr. Aizawa used his quirk on him. Would his wings disappear? And if so, how would he react? He hoped not, but he made a quick plan to tell Aizawa after. The tests. The tests began soon after Mr. Aizawa deactivated his quirk. Izuku followed the class to the first test, the 50-meter dash. He stood with the pile of students as Mr. Aizawa called out names for the test. Izuku was in the back half. "Midoriya," Aizawa said, his eyes locking on him, which shocked Izuku. Aizawa remembered him. But why the heck did he not ask him to throw the ball? Okay. Call him Izuku, he doesn't like Midoriya. Izuku paled, his eyes going to Katsuki, who had finished his test already and was scratching his neck. When Katsuki caught Izuku's gaze, he looked away with a blank expression. Mr. Aizawa eyed them both and looked at Izuku for confirmation. Izuku nodded numbly, trying to get over Katsuki's words. Why would he say something like that? "Izuku," his new teacher said, making Izuku's stomach churn. "Go to the starting line." Izuku didn't dare glance at Katsuki as he walked up to the starting line, his wings curled tightly against his back. His classmates remained silent, and he hoped it stayed that way. Katsuki wasn't supposed to mess things up. Well, not that he had by telling Mr. Aizawa. He felt stupid. He needed Katsuki to do it for him. He needed Katsuki. His heart thumped. No, he didn't. Fueled by the rage that came with that thought, he pushed himself down the track, using his wings to gain more speed. As he came to a stop and the robot called out his time, he found himself looking at Katsuki, who was staring at the ground. He gritted his teeth. The test seemed to drag on endlessly in his mind. He couldn't wait to get back home to his dad. He wanted a cuddle, and seeing Aizawa, who was so similar to his dad, didn't help his separation anxiety. Katsuki watched him, he knew that for sure. And he watched Katsuki, as much as it annoyed him. He used that annoyance to push himself further, which explained why he kept looking at him. He wasn't worried about being expelled, but seeing his classmates excel made his heart race. A frog girl did great in the long jump, the engine guy was amazing in the dash, the tentacle guy was brilliant in the grip test. And Izuku. He did average. He wasn't better than at least half of them, but not by much. It made him realize he needed to work harder if he wanted to do well in the sports festival and get his mom to notice him. Of course, he might recognize him as Dabi's son, but just in case, he would push himself to the brink to make him interested in his wings. He needed to improve physically, not just in terms of his quirk. Perhaps learning hand-to-hand combat, something his dad didn't teach him, would help him do better. The tests ended soon, and they gathered around a projection from a phone-like device, detailing everyone's scores from worst to best. Izuku quickly found his name in 4th place and frowned. Katsuki scored first. But when he glanced at Katsuki, he saw him staring at the ground with clenched fists and gritted teeth. What the heck? Izuku felt a surge of anger. How dare Katsuki be mad for being first? Izuku got 6th? Was Katsuki angry that Izuku didn't score higher? He was so mad he almost didn't hear Mr. Aizawa announce that it was a lie. No one was getting expelled. The invisible girl who got last place fell into a fit of sobs, relieved. Izuku shifted as everyone else complained, and a black-haired girl confidently stated that she knew it was a lie all along. Izuku frowned, he hated cocky people. Mr. Aizawa turned casually, "That's it, we're done for today. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it for tomorrow morning." He then walked toward the school's locker room entrance. Izuku's eyes widened. Was it a half-day? Meaning, he could go home even though they still had the rest of the afternoon? He gasped, realizing he could go home early. But he had to tell Mr. Aizawa about his quirk before he left. Izuku surged towards his new teacher and called out his name before he could enter the building. "Can I talk to you before you leave?" Mr. Aizawa turned with a confused expression but stepped aside, allowing the class to pass by them. Izuku forced himself not to look in Katsuki's direction. "Yes?" Izuku explained his worry about Aizawa's eraser quirk. Mr. Aizawa listened intently, then frowned and blinked. "I would suggest talking to student services and transferring to Class 1B, but since I like you, I'll avoid looking in your direction when I use it." Izuku choked, Really? That's amazing. Thank you. I also want to ask, will you be teaching us hand-to-hand combat?" Mr. Aizawa hummed, his eyes darting to the field. "Yes, later in the school year. Right now, I'll be teaching you the basics of your quirk and being a hero." Izuku grinned and, with a quick nod of thanks, turned to go inside the school. "Izuku," Mr. Aizawa's gruff voice made him pause, turning to face him once more at the threshold. Yes?" Hearing his first name made his heart thump with warmth. "I'm making an assumption here, correct me if I'm wrong. Water hurts you because there's the possibility of your wings being extinguished, correct?" Izuku nodded dumbly, wondering where this was going. He must have thought of it because of Izuku's worry of his quirk disappearing. "Yes, it makes me very sick if water touches them." Mr. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and questioned, "How do you expect to be a hero with the possibility of rain?" Izuku's vision froze. I didn't think about that at all." Mr. Aizawa shook his head. "No need to worry. I just wanted to see if you had thought it through. I saw what you did at the exam. You're a lone wolf in a sense, but you have loads of potential. All I ask is that you stay safe and be aware." "Of course," Izuku exclaimed, remembering his promise to his dad to avoid burning himself. "I need to keep a sharper eye on the weather. But, is it possible to make a support item, like your capture weapon, that could detect incoming rain or snow on the fly?" His teacher hummed, thinking for a moment. "Yes, I'll put in a request for one." Izuku choked at the quick response. Thank you. Any more questions?" "Oh. Is it possible I can bring my hero costume home? I want to show my dad." "No, you're unable to do that." Izuku's heart wilted. "But during the internships or when you're patrolling in the future, yes. Any more questions?" Izuku beamed and shook his head, thanking him once again before heading inside the school. When he entered the male locker room, it was empty, and Izuku quickly changed, feeling a sense of relief. He had stalled for a reason. Katsuki. After changing, he followed the signs to the classroom, grabbed a piece of paper from the front, and picked up his bag. Just like he did hours prior, he made his way to the foyer of UA and left the school, heading home with a huge smile on his face. Izuku paused on the sidewalk to recall the direction of home. Then, with a determined look, he walked east. He passed groups of students chatting, heading towards the train station. Izuku internally grimaced at the memories of the middle school station. Suddenly, he yelped as a warm hand wrapped around his arm, pulling him to a stop. Izuku jerked out of the hold and gasped, staring with wide eyes. There stood Katsuki, with a bleary look and glinting eyes. Anxiety surged within Izuku. After a day filled with anger and frustration towards his ex-friend, the last thing he wanted was to hear whatever Katsuki had to say. "I want to go home," Izuku thought. Doesn't Katsuki know that Izuku is going home to see his dad? He didn't want to delay it, not for anything, especially after their fight. Katsuki opened his mouth and blurted something out. Izuku had to take a second to unravel it. "What can I do to make it up to you?" As the words sunk in, Izuku wanted to scoff, but his mouth didn't make that noise. What?" Katsuki blushed and glanced away, scratching his neck with wet eyes. "I know you don't want to be friends anymore. I just want to say sorry," he said, then gazed at him with sincere eyes. "For everything. I'll get you a new phone for your birthday in July, I promise. I've been jealous of your dad because you always talked about him and not about us. I just couldn't take it any longer at the station a few weeks back. That's why I reacted like that. I thought not being your friend would get rid of the sad feeling I get when I hear you talking about your dad or not wanting to hang out, but no, God, no, these weeks have sucked. It hurts so much." He paused to wipe his face. "I want to be your friend so badly. I seriously can't live without you. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I want to talk and make things go back to normal. I miss you. Do you think we can chat and try to make amends?" Katsuki gave him a desperate look, as though he'd die if Izuku said no. And Izuku, well, I accept your apology, he muttered, and Katsuki gasped in happy relief. But, his face soured dramatically, his expression crumbling. But no matter what you say, I can no longer be your friend. Katsuki snapped his mouth shut, eyes wavering with wetness. Izuku, please, reconsider. I can't, Izuku said with annoyance. He had to get home to tell his dad about his first day, not be with this loser. I can't be friends as you can't stop being jealous of my dad. You should find new friends in our class. He wasn't going to tell him about the trauma he had caused, as Katsuki would ask more about it, delaying his time to get home. Katsuki stared at him with misty eyes, then sucked in a deep breath. Okay, he said solemnly. Without a second glance, he turned away. Izuku watched him hover. Here, his ex-friend said, pulling out a stack of bills, take this for the train instead of walking home. That should be more than enough for a month. He held it out without looking at him, and Izuku received it, fingering the bills, 22,000 yen, $200. He gazed up, and Katsuki was ahead, taking the side route away from the station and in the direction of a neighborhood he didn't live in. Izuku felt uneasiness fall upon him. He pivoted towards the station, clenching his satchel and flickering his wings. He choppily walks inside, clenching the money, and goes to the ticket booth's computer. He punched in his address and how many tickets he'd buy a train ride back home from school every school day, he thought. He pushes the money into the skiing machine and sighs with that lingering numbness. Then, it presents the train line he'd need to take and dispenses the tickets. With his chest bubbling, he heads to the train terminal, provides the computer with his ticket, pockets the 19 tickets in his bag, and gazes down the train tracks. The train is rather quick, coming by only 5 minutes later. Izuku steps onto the crowded train with loads of anxiety but keeps recalling his dad for comfort. People shuffled down as the door closed, and he made sure to sit by the doors so he could get out with no hurdles. He stares at the spinning digital panel detailing the incoming stops, listening to the electronic voice for his specified station. He hardly noticed the lack of students on the train. As his station appeared on the screen, Izuku's heart jolted, and he got up, grabbing onto the hangers by the sliding doors. When the train came to a smooth stop, he raced out the doors, not bothering to wait for people to come on. It was his anxiety about missing his stop and his excitement about seeing his dad. He twirls around and races out of the station, hurtling down the street and taking a right at the neighborhood's entrance. It doesn't take long for him to open the front door with ease, calling for his dad. Dad! I'm home. Early. Especially early with the train. His dad wasn't in the main room, and Izuku felt his heart sink, but after a bang from the bedroom, Izuku traveled there was his dad having a shower? In fact, he was in the bathroom, adjusting his staples on his sides. Izuku! He yelped, dropping his staple gun to wrap him in a tight hug with no shirt on. You're so early. What are you doing here? Concern laced his face. Don't tell me. No, it's not that, Izuku smiled, noting his dad's worry about expulsion. It's a half day. We just did a quirk test thingy in the morning then got to go home. Dad's eyes glimmered. Well, I'm definitely not complaining. You get changed while I finish up, and we'll cuddle as you explain every detail, yeah? Okay. Izuku gave his dad's chest a kiss, then left the bathroom to pull out an outfit, getting quickly changed on the bed as his dad continued to fiddle with his staples. At that, Izuku rubbed his own burn softly. They soon lie together on the bed and cuddle up close, warming each other up. Izuku was quick to explain every detail, even the Katsuki bits. Ah, baby, I'm so proud, Dad noted with a dozen kisses. Even with the lousy ranking? Izuku questioned me hesitantly. Dad rubbed his hair off his forehead. Yes, even then. You'll get stronger. I promise. And with a Razorhead, it'll be a good match. Plus, with Mom, he'll help. You're right, just my anxiety. Katsuki doesn't help it either. I'm annoyed, he did better and acted as though I needed him. He rolled his eyes. Dad shrugged with an eye roll. I think he was trying to prove the point. He said he needs you in his life, so he was making it look like you need him. Izuku felt that numbness once more. I don't need him, he said sternly. No, but if it wasn't for him, Eraserhead would keep on calling you Midoriya. Izuku flinched. My classmates probably won't call me that either. I'm not saying you shouldn't be mad at him for what he has done. Quite frankly, I'm FING sad at what he has done. But he did help you out, so I'd use him. Use him? Try to play with him, use him to your advantage. I'm pretty sure he'd do anything for you, as he loves you. He spat out the words. He did say he loved me weeks ago, Izuku muttered. What type of love? No idea, Dad gritted out with annoyance, as though he regretted bringing it up. But I also want to ask, are you really okay with him being friends with other people? You have this numbness when he does shit around you. Do you think it'll worsen if he's with other people in your class? Like jealousy? He sounded angry at the end. No, it won't worsen. I really want him to leave me alone, so using him to my advantage would be a waste of time. I don't want to have anything to do with him, as he even admitted he's jealous of you. I can't be friends with him, as he's jealous of you, and you are my #1 priority. He can be jealous of someone else, Izuku huffed. His dad squeezed him tighter, kissing his neck. Thank you for choosing me over him. Izuku laughed. You thought I would? Heck no. Really, I did. Especially when you guys stopped being friends. I thought you went out to hang out with him, as you didn't come home right away. Honestly, he mumbled, I hated you having a phone. I thought you'd become closer to him. Izuku choked in surprise. You did? Heck no, Dad. I didn't even text him, I didn't even give him my number. I never wanted to be with him when I could be home with you or home watching Mom. Dad simply grinned. Are you sure it's going to stay like that? He offered to get you a new phone, which I find annoying. I can take care of my kid myself. I know, Izuku promised, kissing his dad's cheek and grabbing his hand to intertwine them. I think he wants to help. After I said I couldn't get another one, I think he wanted to get one. But I'm not sure if he will do so after today. But he gave me money despite our conversation. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used it. It dawned on him that he should have saved it and given it to his dad. Izuku, his dad said, patting his back. I don't like you walking home, especially after the smile hero fucker, so, as much as I dislike that brat, I'm pleased he gave you it. Izuku smiled softly. Yeah, good. Do you think he gave me the money because he wanted to prove the point that I still need him? Perhaps, but if that were the case, I don't think he would have given it to you. I think he just feels bad when you walk to and fro. I guess he noticed it. Another eye roll. Izuku hummed, closing his eyes and listening to his dad's heartbeat. I don't need him. You don't. I need you. And I need you, baby. Dad continued, it doesn't look bad that I didn't get you train tickets or a phone, right? Izuku was quick to disagree. No. Of course not. If it is, they have to understand that families have different parenting methods. Besides, I don't need a phone, I can use yours. With the train tickets Katsuki got me, I can get home safe without worry. Of course, he wanted a phone, but he wasn't about to tell his daddy that. True, his dad smiled with a sigh. You're right, you'll be safe. It doesn't matter what Katsuki or other people think. If he thinks it's bad you didn't get me one, and that's why he said he would get me one for my birthday, that's another reason why we shouldn't be friends. He's judging from his own experience, Izuku explained. What if? He paused, squeezing their connected hands. Katsuki knows because his mother and father know about our struggle, and that's why they gave him the money to give to me. I don't think so, Dad argued with a frown of contempt. I think Katsuki gave you his train ticket money, and that's why he didn't go to the station. It makes sense, as he said, to wait until your birthday to get a phone. He doesn't have the money. Couldn't he use that money to buy me a phone? Aizu, phones are more than what he gave you, he sighed. Oh, Izuku quieted down, feeling his heart wilt. But, going back to what you said, do you think his parents know? His dad whispered. I don't think Katsuki knows, Izuku bit his lip, but what if he does? From his reaction to breaking my phone and train tickets, it's either he knows or feels bad. Have you ever told his mother where we live? Dad scoffed, no. I never told that woman shit. Even on parent nights, I stayed away from her. She would have helped out if she knew we struggled, Izuku muttered. Dad nodded stiffly. I wouldn't let her help, but as she never mentioned helping us out, you must be right. Izuku agreed. It doesn't matter, though. His mother doesn't know much, and if Katsuki knew something, if anything, he'd know more than her, as we're ex-friends. But because I never mentioned where we live, he won't know. And the only way he would know is if he followed me home, which is why I always made sure Katsuki went on his train first before leaving to go home. Izuku snaked his other hand around for his dad's other hand, squeezing it. No one knows about our situation, Dad. Dad's frown flipped into a warm smile. You're right, I was just worried. I often feel bad about how we live, and I hate the idea of people knowing and looking at us with pity. The worst is that if my old, shitty family knew, they would want to help. And hell no, I don't want them to talk to me ever again. Izuku made sure to keep silent as Dad explained something he rarely talked about: his childhood. You hide our situation well, and I thank you, he said, kissing his forehead. No one will know. Exactly. Izuku smiled, closing his eyes with warmth. It's too expensive for a new phone. Are you able to wait a little? Of course, Izuku agreed, choosing not to say he'd wait until July. Katsuki no, he doesn't need his help. Maybe we'll get Mom before then. Then it was his birthday. I pray we do. Izuku nuzzled his chin onto his scared chest, looking at his dad's face as he squeezed his hands. Will we tell Mom about our situation? It was given, as his mom can't come home without knowing where they live unless they'd move into Mom's home off the bat. Dad's eyes froze, darting away with pale skin. Yes. Izuku smiled once again, listening to his dad's heartbeat. I like how Eraserhead likes me. MHM. He reminds me of you. MHM. If you were a hero, I think you'd be like him. Izuku sighed, letting sleep wash over him. MHM. The following day, Izuku left the house with his dad. His dad offered to carry him, and Izuku eagerly agreed, enjoying the chance to cuddle. His dad had a backpack slung over his shoulders, stuffed with his villain gear, ready for a mission on the outskirts of the city. There were rumors that a hero was causing trouble. Izuku wasn't sure, but he asked if it was All Might. His dad looked at him sadly and said it would be in the future. The first official morning with classwork was fun. His homeroom class with Mr. Aizawa involved discussing the upcoming topics and the year's format. Izuku despised sitting behind Katsuki, wondering if he should ask to move. However, he experienced a sense of numbness as he observed Katsuki deep in conversation with a red-haired classmate. The other classes followed a similar pattern, with teachers outlining the course and reminding students of key topics. Izuku figured he'd get to know his classmates' names eventually, but none of the teachers seemed to care much about that, opting to just teach. When the lunch bell rang, Izuku saw Katsuki get out of his seat without a second glance and leave, followed closely by a red-haired kid. Then everyone else followed suit. Izuku waited for everyone to leave, deciding he'd ask Mr. Aizawa tomorrow morning if he could move his desk. He wouldn't see him in the afternoon, since it was time for hero training, something Izuku was excited about. It pleased him to know he'd be doing something his mom did every day. With his wings tucked, he stepped into the crowded hall and wandered to the cafeteria, fiddling with his wallet. He had left his satchel in class, but he kept his practically empty wallet aside from some ID cards, the train tickets that Katsuki had given him, and a few coins. He wanted to gasp at the expansiveness of the cafeteria. Hundreds of yellow tables decorated the room, and Izuku felt overwhelmed by the choice of where to sit. Shaking his head, he searched for the food line and joined the long queue. The thought of talking to anyone was aggravating. Grasping his gripless wings, he decided to peruse the menu board. He retrieved his food pass, which UA had mailed to his dad, and pocketed his wallet. He looked around and leaned right to see the line. No one else seemed to have a food pass. Wait, a brown-haired girl from his class had one. She was up ahead. Others, including the person behind him, had a few bills. Izuku knew the food pass was for people with less money, it was free food. But when he saw that not many others had one, he felt judged. He slipped his pass into his pocket, deciding to pull it out only when he got to the stand. Like his dad said, he shouldn't let anyone know he's poor. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of standing in line, Izuku arrived at the stand, noticing the hero, Lunch Rush, grasping a ladle. He pulled out his food pass and gripped it tightly, ensuring no one beside the hero could see it. Hey, what can I get for you? Lunch Rush inquired in a positive tone. Izuku glanced up at the overhead sign, feeling overwhelmed. His dad often chose his meals for him. I don't know. The anxiety of the food pass got to him, he didn't even pick what he wanted. Lunch Rush didn't look perturbed, instead, he seemed excited. That's all right. What do you like to eat? Pork, Izuku muttered, rocking slightly. He could feel the person behind him glaring at the back of his head, and his wings fluttered in discomfort. Okay. Do you like rice or noodles? Izuku wanted to order rice, but he hadn't had noodles in a long time because they were more expensive. He gazed down at the displayed food trays and began to feel his mouth water. Noodles. What about veggies? Carrots. Wait, do you have beans? Beans were something they never had at home due to the cooking time. It was much easier to grab a bag of baby carrots. Sure do. Lunch Rush grinned, scooping up a plate. He poured noodles onto the plastic plate, added a generous portion of pork, and placed the beans on the side. Anything else? You can always come back if you want more. Izuku's breath shuddered as he stared at the gorgeous array. Can I get another plate of that? But in a takeaway tin. Of course. 1 second. Lunch Rush left the table of food to scrounge around the drawers at the back for tins, as though Izuku's question was unique. He appeared unprepared to distribute takeaway tins. At the start of the school year, he may have been unprepared. Does Lunch Rush serve everyone here? But if he is serving everyone, shouldn't he be? Izuku glanced at the huge line behind him and made a mental note to come early next time so he could take his time and maybe even get extra food for his dad. His dad wouldn't have to pay for food. He tapped the card against the counter, hoping the hero would spot it with having to say he has one. "Here," Lunch Rush said, walking to the checkout area. He poked a few buttons on a tablet and placed the plate and tin on the counter. "You can swipe the card right there." He pointed to the card reader. Izuku sighed in relief. Even though he presented the card to the hero, Izuku's heart pounded, knowing that the hero understood that food was a luxury for him. Izuku bit his lip as he swiped the pass through the card reader, and a moment later, his name appeared beneath the accepted message. "Here you are, enjoy." The hero then placed the plate and the tin on a blue tray one would see at a food court. "Also, if you are ever hungry or want extra, come to me and I'll give you as many trays as you want." Izuku blushed and pocketed his pass, his cheeks warming as he picked up the tray and left, thanking him. Glancing around the cafeteria, he bit his lip. He decided to go down 3 rows, preferring to blend in with the crowd at an empty table. He placed his food and chopsticks down, barely noticing they were on the tray. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, stabbed a piece of pork and noodle, and twirled it into his mouth. As he savored the taste, he closed his mouth softly, feeling the texture and the beautiful flavor. He wanted to tear up after tasting something so magnificent. He pulled the tray closer and picked up the second piece, closing his eyes to drown out the noise with the tips of his wings. It didn't actually help, but the thought was there something his mom would do, and focusing on the flavor. Time went by, and before he knew it, the warning bell chimed. Izuku immediately snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at the extra food on his plate. At least an eighth remained. He scooped it up and pushed it into the tray, closing it up and appreciating how UA's technology kept the food hot. He got up and headed back to the class, grasping the tin and smiling internally when he didn't see Katsuki. Out of sight, out of mind. However, it came to an abrupt end as soon as he entered the class. Katsuki was already there, browsing through his phone. Izuku sighed as he made his way to his desk, navigating through the rows of desks instead of going to the front. As people returned, the class filled up. And Izuku took the time to put the tray and wallet into his bag, placing them carefully on his lap. As the bell chimed, the class was full, signifying the start of the afternoon classes. Izuku fiddled with his bag, fighting back the urge to dive into his dad's meal. His classmates chatted about random things, continuing to introduce each other. Izuku chose to remain quiet, glancing at his future competitors for the sports festival. The bird-headed person irked him incredibly. The class was quiet enough to hear taps of someone walking down the hall, and soon, a boisterous voice exclaimed, "I am here." Izuku's heart jerked in his chest, causing him to let out a shuddery breath, his eyes darting to the door. To his absolute horror, the #1 hero was there, sliding the door open with violent force. Coming through the door like a hero. Izuku clenched his bag tightly, gulping uncomfortably as he began to sweat. Everyone in the class gasped and exclaimed, shocked to see All Might there. Even Katsuki moved away from what Izuku could see. Knowing All Might was Katsuki's favorite hero, it was unsettling to see him react this way. Izuku forced himself to stare at his desk. If he looked, he'd panic. The red-haired boy asked if he was their teacher, which caused Izuku to shiver. A teacher? Would he be teaching heroics? If that was the case, Izuku wanted to cry. With his iconic smile, All Might trotted to the front of the classroom. Izuku thought back to that smile from the past, recalling how it led him to lose control and ultimately resulted in his scar. Izuku raised his hand and rubbed it through his shirt. All Might left him to die. Welcome to the most important class at UA Heroing 101. Izuku wanted to go home. Maybe his dad was right, he should have gone into the general studies. However, that would mean not having Eraserhead, who is so much like his dad that it makes him excited to go to class. Izuku fiddled with his clothes. All Might continued to speak, mentioning something about combat. Wait, his head snapped up. Does he expect them to fight against each other? All Might clicked something, and at the front of the class, right under the windows, appeared cases with big green numbers on them, zooming out of the wall. Costumes. He wanted to cry in relief. Wearing his gear will remind him of his mommy and daddy, surrounded by their features. However, one look at All Might rendered him curling his wings tightly against his back. He wondered if the hero remembered him. He felt a surge of fear, hoping that the hero wouldn't ask Izuku how or if he was doing well. Izuku found the idea of asking him dreadful. As he approached the memory of the agony he endured, tears welled up in his eyes. Just thinking about how much his dad panicked on that day made him angry. But as he went into the locker room, quickly getting out of the class as soon as All Might left, he smiled warmly at his hero costume, sliding it on. The internal warmth he felt was brilliant. With it on, he allows a smirk to flash over his features as he looks in the mirror. The other boys in his class did their own thing, and he felt proud. Dad and Mom are perfect for his costume, especially Mom. He wore a trench coat, inspired by his dad's design, but with a beige color and fluffy white finishing. His coat ended at his elbows, showcasing a black undershirt. His trench coat opened up, showcasing a blue pattern, unlike Mom's yellow. He wore beige pleather pants and black shoes. Though he doesn't have Hawk's yellow shades, perhaps he will add them if he can fly in the future. His costume conceals the staples on his arm, which is advantageous because, unlike his dad's scars, it prevents him from frightening others. He also doesn't know how he feels about Katsuki or Eraserhead seeing his burn. But if All Might saw it, he wouldn't be too upset. Then again, it could backfire and hurt his dad. Eraserhead has added a weather dial to his waist. It's a circular device, similar to a compass, and with the knobs on the side, he can click on it to display the upcoming weather. It will emit a beep if it anticipates rain or snow. Izuku found himself smiling. He didn't tell Mr. Aizawa that snow hurt him, at least he thought he didn't, so his teacher must have assumed this when he made the request. This was another reason he was reluctant to leave Class 1A. Similar to his mom's attire, his wings protrude from the back, however, he wears no clothing to prevent others from noticing if his wings are wilting. He adored it. He wished he could snap a photo of it, like so many of his classmates did, and send it to his dad. However, since he doesn't have a phone, he attempts to give Katsuki a glare, but it ends in failure. Across the locker room, Katsuki was clicking bulging grenade-like features around his arms. Izuku gazed at him, then sighed. Katsuki continued to feel numb, and knowing that he wanted to purchase a new phone for Izuku meant a lot to him. However, he was unsure of how to react to the situation. Katsuki's costume was chaotic, definitely not Izuku's style, but it suited him. It looked brilliant. A part of him wondered if he could ask Katsuki to send the photo, but quickly said no for two reasons. First, he shouldn't even be talking to him. Second, Katsuki would have his dad's number, and who knows what he could do with it, especially given his animosity toward him. He could ask Mr. Aizawa. He shook his head internally. Nope, undesirable idea. That's weird. Soon, he stepped out of the change room to board the bus, which was located near the entrance exam. The combat would take place there. Seated alone, Izuku adjusted his position as another girl with green hair sat next to him. He didn't bother looking at their costumes, he just focused on himself. After a blue-haired student counted 20, the bus left port, and then the self-driving bus drove to the gym. Izuku got off along with everyone, and with the direction All Might gave them before he left the classroom, he traveled down a tunnel into the city landscape. Izuku hung in the back, careful of his wings and choosing to hide away from All Might's eyes. When Izuku glanced around, he saw an exact replica of the entrance exam. Izuku shifted his feet and gazed at the rocks as All Might talked about the costumes. Then, most of the time, fighting villains take place outside, however, atrocious villains appear inside. His dad tended to fight indoors, and Izuku didn't like the idea of heroes knowing that information. He continued, detailing the class mission. He divided the class into two groups, each consisting of two individuals working indoors. The girl with green hair questioned the wisdom of this approach, given their lack of basic training. Real experience comes from the battlefield. Izuku didn't know how he felt about that, but it was a worrisome feeling. He knew what that meant. He knows to stay far, far away from water-based heroes and villains. As All Might appeared to be overwhelmed, the class erupted with questions. Izuku snickered, using his fist to block his mouth. He then pulled out a script and began to read off the rules of the combat exercise. What the heck? Izuku deadpanned. When he can't remember anything, we expect him to teach us. Izuku ultimately listened, regardless of the issues, trying to divide between All Might's actions and voice. Shortly, All Might grabbed boxes with letters on them and started calling people up from a sheet containing their first and last names, asking them to select a letter. Because there are 20 students, the person who received the same letter as Izuku would be in his team of 5. Izuku Midoriya, All Might announced. Some people were already with their teams, and others waited. Katsuki was already picked. However, this implies that he shouldn't select the letter A, because it aligns with his team B. Hearing All Might say his name irked him so much that he flinched. However, he quickly recovered, noticing their stares, and rose, taking quick steps as his anxiety intensified. He hoped to show everyone else that he was nervous about meeting the number 1 hero, and that he had said his name. His wings curled tightly around his costume, and not even his mom and dad being with him made him feel better. He disapproved of that Fing name. Hey Izuku is on the verge of asking All Might to refer to him as Izuku. But before he could finish, Katsuki spoke. Damn it. The numbness returned, and Izuku clenched his hands and face. Call him Izuku, All Might. All Might gazed at Katsuki, then at Izuku, and nodded with an apology. Will do. Katsuki always knew he hated his last name, but he didn't know why. And that made Izuku said. He reached into the box and pulled out the letter. A. F dash. Izuku has A. He came back to the crowd and, in the corner of his eye, saw Katsuki's look of anxiety. Izuku made his way towards the brown-haired girl, who, while holding her ball, waved and said, A. Izuku stood beside her and shifted. All too soon, Izuku and Uraraka, that's her name, she told him, were the first to begin. On the hero's team, while Katsuki and the blue-haired kid were on the villain's side. It felt odd being on the other side due to his dad, definitely, as his dad used to compare his young self to Katsuki. Izuku and Uraraka quickly strategize, claiming that they will distract whoever comes out to attack them while the other goes for the bomb. Izuku had never engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Katsuki, so witnessing it now will be unfamiliar. Izuku felt a burning sensation in his wings, knowing that all the emotions and numbness he experienced would turn against him. They received walkie-talkies, and All Might's chatter in their ears left Izuku uncertain about his feelings. They were able to hear him, but the class, observing from the surveillance, was unable to hear them. Izuku decided, as soon as it began, to go after Katsuki. Despite his desire to avoid Katsuki, he knew that his vulnerability in their current situation could potentially complicate matters. Uraraka would target Ida. Uraraka said his name was Ida, who would be at the bomb site, while Katsuki would launch an offensive attack. As they traveled through the silent building, Izuku allowed the kindling of his flames to relax him. Uraraka remained quiet, luckily. So, you'll go after Bakugo, and I'll go for the bomb? Izuku hummed, flicking his coat. He'll come, it's in his nature. All right, I'll leave when he gets here. Yes dash. Halt. The robotic-looking student's stern voice came from the end of the hallway, jumping into their view 10 meters away. I can't let you pass, you sick heroes. He spoke in a conniving voice. Izuku froze, thinking about two things. Izuku snorted at Ida's villainous impression and wondered why he was here. Uraraka said beside him, jumping into attack mode. I'll go for him. You go. No, I'll stay and help, he quickly said, grabbing the capture tape from his trench coat's pocket and devising a plan for Uraraka to run around him and touch him while using his wings as a distraction. The plan effectively confined and taped Ida to the building's wall. Get back here, you wretched heroes. Izuku rolled his eyes as Uraraka giggled. You're very serious. Yes, I must hone in on my villain. Wait. Get back here. Izuku shook his head as they left Ida, recalling the layout of the building. I'm shocked, Izuku muttered. Katsuki didn't come to fight. As he moved closer to the bomb and Katsuki's location, a numb feeling washed over him. Is he waiting? That makes me concerned. Uraraka exclaimed, with her hands close to her chest, what if he's purposely hiding? Izuku hummed with a frown. That's not Katsuki's style, he would attack, just as he did during the quirk assessment and exam. He scored the highest. I don't know, he chose to say, hands clenching. What is he up to? Before they know it, they find themselves in the bomb room's hallway, leaping to the side of the entrance. They peer around and shoot back when they see Katsuki shuffling about, kicking the ground. Izuku eyed Uraraka beside him, and with some nodding and mouth movement, they bounded into the room, with Izuku using his wings to push himself towards Katsuki. Katsuki spun around and widened his eyes at the scuffle, but he ran forward. His hands bursting with explosions. As he flared his wings to twirl at him in a full circle, Izuku let out a growl. Katsuki pulled himself up from the ground, and flew past him. Izuku let out a yelp as he stumbled back onto the ground, shocked. He jerked his head to the side, catching sight of Katsuki punching his attacks on Uraraka. With a sighed in breath, he jogged to the bomb and touched it, staring at Katsuki as he did. Frozen, he hears All Might's voice telling them the heroes won and to come back to the surveillance. It's over. Uraraka yelled, jumping to the side, stop attacking me. Katsuki stumbled and heaved, ceasing his explosions to take in deep gasping breaths in an attack mode position. Uraraka sighed in relief, wiping her costume, and turned to the stunned Izuku. I'm going to get Ida out of the tape, I'll meet you there. Then she was off, leaving Katsuki and Izuku together. He wanted to ask if he was okay after seeing Katsuki stare at the ground with scorn. But he reminded himself that they were no longer friends. In fact, Izuku didn't want anything to do with him. Thus, he pivoted and left the room, recalling the map and where to go. Izuku, Katsuki said from behind, still standing. Izuku turned to him, the feeling of numbness coming back. Yes? He forced himself to say. Katsuki sighed in a deep breath and came towards him with sorrow. I'm sorry. Izuku stared, but rather than scoffing, he nodded. Thank you, he said, wanting to blame the numbness for why he forgave him. If he forgives him, maybe Katsuki will leave him alone. But it won't change anything. Katsuki looked like a kicked puppy, shaking his head in disbelief, but stopped all of a sudden, as though something had crossed his mind. Then, in a quiet voice, he said, "That was my last shot," before wiping his face. "You can move on," Izuku thought, but shifted uncomfortably and said, "It is," before heading out and leaving his ex-friend behind. He arrives at the surveillance room alone, spotting Ida and Uraraka standing beside each other, chatting. All Might fiddled with a few things on a control panel as the rest of the class chatted amongst themselves. Izuku stood near the back, his wings curling around him. "Okay. Let's talk about the fight." All Might made the announcement, turning to the class with a huge smile. Izuku gritted his teeth, staring at his shoes. He wanted to say, "Shut up," to the Shitharo. The heroes, Izuku and Uraraka, won. Congratulations. Class, who would you say was the MVP? A shuttling sound of the doors opening made him pause his question, and Izuku forced himself to not look back. "Oh, Bakugu. We are talking about the fight." Katsuki didn't say anything, much to Izuku's relief, and stood across the room. A girl with black hair mentioned that Izuku was the most valuable player. Izuku's leadership and plan proved to be effective. Izuku was filled with pride, yet he felt compelled to deny it. The plan was for Katsuki to target him, not Uraraka. His initial plan was to assault him, not to touch the bomb. He clenched his fists. Why did it upset him so much? The girl, Momo Yaoyorozu, nodded with pride as All Might praised her. He then shared his thoughts on how they could have performed better. Izuku wanted to say, not cheat. First, he said Ida should have focused less on being the villain and more on his attacks. He focused too much on making named attacks. Next, he suggested that Izuku should have read the room more carefully, emphasizing the importance of not blindly following assumptions. Izuku silently rolled his eyes, resenting everyone's stares. People are likely to assume that Katsuki and Izuku were friends. Katsuki's apology to him following the battle is particularly noteworthy. God. He doesn't want people asking why they stopped being friends. Thank God they couldn't hear it. Then, All Might said Uraraka should have taken charge, not just followed Izuku's orders. At that, Izuku's stomach clenched. Is that why All Might said not to make assumptions about the past? He listened to his and Katsuki's conversations. He might pair them up again. Lastly, All Might said Katsuki should have taken the offensive route, not the defensive route. Izuku agreed that, as much as he hated it, Katsuki, from his own experience in their youth, always takes offense. But today, he wasn't. Izuku pondered, was it because of him that Katsuki didn't attack him? Instead, he attacked Uraraka, particularly when he had a chance to hurt him. But he didn't. Does he not want to hurt himself? Why is his heart hurting just thinking about it? His head spun, that's not like Katsuki. Izuku tried to watch the other battles on the screen in the room, hearing his classmates' commentary on the fights. But he was too occupied with Katsuki. Why was his heart hurting? Katsuki caused him so much pain and trauma he broke his phone. But he also promised he'd get a new one, losing his train ticket money for Izuku. Then he gasped lightly. It dawned on him that Katsuki didn't know what had happened after he broke his phone. Before he could meet the slime villain and All Might, he fled. With a pounding, numb heart, he welcomed the thought, would he stop hurting if he were to talk to Katsuki about it? He glanced over at him, seeing him staring at the screen with a watery expression. They don't have to be friends, Izuku thought, they could just talk. Izuku could tell Katsuki about the trauma, he would understand and apologize. Then, Izuku can move on fully. That's why his heart was numb. He needed confirmation, forgiveness, and acceptance from Katsuki. He forced himself to learn something from the discussions after each battle, but his mind, preoccupied with what he would say to his ex-friend, made him dizzy. After class was over, Izuku, sighing in relief, rushed to get dressed and head to the classroom so he could find Katsuki before he went home. He decided not to sit beside Katsuki on the bus, as he wanted to have a private conversation with him. He's the first to arrive, mostly as his classmates were marveling over each other's costumes. He chose not to look at Katsuki's status. He grabbed his satchel and stood outside of the classroom, waiting for Katsuki to come. But he could not guess that Katsuki was coming down the hallway in his uniform with the spiky red-haired student. Izuku's heart thumped, but seeing that Katsuki wasn't talking to him, he thought the student was just trying to talk to him, like Katsuki's old friend group. But what made him whimper was when Katsuki asked, "Want me to walk with you to the station?" And the boy said yes with a huge grin. Izuku's stance trembled as he stepped back, gazing at Katsuki's intense concentration on the other person. However, before they could even enter the classroom or spot, Izuku sped off, his heart shattering. This is what he wanted. He forced himself to think as he pushed open the main doors and began heading to the train station, tears welling up. He wanted Katsuki to move on to new friends. But seeing Katsuki ask someone else to come with him made him want to sob. He was being replaced. Izuku took the train home, trying to stifle his sobs and earning some looks of remorse. Knowing he used Katsuki's money for the train made him hurt more, as though it were a final goodbye. This is what he wanted. When he returned home, he found his dad sitting on the couch. They rushed towards each other and cuddled, while Dabi soothed his aching eyes upon noticing his baby's tears. Izuku was quick to explain his day and why he was upset, noting the numb feeling was gone but replaced with a burning touch. His dad paid attention to every detail, humming and rubbing his back and wings. Upon hearing the story, Izuku collapsed onto his father's chest, embracing him. After a quick water break, his dad expressed his thoughts. I think it's odd how he didn't attack you during the battle trials. Perhaps he was attempting to apologize by doing a charitable deed? Acts of service? Izuku applauded his dad for helping him understand Katsuki right now, despite hating the ex-friend. Why didn't he attack him, apologize, and then become friends with someone new? Why now? Why didn't he become friends with the red-haired student yesterday? Maybe, Izuku mumbled, thinking it over, he always has been a physical person. Perhaps he was worried if he hurt you, you'd use that as a way to explain why you two can't be friends. Izuku bit his lip, as much as he didn't want to admit it, his dad was right. He would've. He did apologize right after, his dad continued, so it was planned. Izuku shifted, pressing his face into his dad's neck and kissing it lightly. He also said something about it being his last shot. What does that mean? Last shot at saying sorry? Last attempt at trying to be your friend? Izuku's heart wilted, and he felt the tears coming back as he put the puzzle together. He saw that as his last chance to be friends, but when I said no, he moved on. His dad gently grabbed his cheeks and pulled him to face him. Then, in a kind voice, he asked, "Isn't that what you wanted, Izu?" Izuku's heart clenched. For him to make new friends? Yes, yeah. Is it? Seeing it now, all he could feel was pain. He wiped his face, sitting up. I got you some food from UA, he said, changing the subject. Then he left his dad, made his way to his bag by the door, carried it to the couch, grabbed the food container, and placed the warm tin on his dad's lap. Because of the food pass, lunch rush allowed me to get extra. As he opened it, Izuku smiled warmly at his dad's gaping expression, his mouth watering. For now, Katsuki could wait in the back of his mind. Baby, no, I can't. Izu, I dash. You contributed to signing up for the food program, you might as well eat it, Izuku huffed, racing to grab a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen and pass them to his dad. More money for other things. Dad stared skeptically, but he appeared desperate for it. Izuku grabbed the chopsticks and stabbed some of the chicken, depositing it into his dad's open mouth. Good. His dad slowly ate it, closing his eyes as he picked out the flavor. It's really good, his dad said, allowing Izuku to hand-feed him and forgetting about school as he focused on feeding him. Don't tell anyone, he said after his sixth bite. Or give any food to other people. It's a you and I thing. Of course. Izuku felt a burning rage to think he'd give someone else food when it could be all for his dad. Katsuki has money, so it doesn't apply to him. However, it appeared that he simply disliked Katsuki's social interactions, and he had no desire to become friends with him. Yeah, that's it. Things will be better with Mom, Izuku decided to say, providing him with another bite. Definitely, his dad said, smiling around his food. After his dad finished eating, Izuku ate a portion of it at his dad's command, and they cuddled on the couch, watching TV. They chatted about Mom, and Izuku went into detail about the costume he wore. And, of course, All Might. Izuku observed his dad tightening his grip on him, and he was delighted when Katsuki revealed his first name to him. But that didn't stop his dad from seething at his teaching methods. Reading from a script? Izuku found it amusing that his dad also detested the hero. But after today, they assumed All Might didn't recognize him as the boy he had left to die. Careless, his dad growled, he always is, just like my father. Izuku remained quiet, and shortly after, they both listened to Mom. The following day, getting to school was quite an intriguing experience, mainly because he had to avoid people with cameras at the entrance. Izuku walked through with his head held high, knowing full well that Mom could be watching the feeds later. Someone inquired about All Might's teaching skills, and upon hearing that, Izuku compelled himself to respond positively and proceeded forward. The next day, the homeroom was just as attentive as Mr. Aizawa, who brushed over the battle trails, choosing to emphasize that things would improve for them with further training. With me, you'll learn the superior strategy to attack and defend. Something told Izuku Aizawa he was making a dig into All Might, which he was grateful for. Katsuki sat silently in front of him, while Izuku continued to watch Ejirio, the red-haired student. He eavesdropped to figure out his name, anticipating his next move towards his ex-friend. Honestly, he was prepared for details about each of the battles, but as Aizawa dismissed them, he sighed. He didn't want to think about Katsuki refusing to hurt him. Afterwards, Mr. Aizawa led the class in selecting a class representative before taking a nap. Haha. Most of the students shouted out reasons why they should be the class representative, but Katsuki remained silent. Izuku didn't know who to vote for, but he didn't want to vote for himself, so he put Ida on the small piece of paper he received from Ida. He wanted to vote for Katsuki, but he declined because they are no longer friends. Katsuki didn't look like he wanted to be a class rep to begin with, silent and all. A volunteer, Ijirio, counted the votes and wrote them on the board. Momo received 4 votes, Ida received 3, and Katsuki received 2. Izuku got a vote, and his stomach flip-flopped. Who did that? However, seeing 2 votes for Katsuki made him squeeze his fists hard. One was definitely from Ijirio, and the other was probably Katsuki himself. When lunchtime arrived, Izuku hurried to grab his food, eager to avoid his ex-friend and Ijirio. Like yesterday, he pulled out the program card with the help of Lunch Rush, who said, "Hi Izuku." He got what he wanted for lunch, plus 2 extra tins. He got 1 tin for his breakfast tomorrow and another for his dinner tonight. Lunch Rush didn't care and just smiled, saying, "Thank you. See you tomorrow? Make sure to come by if you're feeling hungry." Izuku felt ashamed of himself for enjoying the treatment. Above all else, he got more. Lunch Rush focused on him. He felt special. Lunch Rush knew him. He recalled his name from the card reader the day before. He had the opportunity to enjoy delicious food at no cost. He sat down at an empty table and stacked the 2 containers, eating his own and savoring the flavor. Mr. Aizawa probably learned about his dad's money situation from Lunch Rush and File, which likely made him feel ashamed. Dad didn't want anyone to know, but people in the UA do. He just hoped it didn't make a difference. So far, it has made a positive difference, as he has received extra food. As Izuku took his second-to-last bite, before he'd saved it for dinner, a fierce alarm echoed across the cafeteria. Izuku flinched, dropping his chopsticks in panic, looking for the source. Relocate to your nearest exit. Intruder alert, evacuate. Izuku's heart pounded rapidly as students abandoned their meals to sprint. Izuku scrambled for the 3 containers and slowly got up, choosing to go slower to not hurt anyone with his wings in the large crowd. Who could be intruding? Izuku, over here. Izuku snapped his head over and quickly rushed to the kitchen, where Lunch Rush stood, waving. Izuku came around the island and stood beside the hero, squeezing the tins. What's going on? Lunch Rush pressed something against his ear. I don't know, but according to my comms, the alarm went off because the press was trying to get inside UA. Really? Izuku recalled the large group of cameramen and reporters talking about All Might. All because of All Might teaching? Yes, Lunch Rush said, removing his finger from his ear and putting utensils in a sink to clean up. Everyone wants to know how he is a teacher. Izuku huffed, gazing at the warm noodle holder under the light. He's my hero course teacher. Lunch Rush gazed at him through his mask and smiled. You're in the hero course? Izuku nodded with a grin, flickering his wings. Yep. I just started 2 days ago. Well, in that case, I gotta make sure you eat more. You need your energy. Izuku blushed, rubbing his hands. I guess. He has always been thin and small. They carried on discussing the hero course and the various types of food he should consume until groups of students returned, making their way to their designated tables. A few students approached the kitchen, but Lunch Rush had already packed up, so he handed them some bread sticks that Izuku had been munching on. Izuku enjoyed talking with the hero, smiling warmly when Lunch Rush packed him another container full, adding the bit he didn't eat into it, and put the 3 tins in a warmer, telling him to come back at the end of the day. Izuku left for class with a smile, not thinking about Katsuki for a second. He couldn't wait to tell his dad they didn't have to worry about food. Izuku could just get it all from Lunch Rush. It felt nice. Lunch Rush didn't make him feel guilty for not having food. In fact, it seemed to make the hero pleased, as he could give someone his full attention. Chapter 17. USJ hurt with Aizawa. Rise and shine, baby, a soft voice crooned into his ear, sending shivers of delight down his spine. 2 scarred hands rubbed along his sleeveless pajama arms, brushing past the burn. Daddy has to go to work, he said, landing a kiss on his boy's forehead. Izuku wiggled on top, shifting like a worm and rubbing his chin into his father's neck crook. I wish we could cuddle, but I gotta bring you to school, okay, baby? As he felt blood throbbing behind his eyes, Izuku's heart thumped. I don't want you to go, Izuku mumbled, pinching onto Dad's staples on his chest. I'm feeling off. He admitted that a tear escaped. He stifled a sob, dropping his face into his chest. I don't want to go. Accustomed to these episodes, Dabi was quick to wrap his arms around his baby in a tight, squeezing hug, curling his legs around his baby's lower back. It was the reverse of a koala. I don't want to go either, Izu, I want to stay. The hold was a reminder to Izuku that his dad, in fact, had the same separation anxiety as him. He needs to latch onto him. Can we just lie in bed? Izuku begged, platonically grabbing onto his pecs. Izu. Izuku scked in a sob and sighed deeply, sniffling. You won't leave me like Katsuki? Go to someone else. What? His dad gasped, pressing a kiss to his cheek, disgusted with the idea. Course not. Izuku had to ask. What about, Mom? Do you think he'll leave when he arrives? He felt his dad stiffen, not because he had been singled out before but rather because he was uncomfortable with the thought. Thus he whispered, unsure. I hope not. His heart jolted, and Izuku pulled himself up from his chest and gazed into his eyes. I'll push myself harder so he won't find a reason to abandon us. Dad wafted a hand through his hair, squeezing his lower back with his legs. I know you will. Izuku laid a kiss on his peck and pushed away. Let's get ready. You sure? Dad was quick to pull him back into a deep hug on the bed. I've got to start somewhere, he said with a watery smile. Dad sat up with him, tucking his legs and placed him on his lap, and began playing with his wings, weaving them through the fire. You already have. And I gotta push harder. Dad smirked. Show Katsuki what he's missing. Izuku faltered, but nodded numbly, yes, yeah. Is it wrong to feel upset about it? I had hoped for him to have other friends, but now that I've seen the situation, I no longer desire that. However, I have no desire to become his friend. I just want to talk. Of course not, Dad replied, gently fluffing his wings. It goes hand in hand with the separation anxiety we both have. I think what's best is to ignore him. I'll try, Izuku mumbled, leaning into his dad's comforting touch. Like any morning, they worked together to get dressed. Dad grabbed his uniform from the side of the wardrobe, and Izuku picked up his dad's villain costume. Dad checked his staples and Izuku's burn while Izuku changed. Subsequently, their mutual closeness led to Dad changing his clothes while Izuku tended to his hair. In all of it, they kept the bathroom door open so they could see each other. It was one of those days when they needed to stay close. Together, they exited the bedroom, took out the UA container of food, and sat on the couch with Izuku on his dad's lap, feeding each other. Izuku fed his dad, just as his dad fed him. It was something they had just started doing. With the stress of Mom's impending arrival and UA looming, Izuku found immense comfort in feeding his dad. It made him feel comfortable knowing his dad liked it and gave him such control. After brushing their teeth hand in hand, Izuku fought the urge to let his dad brush his for him. They settled on the couch until they had to leave. Dad flicked on the TV and snuggled up to his baby, stretching an arm around his shoulders. Izuku smiled warmly as his mom's channel came on, and he felt determined. His dad stared at Mom with a loving look, scratching Izuku's head. To make his dad proud and to get Mom to notice him and stay with them, he needed to show off what he could do. He nodded internally as he gazed at his father. In his next training exercise, he'll push harder. From the corner of his eye, Dad spotted his look and laughed. What you looking at, baby? You. Izuku giggled. I want to get Mommy for you. And you will, Dad proclaimed, kissing his head. Let's get going. Okay. Izuku got up and pulled his dad up, his wings wagging. Why are you all excited all of a sudden? Dad laughed, grabbing a duffel bag from the hallway and passing Izuku's satchel. Izuku swung it over with a grin. With pride, Izuku explained, I get to train to show Mom what I am able to do. Dad just stared, then rushed to him, squeezing him tightly as he kissed his forehead repeatedly. Izu. Izuku giggled and kissed his father's chest before he left for UA, while his father embarked on a mission by train. It was one of those missions where he had to take the train due to the distance, but according to his dad, the money was worth it. Izuku went onto campus with a skip in his step, just until the entrance door closed. Then, he felt his heart flourish. No matter the training he'd do for Mom, it didn't cover his feelings about missing his daddy. He snapped his head over his shoulder and let out a small whimper at the closed doors. Squeezing his hands and reminding himself he'd see Dad tonight, he forced himself to go through the lobby and into the hero course hallway. The halls were filled with bustling students, talking and walking before class began. Izuku had his eyes down as he walked, and his wings curled tightly as the hall got busier. With instinctual movements and a quick glance at the room number, he steered into the classroom and sat in his comfy chair, sitting a bit away from the backing due to the tightness it provided his wings. The class consisted of Ida, who was reading a book, and a boy with red and white hair. The kid in his class who could use ice, Izuku thought, gazed at his desk as he began to unpack his pencil case and binder. Soon, the more energetic students walked in, a yellow-haired boy, a black-haired boy, and eventually a quiet boy with a Rocky-like face. Izuku fiddled with his notebook, swiping through the pages as the time ticked closer to homeroom. He spotted Katsuki coming in with a grimace. Izuku forced himself to stare at the page, trying to act cool. But it wavered as soon as Katsuki sat down and faced away, and Ijirio came waltzing towards him, chatting about his train ride. Class begins shortly, and Izuku beamed when Mr. Aizawa came in and silenced everyone. Izuku listened to the morning announcements over the PA system and intently looked at Mr. Aizawa as he talked about the day's plan. Despite craving to be near his dad today, seeing Mr. Aizawa made him feel warm. Today, we will be going to a facility on campus called the USJ for some natural disaster training with 13 and All Might. This will occur after lunch, so settle down. Now, open your notes. As soon as Aizawa uttered those words, the class erupted into a flurry of excitement, with individuals engaging in lively conversations about the potential outcome. Izuku's wings wagged slightly. To be a good hero and earn a lot of money, one must be wise enough to save large masses of people. He tried his hardest not to think about All Might. Katsuki didn't physically show he was excited, but Izuku was sure he was. He stayed slouched, clicking his pen. The morning progressed slowly, with Izuku looking at the clock each time his teachers paused to change a PowerPoint slide or pose a question. This occurred quite frequently, typically every 10 minutes or less. The lights in their math class flickered off to reveal a video about a mathematician. Izuku's cheeks warmed up as his wings glowed through the darkness, despite the windows. His eyes darted around as they snuck right at his back, but he sighed softly, seeing everyone looking at the board. Yes, he was a ball of light in the class, but no one complained, unlike the stare he got in the exam hall. Lunch came around, and with an unusually less hungry stomach than usual, he left the classroom quickly, the first to leave as everyone else stayed to chat and slowly pack up. Before Mr. Aizawa left homeroom, he told them to pack their things, but keep their bags in the classroom, and meet outside at the bus loading zone. He got into the food line rather quickly, nearing the front. He removed his food pass, hoping that Lunch Rush would still remember him. As he approached the table, Lunch Rush walked over to the beginning of the food table and waved. "Hey, Izuku. What are you looking for today?" Izuku's heart warmed up. "Can I get 3 tins?" "Of course," Lunch Rush exclaimed, reaching for the first tin and nudging him to pick out the food. He didn't feel rushed by Lunch Rush, of course, and the person behind him seemed fine to wait on their phone. In under 5 minutes, Izuku had 3 tins on the table, already eating the first one. It felt refreshing to not worry about food. Before getting changed after he ate half the tin, he dropped them off in Lunch Rush's warmer, passing it over to him. He didn't see Katsuki as he arrived at the locker room and changed into his costume. Grabbing it from the classroom, he flicked it on and spun around, fluttering his wings as he looked at his outfit, grinning at the mom side of it. He rubbed the trenchcoat, imagining his dad working on his mission. Then his heart throbbed. He wished he was with him. Of course, he desired the training, but upon reflection, he was more interested in cuddling with his dad. He closed the locker door, then wiped away his tears, stepping out onto the field and into the loading zone for the bus. It hadn't arrived, but he saw Ida, Uraraka, and a few others there already. 10 minutes before lunch ended, he noted, perhaps they're excited too. He rubbed his warm cheeks and kicked the ground rocks, shifting his wings and weaving his hand through them. The bell rang, and Izuku snapped his gaze at the road, feeling a jolt of excitement at seeing a blue bus drive along the asphalt, stopping where they stood. Izuku rocked on his feet and drifted towards the bus, ready to get on. Ida expressed to the present students that they should get into number order, but Izuku ignored him. He didn't want to sit near Katsuki or Ijirio. Mr. Aizawa suddenly appeared, nodding to his class, and boarded the bus with a shrug in response to Ida's question about the order. Izuku swiftly trailed behind, securing a seat beyond the window. The red and white-haired boy and the green-haired girl arrived next, independently selecting their seats, and were soon joined by the rest of the class. It took some time for everyone to find their desired seat, with the pink-haired girl and the yellow-haired boy being the most vocal complainers. When Katsuki climbed on, Izuku snapped his gaze, followed by Ijirio. But he snuck a look as they passed his seat, sitting side by side. Izuku forced himself to look away, clenching his hands. "Can I sit here?" Izuku's gaze ped to one side, and he quickly nodded before he could even think. A purple-haired girl with dangling ears sat beside him, flicking open her phone. Izuku let out a breath, shifting his wings closer to his body and flushing himself against the wall. "It's all right, you are not required to sit in that position," she replied with a shrug, briefly observing him. Izuku awkwardly looked at her and nodded dumbly, relaxing just an inch away from the wall. You can also lean back, she suggested. I think they're fireproof. Izuku laughed forcibly. It was such an unconscious thing to do, but he shook his head. I know, they just feel uncomfortable when they have all my weight on them. She nodded, then went back to her phone, swiping. Izuku glanced at the window as the bus began to move. For the sports festival, he really should know his classmates' names and quirks. He only knew 4, Ida, Uraraka, Ijirio, and Katsuki. A loud, boisterous laugh made Izuku gaze over his plush seat to see Katsuki's spiky hair laughing, and then Ijirio laughed. Izuku looked at his lap and felt dampness. Now, he could hear their conversation as though it were happening behind him, despite the loud bus. They talked about a variety of quirk techniques. Katsuki never told people his secret about how he uses his quick, besides Izuku, of course. But now, he doesn't have Katsuki in his life anymore. He slapped his hands over his face, pressing his knuckle inside his mouth to stop a sob. He wanted his dad. He grabbed his knees and cuddled up, laying his head sideways and looking out the window. Izuku craved to be back home. The bus wound down the road and stopped by a huge dome. Izuku sniffled and rubbed his nose on his bony knee, gazing up at Mr. Aizawa's seat. At least he was here. We're here, everybody is off, he sternly said, eyeing the loud occupants. Izuku unfolded his legs and shifted his position to face the exit. The girl beside him tucked her phone away and waited. At their turn, Izuku got off with his wings tightly curled around his waist. His classmates behind him continued to roar, oblivious to Izuku's turmoil. He told himself, don't burn anyone, maneuvering his arms behind his back as a buffer between the person behind him and his wings. Sorry, he mumbled to no one, twitching at the slow pace of the line. The middle section, with sideways seating, was jam-packed with people pouring out into a small hole. Izuku tapped his foot anxiously, forcing himself to look outside at the dome. Can we move any faster? A whiny voice spoke behind him, making Izuku snap his head back, then whip it forward. Katsuki stood behind the pink-haired girl, staring ahead. Before Izuku could lock eyes, he looked away. Izuku almost pushed the purple-haired girl out of the way. He got off the bus with his eyes on the ground, pondering what Katsuki was thinking. The rest of the class was standing about in the road, talking amongst themselves, though Izuku was too spooked to note who was talking to whom. He did, however, scramble to find Mr. Aizawa in need of some comfort. He drifted through the crowd. It didn't take long for Izuku to sigh and walk towards the teacher. He stood 2 meters away, staring at the ground and searching for his black shoes for confirmation. He spoke, and Izuku snapped his eyes up with a watery expression. Okay, follow me. As a group, Izuku, perched on its peak, made his way towards the glass dome, a sight that filled him with awe as he approached. The people behind him ogled and exclaimed at the sheer size of it, but what Izuku was thinking was how expensive it must have been to afford. Past the fountain, the beige doors opened automatically. Izuku stepped inside and looked at Aizawa. He wanted to go home. Looking back, even with Mr. Aizawa present, it felt nothing like being with his dad. He listened to the Hero 13 talk. She showed off the different biomes, something that made Izuku's eyes bulge out. The facility was massive, making Izuku too lost in his own thoughts to even notice the misty portal at the middle fountain. Then it was a blur. As Izuku slowly opened his eyes, he found himself staring blankly at the ceiling. A sterile smell filled his nostrils. Confusion clouded his mind until a gasp escaped his lips, his body jerking involuntarily upwards, then a shot of piercing, spicy pain throbbed from his chest. Wah dash, he breathed out, squeezing his eyes and face tightly. Hey dash. Mr. Aizawa was there, his familiar presence pressing Izuku back onto the bed gently but firmly, his voice a steady anchor in the swirling chaos of.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.